concentrations of the animal's population in certain areas. Using wild boars as part of an older Zionist imperative to colonize nature, claimed Palestinian researcher Rawan Samamra. Okay.
Late stream.
Rats. Allegations involving rats was on the news on the 13th of March 2019 when Jordanian TV host Dr. Bakr al-Abadi told his viewers on Jordanian Prime TV the Zionist entity gathered all the rats carrying the bubonic plague in Norway and released them in all the Egyptian provinces near the Sinai. According to several Egyptian sources, this operation took place in 1967, and these rats still exist in very large numbers. These rats breed very quickly and cause significant harm to crops. They devour these crops very quickly and destroy grain silos. Even children are not safe from them. These rats often bite children's limbs. According to these sources, the Zionist entity, since the beginning of the normalization of its ties with Cairo, managed to smuggle chemical fertilizers and rotten seeds into Egypt, leading to the destruction of vast areas of soil and crops in Egypt. This is a well-planned strategic operation with both short-term and long-term implications, but the clear goal is to annihilate the Arab world. Cattle.
I
December
restarted
27,
my
2022, Al-Hayat al-Jadida, the official newspaper of the Palestinian National Authority, reported that Rusht Morar, a village elder of Kirbet Yanoun near Nablus, claimed that Israeli cattle are recruited and trained spies. These are recruited and trained cattle, as on the neck of each cow they hang a medallion with an eavesdropping and recording device on it, and sometimes cameras in order to monitor every detail in Kirbet Yanoun, large and small, he said, and repeated the assertion that settlers release herds of wild boars to destroy Palestinian crops. Hold on, I needed to see some of these stories. Hold on.
Hello. I'm not changing it at all. What? A little lower. Yeah, it's fine.
Shut up. Why did you, Jesus? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so this story comes from, so this is an Israeli outlet, Israel Hayom, and it's sourcing something called the Palestinian Media Watch, which I'm guessing is something that tries to be a watchdog for Palestinian media. So the source is obviously like biased in a certain direction. Now, that doesn't mean that he's necessarily wrong, but I wonder if we could find this interview. I wish people would link their sources. God, it drives me crazy when they don't. Al-Hayat
There's been so much bad faith thrown at Destiny this past week. It's been crazy. Literal unhinged liars.
Find, okay. Interview cow medallions. What is this?
$720.
Destiny from Hassan's video. Okay. Can somebody find me the... You need to search in Arabic if you want to find it. Okay, well, I got enough Israeli and Arabic fans. Find the original. I just want to see the original. I just want to make sure that one of these is true. I want to see this original interview. Everybody...
Most likely my next clips are going to be from the Hunger Games streams.
We're not doing anything else until somebody finds me this video.
I hope Nick gets shot with a crossbow. That'll be great. Natalie just immediately backstabs him.
Check out the Pokemon Zionist conspiracy theory. That was really popular when I was growing up in Saudi. I got some of my cards confiscated by the Vice and Virtue Police. Okay. Oh, really? We're really posting in Arabic?
You about to get banned right now?
How does America benefit from our alliance with Israel? It seems like the only people who benefit are the Israelis. Israel has they make like decent innovations in technology. I think that they give us a good foothold in the Middle East for a reliable ally. If push ever comes to shove with people like Iran, I think they're probably somebody that we align with like more ideologically in the region than anybody else. Like certainly more than Saudi Arabia, who is probably another huge ally in that region.
Been
We
allies
sell a
for
lot of
like
weapons too.
70 years.
Yeah, I mean it's good access to the Middle East from the Mediterranean. I don't know in terms of like military presence there, what all we have staged. Recon and stuff relating to like Iranian nuclear stuff and probably Syria and Iraq as well. Also sharks, yeah, sharks with laser beams as well, I guess, yeah.
His Austrian powers themed.
You say reliable ally. What has Israel ever done for the U.S.? I mean, I imagine that Israel probably participates in like intelligence sharing and stuff like that. That would be my guess. I mean, I don't work in intelligence, but I mean, they also kind of sort of stand in opposition to Iran and Iranian influence. Like it's a government.
No, I think they get intel from CIA in Australia. Stupid veiled pseudo left tankies made videos on a site in Australia that's owned by the CIA and like can spy on places around the world because that's a good geopolitical location. And they used it to find places in Gaza Strip that have.
I tweeted a link to the dolphin story in Arabic on Twitter in the Taliban community.
I think that's how they got those satellite photos for that military supply depot they attacked.
Most important waterway.
Was far away from the settler or.
Okay. What about Turkey? I mean, Turkey's literally like a member of NATO, right? So they have to be roped into NATO shit. Could bring Israel into NATO. I think too many people would be very ass mad about that. How do I look into the Taliban? Okay, hold on. The Taliban, click. Desert Storm, wasn't there a whole multinational operation? So for Desert Storm, because we had so much of the other Middle East involved, we didn't want Israel to be involved in that operation. Israel wanted to be, but we explicitly told them not to. Saddam Hussein was actually shooting Scud missiles at Israel, hoping to bring them into the conflict. But if they did, that would have caused a lot of other problems with other members of that coalition from Muslim majority countries. And that would have irritated them and they would have fought alongside us. So I'm pretty sure, I think that was a major irking point for Israel that they couldn't participate and they had to just sit back and basically get Scud missiled by Saddam Hussein. It's one of the reasons why Israelis fucking hated Saddam and why Israeli prime ministers were always saying like, yeah, fuck yeah, Iraq war, get rid of this motherfucker, fuck him.
No nukes, but child
Destiny,
soldiers.
isn't that literally the anti-Ukraine argument that many people would be mad if they joined NATO? What? Saying that people would be mad if you join you and having them not join you is not the same as invading a country.
Man, I had these ants prowling around my desk. I stopped up where they were coming from though. They got wrecked. That is not flat at all. What the hell?
Support Israel is spent on U.S. products exclusively. Do you still think the Iraq war was unjustified? Yeah, I still don't know why we did. I still don't know any reason.
I'm so glad we don't have loud ass AC anymore, but now the laundry's loud, so I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
What can you do?
The spy dolphin is the latest Israeli military innovation to assassinate Hamas naval commandos. Gaza, Al-Quds al-Arabi. Israel did not stop the bloody attacks it launched against the Palestinians, especially in the Gaza Strip during the past 5 years. Rather, it recruited the pet aquatic animal, the dolphin, known for its friendship with humans, to use it for the killing of members of the Marine Commando Unit of the Brigade's Al-Qassam military wing of Hamas during their training exercises. Deep in the sea, the spy dolphin, who's one of the most widely shared stories by Gaza residents yesterday after the details of the recruitment of this pet marine animal to strip it of its will and transform it from a pet into a killer by the Israeli security services were.
It's like a Treehouse of Horrors plotline. I have so many good emotes that I found, but I don't think I'm gonna add them until I get paid subs.
For controlling it and dismantling it. What carries available information indicates that members of the Marine Commando Unit saw this dolphin moving off the area near the coast of Gaza City, so the frogman diving unit was able to control the spy dolphin and take it to the beaches where the process of dismantling the spying and surveillance device took place. The dolphin was taking pictures and transmitting them directly to an Israeli unit specialized in monitoring Gaza's maritime borders. The Israeli security apparatus relied on the dolphin's love for humans and playing with them, whether on the surface of the water or in the depths of the sea, to reach the members of the Qassam Marine unit. There are unconfirmed reports carried by other news sites which stated that the dolphin had a device attached to its back that fired iron arrows to kill anyone it met. Holy shit. There are unconfirmed reports by other news sites which stated that the dolphin had a device attached to its back that fired iron arrows to kill anyone it met. This new act indicates the extent of Israel's anger and discontent with this fighting unit that Hamas's military wing recently formed, especially after members of this unit succeeded on the first day of the Israeli war in Gaza last summer of infiltrating
we need sharks with laser mouths.
Zakim Beach. And there they clashed with the occupation forces when they attacked a military site. Television images showed members of the 4-member unit shooting at Israeli soldiers and showed one of them exiting a tank where he planted an explosive device on it that quickly exploded. The members of this fighting unit died after being targeted by warplanes that arrived at the location and by bombing of the boats that participated in repelling the attack. Senior leaders in the Israeli army could not deny the courage of the members of this attack unit in their comments after the end of the war. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. Israel relies on a large electronic security system to monitor the Gaza Strip using many modern means. Israel deploys surveillance balloons equipped with the latest devices and cameras on the Gaza Strip's borders. It also monitors the Gaza Strip via drones and plants sensors along the border to prevent any smuggling attempt through the electronic fence, which is equipped with surveillance devices. A few days ago, the Al-Qassam brigades announced that they were able to control an Israeli recon plane and showed pictures of it in the hands of its fighters and announced that they were able to program the plane to work for them. Israel had previously relied on trained dogs to carry out military missions, including tracking traces or using them to pursue wanted persons. One of the pictures a few years ago exposed the occupation soldiers when they unleashed a trained dog on a Palestinian woman in the West Bank and violently attacked.
What the hell is this? All the Hamas has are like sugar cookie rockets. How are they going to beat them?
Eastern borders of the Gaza Strip. In the West Bank, settlers often resorted to releasing wild boars and wild pigs to attack Palestinian farmers and residents near the settlements. Okay. Well, at least we found the article. Thank you. Iron arrows, undersea, attack dolphins, shooting iron crossbows. God damn. The trained cattle story. Hey, listen, I'm good. I believe it now. Holy shit.
They use Israeli UFOs to tractor beam and drop them off inside.
Does this guy lose like 200 pounds? Can a man beat an apex predator barehanded if he trained his entire life to do so? Like a bear, a lion, or a gorilla? I'm assuming you mean like they can't like create a weapon or create a trap? My guess would be, in that case, probably not. Gorillas just have an ungodly amount of strength. I think you would just get obliterated. Lions have like literal, they're like a good swipe. I'm pretty sure can literally disembowel you. And then same thing with the bear as well. I was swimming with a bow and arrow, never leave home without it, and I found a particularly attractive dolphin, and it somehow ended up with my kit. Sorry for the confusion, guys. But if you land the first hit, could you KO it? I don't know how knocking out like an animal like that would work. If it's like the same as like if you hit it in the jaw enough, does that knock it? Like, because of the way they're attached, like, I don't even know how that would work. I have no idea. I imagine they could. I mean, the brain should be similar enough to like they could get concussions. I could imagine, but I have no clue how hard you would have to hit it for that. Nah, I'd win. Yeah.
The woman would still choose the bear.
I think low caliber bullets can't penetrate bear skulls. Jesus.
It is 3 in the morning. I am in a nest of Jews. They have cleverly shifted their shapes. One of them has taken the form of a little old woman. You can barely see her horns. She has tried to poison me already. These rats are very clever.
All this IP stuff has me confused. That's supposed to be Haha-san? Dan. Who do I choose now?
Did they really tweet this out? Play the Egg Jew one? I thought that Borat was the least funny movie in the world, and then I rewatched it like 5 years later. I thought it was the funniest fucking movie in the world. I don't know what changed.
My profession, work as a television reporter for Kazakhstan. Please, you see.
Jesus Christ.
The hair tassel things.
Although Kazakhstan a glorious country.
Jesus.
That's what I was gonna change. I'm on legendary egg right now. Did I skip? I was gonna do epic with
This is what
time.
Hassan was reading.
Not studio.
Bro, this is long as fuck. Strategic provocation and the October 7th attack. In this post argued that Israel intentionally provoked and facilitated the Hamas attack on October 7th to create a pretext for its ongoing US-backed ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza. Israeli officials knowingly pushed Hamas towards violence with a series of inflammatory actions and statements, while the IDF amassed a mountain of detailed, concrete... Wait, how do you intentionally push somebody towards mass civilian slaughter? What the fuck? This doesn't make your side sound any better. During the attack, a large and indeterminate number of Israelis were killed by the IDF under official orders to prevent the kidnapping of hostages, no matter the cost. The Hannibal Directive. Bro, anytime... The Hannibal Directive is like the vitamin C super shot equivalent when people are giving you health advice. Anybody that brings this up is guaranteed to just say the most wild, retarded shit. The Hannibal Directive has nothing to do about
Hannibal Buress.
Arguably doesn't even have anything to do about killing, like, soldiers. It's such an unbelievably unhinged, like, conspiracy theory. But I'm sure they source and prove all of this. Almost immediately, Israeli officials fabricated a series of allegations of grotesque atrocities supposedly committed by Hamas, including systematic mass rape and targeted mass beheadings and burnings of infants. Major points of Hamas infiltration. Oh, I like this. I like this thing here. In a mass assault, Hamas forces penetrated deep into southern Israel and captured key Israeli military bases. Nice. Wow, they only talk about the military base parts that they hit. Huh. Not the any of the civilian kibbutzes. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
was it not shown in the doc that Israel may have killed up to 14 civilians on October 7th via the Hannibal Directive? I have not seen a single piece of evidence in any part of the world at all that has, like, gone on to satisfy or justify or even begin to justify that claim. If you want to link it, knock yourself out. I haven't seen a single piece of evidence showing as much. If Hamas had that directive in their charter, you would keep bringing it up, like the Jews behind the trees. I don't even bring up the Jews behind the trees that much. Also, this directive isn't even the fact. The application of this directive in and of itself is controversial in that, like, I don't even know if it's ever happened before. Number one. Number two, it was like rescinded, I think, in 2016 and then put back for like the how this plays out and even what it means has been like a subject of contention. Like I've seen like IDF military people complain about like, well, what does it mean or what is the application of it? Like, I haven't seen any hard evidence related to this at all. But like, you fucking retreads will sit on this like, oh, Hannibal Directive. This is the exact commanding of any IDF military person. If somebody is captured, kill the most amount of civilians possible. Like, can you expound on your vitamin C meme? I hear you talk a lot about it, but I don't really understand the hate. Is it wrong to keep up your vitamin intake? If you're deficient on vitamins, taking vitamins could be good. I don't think I've seen any evidence that super shots of any vitamin C ever helps with any diseases ever. I don't even think it shortens, like, even if you do it right at the beginning of a cold, I don't think it helps. I don't think there's ever been any evidence of that posted ever. People just like say it. It's like a fucking meme.
I think vitamin C is supposed to be used. It's commonly occurs in oranges because it's supposed to get rid of the free radicals that are within the sugars of the orange or something. So they just naturally go together.
Not even the B12 IV drips that rich Californian folks get? I think that's just a way to scam rich people. Are the fucking... I see them even down here in Miami Beach. Oh, go to a nursing area and get like these like vitamin bag things. What are they... Is there a name for this? The vitamin infusions. You pay like $500 for some dipshit to give you a bag of fucking saline with like 12 cc's of multivitamin or some bullshit.
So dumb.
Oh, somebody said banana bags. Is that what they're called? Wait, I thought a banana bag was a real thing. Hold on, let me check.
You just drink an energy drink, you'll get the same vitamins.
Oh, I think this is different. I think. I think if you are like if you're deficient in certain vitamins, or if you're like I guess like dehydrated or whatever, like you can mix. I think you can have vitamins in these bags and give them to people. But there's like a let's see if I can find it. What would I search for? Wait, hold on. I'm just gonna bring my address up. 1 second. Miami Beach vitamin infusion bag.
That shit was zip code.
Like this shit. I don't think that this shit does anything. I think this is a fucking scam. This stuff. Mobile IV therapy. Our certified and highly trained nurses go to your home, your office, or wherever else. Choose your drip category. Each IV contains the finest mineral and vitamins that get absorbed by your body by 99%. You've got the all-inclusive IV, the hangover drip, Myers cocktail, NAD drip, 250 milligrams. I think
You
like,
just
this
take
shit is just, like,
NAD and
scam.
pill
It's just like ways to get, basically to
for-
part rich people from their money. Isn't it just hydration for hangovers? I mean, it might be, but I don't think there's anything that shows
You could
any
just
of
use
these
an
things work
oxygen
better than just,
tank
like,
for that if
drinking
you want.
Gatorade.
You want to go super high tech, just use an oxygen tank.
I mean, if you're dehydrated as fuck, this shit will help. Okay, it is true that if you're dehydrated, it's possible that something like this will help. However, most people have secondary, or you would probably say primary hydration intake systems already in their body. It's called your fucking mouth. Just drink water. That's what the whole point of your mouth is, and your whole digestive tract. Drink it. It's water. You absorb it. It's very easy. Bioavailability very high. You drink water, and it goes in your body. Why the fuck would you have to inject this in your fucking veins? It's water. Drink it. You just drink it. You drink it. You put it in your mouth, and you swallow. You drink it. Retarded. It must work better than a Gatorade, or hospitals wouldn't use them. If a hospital is hooking somebody up to saline, my guess is going to be is that the person is probably either dehydrated already, or they're unable to drink because they're knocked out or something else. I don't think that if you're like in a hospital and you're
Yeah, I
like
got
staying
saline when I
overnight
was
or you know,
dehydrated
drink
from
water or whatever,
food
I don't know if they would
poisoning.
hook you up to a saline bag to hydrate. They'd probably say like, oh, make sure to drink water. Would be my guess. Yeah, or like you're going into surgery or something to keep up all of your levels like during the surgery.
And after.
What's the fastest way to get water into my body, though? You need to take what are they called, speculums? Or what are the things that they do, the women's, pap smears that they open you up with? Stick one of those in your ass and just pour Gatorade right into your asshole. You need to boof maximum amounts of Gatorade that way.
He's recommending butt chugging.
Isn't the meme that they might puke up water they drink? I guess maybe. It depends on what you're getting IV for. But I don't think they're always giving you IV for, like, just to keep your shit up for no reason. Like, I think there's usually special case scenarios. Like, you're going into surgery, they're going to knock you out for a while, your levels are already lower off or something like that. But, like, for an ordinary human not going to the hospital, you can just drink stuff with your mouth. This time I got 48,642. Good job. You
Get
cheated
a
on the gears,
morphine
okay?
bag. Morphine kind of sucks. It only numbs this part of your face. It's just trash. It's not good. It's trash.
Alright. Let's get that posting. Oh, I love this picture. Below, you can see an image of Netanyahu at the UN General Assembly less than a month before October 7, 2023, holding up the map excluding Palestine referred to in the above quote. This is proof that October 7th was coming, but they accidentally revealed it first by giving Netanyahu the wrong picture. Oh no. Daily. Okay. Oh my god.
No.
It's Jamaica.
He doesn't
Give
even
that
know.
Jamaica. Feels like a meme. I feel like I'm looking for bobsledders. But I feel like this is going to be like at the Olympics or something. Bro, I don't know. What is this, a Jewish guy? Is that why he's the armband on? feel like this isn't Jamaica. It's like fucking Kenya or some stupid shit. I don't care. I am guessing this. And I'm gonna say 2018. How mad are you? My God. My God. Absolutely.
Across the
fucking
world.
obliviated.
And
This might be the lowest score that I've ever gotten in a single thing in my entire life. Look at the fucking crowd. Yeah, maybe they went to Jamaica to watch. I don't see skin color like you guys do, alright? Okay, that's okay. We can bring it back. We can bring it back, okay? We can bring it back. 40,000, 40,000. We can do this. R.H. Macy and Co. Unfair. Electrical workers, local union number 3. Oh, local union number 3. That was in New York City. This is definitely New York City. And he's got the hat. Oh, and the cars. New York City, 1939. Let's go, baby. New York City, 1940. Boom. Okay. A labor strike against Macy's department store in New York. Which is 34. Okay. We'll take those. We take those. Okay, we got an 8,000 plus. Okay, come on, let's go. Let's go. Ooh. Oh my God, I learned this flag, but I don't remember what it was. I want to say Finland because of the colors, but it's not. Finland had the cross. It's not Sweden. I knew this. I feel like I knew this.
it's not, of course, it's not Sweden.
What was the flag? Not Finland. Not Sweden. No. Blue flag. The blue flag. Argentina?
What?
Is this South America?
Different continent completely.
It's gonna be like, this is like the fucking World Cup, and it's actually like not even in South America, and I don't even know what any of this is because I don't care. I don't know where they normally play this shit at. Where is the World Cup play? I have no clue. I truly don't know. Where would it be played? It's got to be in Europe, right? But South America loves football. It's got to be in South America. Where does it sound like it would be? Like Brazil sounds like a place that would host the World Cup. Does Spain sound like a place? The World Cup. We're watching live from Spain. No way. Really? Okay, hold on. Wait. Context clues. My chat watches it live during the day, I think. So it can't be in Europe. But why would Europe love football so much if they can't even watch any of it live? We're going with Brazil. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. We're going to go with Brazil. 18, 16. Fuck it. Fuck me. Good luck. Fuck.
Back to 18?
It was in fucking Orange. Oh my God. Is it at least the World Cup? Was I right about that? Oh, this wasn't even the Argentinian flag. Oh, was it the Greek flag? Fuck.
Yeah, right.
Is the Argentinian flag at least blue? Oh, okay. Oh, but I got the cool sun, dude. We'll take it.
It's so different, dude.
Flags in the field before the UEFA Euro. Oh, okay. Where is the World Cup held? Does it move around?
I'm really far off here, yeah,
In 3 North American countries. Canada, Mexico, and the... Okay, I don't know. Don't care. It moves like the Olympics. Cringe. Imagine watching Poverty Ball, unironically. Okay, this is gonna be rough. Let's go for over 30,000, okay? Okay. Next round.
Imagine complaining
why
about
the sports.
Imagine complaining about human rights violations and then watching the World Cup anyways.
Fucking bonger sport. Oh, what does this say? LTA Advantage Lounge, Petunia Suites, Agapantheus Suites, LTA. What airport is that? Is that an airport? LTA? Lithuania? Is there an airport? Does Lithuania have airports? I have no idea. Sweets kitchen. It wouldn't be in English. I don't even know what the fuck language do they even speak over there? In the is there like... Is there an Estonian language? Latvian? I speak Latvian. No, you don't. That's not even real. I speak Lithuanian. Maybe?
Fake
Moray
languages.
versus Sitsibas. I don't know. I don't know what any of this is. Bro, fuck this one. Fuck this challenger. Or challenge. This is just a bad day for this.
He recognizes the Ralph Lauren though.
I don't even know they have tennis over there. I don't even know they would care about tennis over there. Okay, let's... Context clues.
Fashion City is here.
This must be some type of, like, near the airport or hotel. Okay, so it's a place with airports or hotels. Okay, we know that. Murray. Like in the Joker movie. I don't know if these are colors.
Okay.
Oh, okay, the foliage. Hold on. My specialty, plants. Okay. Oh, shit. The red star of Estonia.
Okay.
There's... Okay, you know what? Green means Irish because they're also using miles per hour. Let's fucking go. We're in Dublin.
Okay.
2014. Let's fucking go. They love tennis over there. Let's go. Oh, Wimbledon.
Close enough.
You know what? This could have been a whole lot worse. We take it. We take that. We take that. We take that. We do take that. But it wasn't in Dublin. It was in... Is that London? It was in the London. Okay. Wimbledon is the New York City of America, or London for England rule. It's almost always Wimbledon. Ireland uses kilometers? Really? Why? You're basically Britain. Ugh. What a horrible... Okay. Bro, my God. Okay, let's just get 25,000. That's all I need is 25,000. Okay. What are the... Who's got the hats? Oh, this looks like an American president that I should probably know. Okay. I don't know. No, because he wouldn't have this stupid fuck hat, right? Or he would have that stupid fuck hat. Oh, he's got his fingers crossed almost. They must be... He's making a lie right now. This guy looks Spanish. I'm feeling the Spaniard from that... from this weird helmet. Or... I don't know. Oh, look at all this. My God. It's Americans honoring the deaths of brave Hawaiian sailors after the 9/11 of World War II, Pearl Harbor in Hawaii. That's absolutely what it is. That's absolutely not what it is. If that was it, though, what an amazing guess. I would seem so historically literate.
Wood.
Okay, we're in the South somewhere. You know what? Fuck it. Go big or go home. No, there's no shot. There's no way. The fuck are these? It's not even gonna be like... I have literally no fucking idea. I'm never getting this. I should just guess. Like, it's not DC. This shit wouldn't be up there ever. I don't even know what is this frilly bullshit.
Okay.
Bro, just kill me. I don't care. Oh, we take those. We do take those. Wait, was
Retake
it?
them?
What the fuck is this? Oh shit! It was DC. Wait, why? Why does it have this shit?
Yeah, why
How do I
would
get
they be in
7,000 points
DC?
for that? Meeting to discuss post-war. Oh, it was Truman too. President. Okay, it's the fucking White House lawn. Why does it have these frilly things on it? Is that normal?
Okay. Ooh.
Okay, well listen, we got over half. Okay.
Yep.
Truman loved awnings. Cringe. Good one.
Okay.
Good one, good one. We have 1 hour and 20 minutes. The Zareg guy,
So
the
is
Z-Reg
Doc
guy,
not gonna
in Kick
stream
Chat, is he super
anymore?
pissed off in this?
Let me see.
Why? What's wrong? Or what is he mad about? Control
He's
Alt
too scared,
Z-Reg.
man. This is why he was threatening to leave.
Okay. Seems like he's just chatting in there.
Doc, man, where the hell's the channel at? There it is.
Oh, I clicked this on
One day ago.
Okay, we got ice.
Oh, yeah, this crap locked down right now.
Oh no.
Oh,
Jesus. Why?
you trying to start a grease fire?
Okay. What was the why though? What was the point of that?
Oh, he's trying to burn down the building.
Because
Yeah.
he's a shit person and he should have died.
Dive. I saw that Tim clip earlier. Nice, it's a text chat.
It's showtime.
More Reddit threads.
Mic
Lay
check.
Reddit threads.
Mic.
Million views on one bar.
Microphone check. That's loud. We're good? Okay. Champs, don't be shy. Trickle on in. We got a big week. Right there. Elden Ring, Shadow the Earth Tree. We've got a big week. Is it the game of the year?
Oh, I just saved this one.
3 hours.
Facing lawsuits for money laundering
I think
schemes.
he usually streams longer than
Stealing
that.
laws, swindler teachers, holding hostages, UN sealed textbooks teaching children to write, I will commit jihad to liberate the homeland. Truck logs suspiciously deleted from website. Like Abby was posting this. I don't know that was one. Did you see the Glimmer thread? I did not.
Okay.
Please click the phone one. Wait, what's the phone one? PTSD to when I drop my phone in the deep fryer. Oh my God, an all TikTok meme song.
There we go.
Oh no, what happened? You just
Just threw it in there. Chucked it in.
Good thing he stopped himself. He almost reached in for it. Yikes.
Alright, this is the chance. So he was playing it. Dying just like Forsen. Okay. Wait, did he kill Mesmer already?
Maybe something right there. I don't know. Right? He's too busy screaming and yelling.
I feel
Yeah,
like
it's
it's kind of a
sub-only,
mind
okay.
like restaurant work, where you learn like 50 billion times through training, like don't use water on fires, don't use water on fires. There's like 3 different types of fire extinguishers that you have. They're all labeled. Do this bullshit. What do you even do? Remove the source of the heat, cover it, use the fire extinguisher or whatever. But I feel like you hear like a billion times, don't use water.
What a retard.
Damn, it caused.
He needs to get locked in. That's the one of these. Let's take a step
I
back.
actually understand women that explain what this guy did wrong.
I mean, it,
Oh, okay, he's addressing it there.
Hey, Tyler, you on your way to algebra?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
You're awful!
The preceding joke was brought to you by Men.
Absolutely hilarious.
Okay.
Hold on, let me use the restroom maybe for an hour. Hold on.
Stalling for an hour? What is this, part-time city? After he came back from Israel.
it is what it is. People get fatigued, right, champs? And to be honest, I don't know how long. You know, I know where my vacacion, how long my
Retired dog.
vacation is, but you know, maybe I extend that. We'll see. We'll see. But I do appreciate you guys, champs. Right? And look out for the socials. I'll keep you updated when we'll be back. But I definitely need to take a break from from everything, you know?
From the wife. Especially the wife.
Start a podcast. I think what I'm most interested in, and believe it or not, champs,
Start a
'cause obviously when you're a top tier
podcast.
gamer like me, when your gaming skill set
Oh,
is
the
just
camera needs to
incredible.
point that way more.
You know, you look like this. You know, why wouldn't you want to be in front of the camera all the time?
I need to change
But I'm kind of,
Oh, fuck you.
I'm exhausted in being in front of the camera. I'm exhausted being on socials. The
Exhausted.
industry's changed so much.
He wants it IRL only. Bro, when your friends aren't defending you, that's when it's really bad.
Just so much different energy out there, negative energy and clashing, and from everything that we've experienced since we've started this whole journey together, you know what I mean, champs? And I'm just like, when I go outside, I just feel so much better. When I remove myself, I just feel.
When I go to TwitchCon, it just it feels good. When I hear those crazy sounds.
So that's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, my hair's
Keep playing,
messy.
Doc. We don't care. The fuck?
Doc cares. He doesn't care about you.
Grief Warden, thank you for the
Unless
$25
you're
donation.
underage.
Big Bearded Scotsman, welcome. Payback, thank you for the 46 months. Champs, I'm going to call it right there. A little short
Or
one.
you're in the
Accomplish some
bathroom.
things, but
Either
I think
one.
more importantly, we need to
Most importantly is it's a persona.
step away.
Maybe it always was like that. No, it always was like that. No, I can't see it.
I think when I say step away, I mean, I'm going to have to.
He'll be back.
Either have to relay this to the Midnight Society, but
A year
maybe I
from
step
now.
away from there too. Just completely remove myself from the scene.
Time to
That's what I
retire.
need to do. I mean,
Ben Thorpe didn't do anything. He just kept going, right? Or is he? Did he get arrested in jail or something? I don't know.
right? Champs. Take all the time you need, says Layer Cake. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Give me back my dog! Okay. Don't be a pussy. God damn it. I'm telling you, it's fatigue. It's...
Doc, it's been 4 years. You could have just... Is that it? 7 years ago. Was it 7?
tired. It's wanting to just kind of move away from the limelight. Ultimately,
But
that's what it's
I thought we were halfway there. Come on, dude.
about. You know what I mean, champs? Damn, now what? I mean, shit, there's 50 million other streamers you can watch right now. It's getting old, yo. What's getting old? Get the break. Respect it, Doc. Okay,
Yo,
appreciate
Mike
that.
Memento.
It's getting old, you're not alone. That's not very nice. You don't like me? It's time to drive into the sunset, says Swervin. Oof, man, I like your style. It might be time. Says Swervin. Oof, man, I like your style.
He's about to pull a Paul Walker's.
It might be time to drive in the sunset, champs. I appreciate all of you. Appreciate all the commitments, the recommitments. Please, do me a favor. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your week.
The Wife and the Furious.
And we'll see you soon. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yo, we needed to take off the first Y to realize the truth.
Poor Slasher.
He could have told us so long ago he wanted to be a loser.
It sounds like this character's giving you a hard time. So what you need to do, instead of being angry that he's being annoying and angry that he's kicking your butt, be excited to win. Be excited that you're going to beat this game. And this is going to be another game on this list of games that you beat. That's the energy you need to focus on. I'm going to beat this game. Beat these
Sure.
games. That's a way better headspace to get frustrated and angry at this character that's going to continuously beat you. If you're giving him that angry energy, he's going to meet you right back. Pow! You need to be in that positive.
Does she know? Oh no, she said game. I was curious. Because I can imagine staging something like this where you don't tell the person it's about a game. You tell them it's about another person and they get any advice. It'd be funny.
Confident, resilient energy that you have, because you do have it. You beat 7 games thus far. You're almost done with this one.
Can I show you a run real quick?
Let's see.
You want to see how scary this is?
Let's see how scary this is.
No, it's not scary.
Okay.
You want to see how fun this
Let's
is?
see how fun this is. Exciting this is.
Yeah, very exciting.
Thoughts.
Watch this.
We got this. Positive headspace.
I'm gonna just show you one run. If I die, I die.
Okay.
You will die. Because there's no doubt about that one.
I'm aware type shit.
Yes. You got this. Let's see.
I got greedy. I got fucking greedy!
Tough game, but you were going
Come on,
after it.
Destiny.
Like,
Say it.
That was a good run. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
feel good about that this game, but I did watch you.
No, that was actually a good run.
Right.
Nah, I don't want to go again. I just, yeah.
Okay. So you gave him a good run. You said you feel like you got greedy.
That was like, that was.
Jesus. You guys, this guy's like 100,000 viewers, and you guys complain to me about my audio? Fuck you.
No, it sounds like this character's.
Fuck you guys.
I think only Destiny cares about that one.
Something I was thinking about with the dog shit, if the minor was above the legal age of consent, doesn't matter. I actually have no idea. Is it, when they say age of consent is like 16 or 17, does that mean that like a full-on adult can like fuck a 17-year-old or a 16-year-old in some of these states? What does that actually mean? I actually don't know. Where are my libertarians at? Inform me. People are saying yes. Damn. You still can't send nudes though. Got it.
Here's what I'll point out for now. And that is, if you guys don't know, Midnight Society, which is the game that Doc helped build, right, and create, and he was a part of the company, did their own investigative research behind the scenes, right, and found enough.
Is that real?
Found
Are those
enough
real
evidence to
tats?
let him go from the company. Right, not administrative leave, not we'll address this later. Like, let him go after doing their own research, right, and after doing their own internal investigation behind the scenes. So, like, if that's not enough, right, evidence or enough to, like, they found something, is what I'm trying to say.
Is it weird or okay or bad or what that he's getting canceled for this when it happened 7 years ago? I mean, if you think it's bad, whether or not it happened 7 years ago is probably not as relevant. You'd still think it's probably bad. Is this an old clip? It says 9 hours ago, so. I think there are a couple of things that are kind of strange, assuming that everything else, assuming everything is true. The first thing is that Cody guy, it's very, very, very weird that he knew about this and he was trying to like sell tickets for his band, saying that he'll leak it if they sell out their performance. That's kind of weird. I don't know why he would do that. And then number two, I don't know where the crowd has come down on this yet. It's kind of weird if Twitch had this understanding at the time and then just like let Dr. Disrespect go when like other people could be victimized maybe. But I
don't know why
the
didn't
thing is actually, I don't know the
report it to
details
the
of anything.
police. It's kind of weird, but maybe the NDA didn't allow that, I guess.
If it's illegal or
strange
or what, I don't know. I don't know what was said. YouTube doesn't have a whisper feature. YouTube, or I'm sorry, I was gonna say Twitch absolutely did. I don't know if they still do.
Twitch still does.
YouTube might not have a whisper feature, but I mean, like, there are DMs on other platforms
YouTube
as well.
did have DMs. I know old YouTube had DMs.
Why is Brittany and Pearl talking about me sexually? It's fucking weird. Why? Or is it just Pearl?
That's all they talk about. And by they, you know who I mean. That's all they want to talk about.
Is being a pedo bannable on Twitch's terms of service? I don't know. Is that part of their TOS? Don't be a pedophile?
Wouldn't they run into COPPA fines for that? I have no idea. Maybe Doc will do the lawsuit. Somebody might sue Twitch out of a lot of money.
Wow, this is absolutely insane, bro. Everything I'm seeing. I have no.
Oh, it looks like Captain G. That's what I was thinking of.
Played games for years, and seeing everything that is spiraling right now is a very difficult thing for me personally, and I'm sure for a lot of y'all out there. I think for me, I know a lot of you are asking, Tim, what do you think? Tim, what do you think? My bottom line, I think, is if what he is saying, where he said that he was messaging a minor and it would
sad or sad, man?
Teeter on inappropriate. If he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent, I cannot support that. I can't.
God,
cannot.
so brave. You can't support a 40-year-old dude hitting on a 16-year-old. This is the face of bravery. Thank you.
I appreciate y'all. I am. This beat me up, but this is unfortunate to say the least.
Is there any chance that these guys streamer? Is there any chance these streamer guys actually heard nothing about the duck stuff if it has been rumored for years? I don't know. I would imagine that they probably had heard something. That would be my guess, but who knows?
It's awful. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love you give, and I'll see y'all soon, man.
Checking in.
Why are these guys all outside shirtless?
So, checking in. I'm seeing everything on Twitter, and I read through Doc's tweet, and in that very tweet, he basically confirms that.
Why are you making fun of Tim when he's like the only one of Doc's friends to come out against him? I'm not making fun. I mean, it's a funny thing. Like, I can't stand with or whatever the fuck you would call this, sexting a minor. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong.
This is what Nick looks like.
Right? Probably better to say something than nothing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad video or whatever. But.
He was texting an underage girl, and it went weird sometimes, and look.
It's a unit, but
straightforward, man. That's inexcusable. It's unacceptable, right? There's no excuse for something like that, and I can't support it. Hang on, honey. Doing this, talking to Twitter. I can't support it. I can't defend it.
They just called headbangers.
Look, the boys and I are torn up over it too, man, because we played a lot of games with a guy, and it feels a little weird, but what can you do, So I just wanted to update you guys on my thoughts and how I'm feeling. And I mean, look, I hope you guys have a good day, all right?
Come on, they're the main unit.
It was a different time. You want me to show you a different time? Oh my god. That was actually really fucking weird.
The reinstall is good.
I'll watch out because every single person.
There it is.
Yo, what's up, gang? Little update. Just fucking tired of it, man. Me and the boys were crying all night about it. Upset about one of our own.
There it is. This is what Nick looks like.
Just sickening, absolutely fucking sickening. This world has gone to a fucking shit place. Pedophiles, man, they need to fucking, one word, you fucking pedophiles, stay out. Stay where you belong. Don't go to places you don't fucking belong to. And fucking seek fucking help, you fucking sick shit.
Including the drug abusers, right? Right, Poke?
The, hold on, I'm about to destroy my YouTube searches. The house episode?
But when Mitch says a word, time to go cry.
Oh, yikes. Wait, what the fuck? Did nobody care about this back then? Aren't these episodes only like 12 years old?
How'd you get?
Some of the comments are like, some of the comments are, holy shit. I'm like, bro. Fuck, I'm not gonna find like any copyright hit.
I'll do some other doctorly stuff, and we'll be in touch. Expected so much more from you. Heroin chic is so.
Positive test means you teens.
Evidence to the contrary. The rounded hip.
Oh. Bro, these are... So the girl's 15. They all know she's 15, okay? I guess, do we just not care about her? Or?
She tried it once. Doesn't mean she's an addict. She's only 15.
There's no age limit on addiction. He's right.
He's never menstruated. Sounds like a symptom of drug addiction to me.
Or bulimia, or her age. Some girls don't start till they're mid to late teens.
Evidence to the contrary. The rounded hips. Perfectly sculpted, bountiful breasts.
Implants. I'm seeing some of her photos. They've grown dramatically since last summer.
Symptomatic of turning 14. 2 clinic hours says that those love apples are handcrafted by God.
Oh, I thought you didn't believe in God.
I do now.
You're wrong.
Could we talk about her health instead of her breasts?
Could be relevant. Come on, Cameron, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Many women develop breasts.
That was his massive boner crashing into the counter. I'm pretty sure they make more comments in here too.
Pseudo-libertarian.
Apparently the dad was fucking her and it's all sorts of...
Induce a coma. Nasty one between the fingers.
That means...
Patient confidentiality.
Whatever. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Times were different. The show was executive produced by Bryan Singer, convicted pedo. Damn.
Oh my god, I mistyped. Like, new upgrade at 33 quad. No pet yet? No. I did get 3 shiny rares since
I'm waiting
last
for the
time.
next Factorio DLC to come out.
He's never playing games again. He wants a pander to YouTube. That's why he's talking about Joe Rogan and who else? I like.
Do you think the doc is gonna stop streaming?
I like how the libertarian cope is that they're not left or right. Come on. Positionless, spineless Andes.
Imagine if the only way the logs were leaked was the frat guy singing them. I don't know what your age is, but I am curious to know it's, oh, you're actually a minor. Well, that's not a big deal, cause it's very mutual, and we're going to be meeting up at TwitchCon.
Just enjoying my off computer time.
Yes.
That's nice.
I was saying, like, it's crazy to spend all weekend at, like, parks and playgrounds and, like...
Wow, Little Bits, thanks for that one gift to sub.
Parks and playgrounds and, like, little kids' birthday parties and stuff like that. And then you come back to Twitch, just, like, getting hit in the face.
No subtlety. Come on, he could have said at least spend time with his kids or take his take his kids to the playground.
Decorating his room for Dr. Disrespects and then
or going to the talent show or just any other joke. He's right for memes, but it's the most hand-fisted way to approach this.
And they got 2 levers and like a little shovel on the end of it, and you could do like you can do some digging.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, I was just checking.
Oh, save me. Save me from my boredom.
I know, it's so cringe.
Hold on. We got a call coming through. And on the ground. Doc reporter. Do a quick 950? Okay, hold on. What?
He took too much time in Israel, man.
Fuck. Tomorrow works then. Okay, never mind.
Vocals only in Israel.
The slasher tomorrow.
No instruments.
Connections, thank God. Okay. Unknown formula, doorknob, knife, talk, fork, recipe, dish, top knot, part, tell, secret, split, ticket, branch, spill. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. What do we got? Well, we've got a branch of something is a split off of something. A part of something.
Fork.
A fork. These are all verbs. You can split, part, fork, or
I'm
branch.
just going with his logic right now.
Get knowledge finally paying off. Yes.
Not gonna work.
Boom. To divide. All right. Now what do we got? Well, we've got a recipe, formula. No. No, we don't. Top knot, door knob, unknown.
D skip, soy skip.
There's no meme there, is there?
DLC skip.
T-O, D-O. Something stupid now. Okay. Oh. We could tell somebody. Spill, dish, tell. Secret? Like, oh, dish out some gossip. Spill the secret. Secret, that doesn't fit, though. Tell me. Talk, tell, spill, dish. Yeah, these are like talking things. Let's go. Yes. Oh, divulge. That's private information. That's what talk and tell don't really fit that at all, but okay.
This is the worst game they have. The categories don't make sense.
I don't know what the fuck a top knot is. Recipe, formula. Things found like in a kitchen? Secret, unknown. Doorknob.
You find a doorknob in a kitchen?
Oh. These are like things that lead to hidden treasure, or things that like lead to some secret or some bullshit, right? That's my guess. So this is probably right somehow. Oh shit, no. Formula, recipe, ticket.
Why is knife a part of that?
Knife?
So
Knife
like
doesn't really fit.
paper.
Secret unknown.
Kind of relating.
Oh shit, I have no fucking idea. A formula and
Maybe
a
take
recipe.
out knife and put secret?
Knife doesn't fit.
I was about to say
Recipe
secretary.
ticket. Knife doesn't fit. Knife doesn't fit. Unknown? And a secret? Recipe. That doesn't really work. Oh, it did work.
But it
Keys to
did.
success. The ticket to success, the formula, the recipe. Oh. Top knot, a doorknob, unknown.
I'm a G.
Knife.
I'm just
What's
kidding.
this?
It's more impressive to get the first category.
Silent K. Check out Dave Rubin's new anti-woke cartoon. Oh no.
Is it pay-per-view?
The South Park of Twitter, of X. Legalize humor. Check the mini plot of the first animated sitcom on X featuring Larry Elder, Rubin Report, Awaken with JP, and a special appearance by an animated Elon Musk.
What?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go.
So this looks more like American Dad than Family Guy. Or South Park.
Progress. It's the new norm.
I guess it's the house, it's Cartman's house. Like, kind of.
I'm the old Norm. I want normal beer.
Warning, warning, perimeter reached.
It's your fault I got house arrest.
You're the one who threatened the school board.
I gently suggested...
What, is the studio audience like a joke? Or is it like unironic? I can't tell. Is it...
Yelled.
They stopped brainwashing my daughter that girls aren't girls and men aren't men.
Sometimes they're neither. Or both. Or furry and dressed like dogs.
Ow! Janice! What's that?
Warning, offensive.
Actually, that is one of my pronouns. Also they, them, and me.
You're non-binary?
How do you know that word?
I learned it in school.
That's why I'm locked up.
Norm, the judge agreed to conditional parole.
What condition?
Where's my room?
That's staying here?
Chaz is part of a new government program.
To re-educate homophobic, transphobic, racist...
Charlie, finally, someone normal.
I don't understand.
You're black. Oh, and they're friends even. Oh my god.
Did that just Black Whisper?
You're his friend?
And boss. Speaking of, when you coming back to the trophy shop?
As soon as I get rid of this, which means I gotta take in that?
Offensive.
Chaz is here to re-educate Norm.
In non-bonery studies.
Offensive.
I'm allergic to dogs.
It's okay. Billy is an emotional support dog. And non-binary.
Oh, okay then. Good dog.
I come here...
Okay, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm being so... I just noticed things now, okay? sounds like she went to a studio to record, and it sounds like Dave recorded on his microphone at home. Did Dave not go to the studio to actually record these? Did he record these at home and then just like send in the lines? There's a substantial quality difference.
I wouldn't expect any less. I mean, this already looks like trash. He probably saw.
Sound like this is so stupid. My God, actually,
They probably sent him all of this before he had to record his lines, and he's like, "This is trash. I'm not even gonna show up for this."
USB mic at home.
2 dogs.
It's okay. Billy is an emotional support dog and non-binary.
Oh, okay then. Good dog.
Also, imagine thinking XLR is like any better than USB when it passes through the same wave signal. So stupid.
Thinking about transitioning.
Reggie?
Try Regina.
Oh no.
Transitioning to what?
Another fumble.
Hopefully not a Jets fan.
Hey, pronoun. This bud's for you.
Who's voicing? Jesus. Who's voicing this guy?
Hey, pronoun. This bud's for you.
I can't drink. I'm not 21.
Y'all influenced my boy to cut off his junk, but draw the line at beer?
Can't do this.
Yes, we can. Find a way to break him. Maybe we can fix the country.
I just want normal beer.
You know there'll be jokes.
He doesn't have it.
I almost forgot. We're going to Disney World.
Make America funny again.
I don't ever want to hear "Go Woke, Go Broke" ever again. This is, the funny thing is like this is insight into how they think these shows are actually written. And there are cringe moments that are probably woke or whatever. Some modern movies and shows, I'm sure they do happen, but like this heavy-handed, my God, holy shit.
Some. It's a plot line in every single new show now. So calm down there.
Animation series online. Subscribe now to be the first to enjoy the latest episode of God.
I watched the new Interview with a Vampire. That's garbage. So I think The Boys season 4 actually has some more. They know how to critique it a lot better, but I mean they have their own plot line, so it's completely disproves Destiny right there. Frenchie's
That's
not
an old
enough.
ass game. It's
They need another person
all AI,
too.
bro. Oh wait, is it just? Wait, really? Wait, why are so many people in chat? God's Gang isn't an AI show. Wait, why are people in chat? It's an ad.
All right, Olivia.
It's an yes. I'm remarking on what the show is an ad for. Well, I don't understand why people are Wait, I don't understand why. Yeah, I can see that it's an advertisement for a show. Yes, the remark is like not that wow, there's an advertisement. The remark is what the advertisement is for. Wait, do we have red checks or whatever? Is it this? Did that work? Oh fuck, I don't know if that worked or not. Fuck, I always forget the... Was it this?
How's this gonna be a series? I just just seemed like a parody.
No, I think
Kind
it's
of like
hitting
a
people that are just
Weird
typing
Al's
in AD.
style thing. What the hell is he even doing? I'm gonna watch a video.
I don't know. You're lucky. You survived today. If I was less lazy, I'd go back and I'd perma... No, 3-day ban, you fucking retards.
Perma bandy.
Did you see the LA synagogue attack? Nope.
Has begged me.
You guys could always play Sonic's Hero 6.
Oh, wonder who sent that.
Actually, shockingly,
Actually not Sonic.
Not Sonic's.
Okay. Let's not worry about that right now. We're doing God's Gang.
This is the first time Olivia's mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm going to...
Ninju? Wait, this can't... Walk Windu?
The beauty part of this. It's fine if you don't know, but I do. And then I tell...
Can you pronounce a single word correctly, please?
Su Muslim? Oh, Taekwondo?
Okay.
Hindu?
Hid inside Hard Rock.
God's Gang. We are proud to release the premiere episode of God's Gang, a multicultural, multinational adventure series that introduces 4 extraordinary superheroes from different religious backgrounds. A Muslim, Jew, Christian, and Hindu work together through different missions, highlighting the promise of peace, unity, and coexistence. God's Gang aims to be a
Damn
beacon
it,
of hope
I
for
was
a
too
world in
busy
which we can all
typing
get
it.
along,
I was
so we
typing
teach
so slow.
young minds to celebrate and accept the differences among us, where conflicts are resolved through empathy, understanding, and acceptance. Special move, turn the other cheek action.
Muslim stories are hypnotizing. Taekwondo Hindu reads animals' minds while ninjas overanalyzing.
Holy shit, that's the Jewish animals.
Oh man, I'm more excited than a kid getting to skip Hebrew school.
You think your school was boring? In my madrasa, you couldn't hear the lessons over the snoring.
Yeah? Well, my Sunday school promised eternal life. And that's exactly how long it felt.
Guys, it's our day off. Let's have fun.
Taekwondo Hindu's right. Plus, we've got a mission, and that's to crush the devil's spinal cord. Yalla!
Sorry. Huh?
Too short for the ride,
Oh no.
Kid, do you know how long ago my bar mitzvah was?
Oh, someone could use a lolly.
That Norm's voice from Family Guy?
Tall enough now? Kid?
Enjoy the ride.
I hate being small.
You're fine, Ninja. And I need you to ride with me on the scary part.
Oh no, it's atheists. I'm just kidding.
Not the mad scientist. scientists.
But what are they so mad about today?
Yakub? The Yakubian side? How? Oh, fuck.
Oh,
If
they're
the
mad
enemies were
about
actually,
climate
like, on some
change.
crazy fringe religious shit.
Yakubian.
Oh, no, or wait, it's just science in general because religious people don't like science? No, that's not the direction they're taking. No shot.
Not the mad scientists.
But what are they so mad about today?
When we were kids, no one would play with us.
But now, you kids don't have a choice with our reanimator guns.
Kidnapped.
Action! God's gang, go!
Ninja to the rescue! Huh?
Oh no, he's too short.
Faye!
What? Jesus Christ, dude.
Not to fear, Chris Cross is here! Flying Cross! Just like a,
Boss?
yeah!
Or go kidnap your own playmate.
Let's go steal some friends off the bumper cars.
Think again. Nerd herd.
Take one and do, block and tackle.
You read my mind, which is weird because I'm the telepath.
You didn't even use your arms for that attack?
Even matter, scientists.
Too bad, because stealing animals is a taekwondo.
Oh. Okay.
Well, that was
That is so
unexpected.
crude.
Still be Sunday school or Hebrew school, right, Ninja?
Hey, where is Ninju?
I let you.
Okay, prediction for this episode. I've watched enough children's cartoons with Nathan to know exactly where this episode is going, okay? There's going to be some type of challenge that they have to confront where they either have to crawl into a place or they're going to do something. They're too short to get in, but because Ninju is small, he's going to be able to do it because of his short stature, and we're going to see the value in having a diverse group of people that can bring different assets to the table. That's my guess. Let's see what happens.
You guys down.
Or they're going to find some way to make him taller, which there's no way they would do that, because then all the kids watching that are short would feel like shit.
Where is Ninju?
I let you guys down. I just wasn't big enough for the job.
Ah, don't say that.
Hey, Ninja. Even LeBron Jordan sometimes misses the shot. What? He's the best player in the NBA.
Cheer up, bud.
A work call.
I feel like that joke was too much for a child to get. What would they? But that's okay. They have jokes for adults in these, because they know that adults have to sit with their kids and watch it.
Greetings, gang. Hey, Miss Dogma.
What up, my fur friend?
I haven't.
How's that make you laugh, dude?
An urgent search and rescue mission for you from you know who.
But we had the day off.
Sorry to cut off your important cotton candy business, Sumo Slim, but do you think Evil takes a day off?
Probably Wednesday. Nobody wants to come to work on Wednesday.
Well, it's Tuesday, and the world's entire population of blue whales is disappearing.
No.
But where are they going?
Yeah, Chris, that's the search and rescue part.
Okay, but do we have any leads on where they've gone?
Not yet, but LaDove has picked up the trail and is looking right now.
Miss Dogma, what
The Jewish recon pigeon or whatever.
about if they...
Enough questions. Go save the whales.
All right, gang. Time to shift this van into wet gear. Paging LaDove. LaDove, do you have a visual on the whales? Over.
LaDove here. I am not seeing them anywhere. Maybe if there was some color, besides blue. Yeah, you'd think the world's biggest creature would be easier to spot.
Wait, I can feel what the whales are saying. Let's party?
This is indeed a Cybertruck, yes.
Frederick and Increderick, the reptilians. What are these Meshuggah aliens up to this time?
Wait, is that a reference? Is that some religious reference that I don't understand, or?
Yes, we brought up my feet fam for a party that is off the fish hook.
Nice try.
You're clearly not blue.
Ooh.
Isn't your daddy looking for
Meshuggah means crazy in Yiddish.
you?
We gotta break in there.
Time for an laser mode. If we drive in there, they'll blow us up. But if...
the music. I'm sorry.
Break in there. But how?
Time for an laser mode. If we drive in there, they'll blow us up. But if...
It's got all like the fucking Jewish symbols.
we try another entrance, it might be too small to fit in. And if we go get a drill, it might take too long.
What if we become one with the whales?
That Hebrew was left to right. Someone didn't look up their basic. Did they really write Hebrew and left to right? Why would you go through all the effort of putting it in and not saying it's a right to left language? Oh no. Oh look.
Greetings, my fellow whales.
Oh no. Jesus, what are they doing?
Great Vishnu!
My God.
Ya Allah.
Okay, this is definitely.
How does that make you laugh, dude? Come on.
Is it like their souls or what?
I can't find its blowhole.
Look harder. We need to stock up and steal all the whales' wonderful aroma, or else our planet will continue to stink.
Why would blue whales smell good, do they? Is that like a known thing?
It wasn't me. It was the planet. I swear.
Stealing the whales.
Ambergris? Why does everyone in chat know this? There must have been some fucking YouTube video on this. I don't believe that all of you just happen to know this.
Oh, I remember that now. Yeah.
100% some fucking
Future
Vsauce or
Rome. That's
whatever
so
fucking YouTube video
rare.
it was.
Like, that's so rare, dude.
Solid wax detergent in the intestines of the sperm whale. Used for medicines and potions and as a spice. And it's used to stabilize the scent of fine perfumes. Internet
Yeah,
is
I thought
soaring
those were gonna be sperm whales, but they kept calling them blue whales. That's not how a sperm whale looks. That's why it didn't make that much sense.
In a very strange place.
Take one Hindu. Let's go.
God strike. Now,
This guy doesn't have a helmet on, so he doesn't mess his sick fro up.
let's get to work. I got a plan under this kid. We're in trouble now. Chris, she blocks us through the guards.
I love you, enemy. I love you too. You, not so much.
Sue Muslim works in storytelling magic.
Let me tell you a tale of a planet perfumed with the fragrant blossoms of the rare fresh rose.
We free all the whales. While Taekwondo Hindu figures out how to get the whales to go somewhere else.
We the whales are endangered, so we came to the party because we're lonely for whale friends. Dang! I've got it! Yes! How beautiful!
Oh shit, these guys are back.
Yes, even more whales. Now our mission will suck twice as much.
Oh, no, it won't. I mean, it will. I mean, let's kick someone's butt, for God's sakes.
Wait, something has to happen for the ninja guy to get over his shortness.
Oh, you got like
Something. We need
30% left in this video. What? What was that? What did we hear right there? Why did he go back there?
Well, that was easy.
Come on, God's game. It's time to increase.
Peace.
Oh my god. If they're gonna come together and they're gonna form the one true god of their religion, which one is gonna... who's gonna appear? No, I'm just kidding.
Is Buddha?
Critic, call off the tubes!
Yeah, who needs tubes when we can just tank the whales?
Unleash the Nutcracker!
Jesus.
Oh my lord.
Banned on Twitch.
We have to disable that vessel, but it's too high up.
I know. Talk one Hindu. Tell the whales to join blowholes and make the biggest water spout ever.
Right. Too much noise. I can't get through. I need some help, guys.
Oh my god, he can fit through the net. That's gotta be it. He's the only one that can fit through the net. It's gotta be it. That's gotta be the way.
Why would he need to go inside the net?
No, never mind. Forget everything I'm saying.
بدونك أنا ما بسوى شيء.
Amazing
بدونك أنا ما بسوى.
Oh my god, it's like their spirit bomb.
It's time to walk on water. Yeah!
Fuck, they can all fit through the net. There's not gonna be a short king moment. What was the point of the water spout? It's not doing anything.
It's breaking up. I'm too heavy.
Don't look at me.
If only
Wait, there's... Oh!
one of us was small enough for that spout.
Oh my god. Pre-watched. That was what I spent my whole off-stream time doing. Like, was preparing for this moment.
Too much love. Serve me one hot falafel.
Banned. Yeah, but done. See you on Punch.
Ninja with the alley. Ooh.
Incredic! Retreat!
Oh, back to Stink World for us.
Stupid
The
alien.
Muslim makes bombs? No. The Muslim makes falafel. Look at how respectful the Jew is where he stole his food from.
Great work, gang. Now you get to party. There's just been one small change.
Today's interfaith special.
How unlucky. This released on October 17th, 2023. Do you think it got overshadowed by If only this had come out 2 weeks earlier, we might have avoided the entire terrorist attack.
Veggie curry kebab burger with latkes.
Hey, come on, try it. It may look weird.
Somebody said the Hebrew in the analyzer was the Shema. It was written correctly.
But it works perfect. Try it.
Special veggie curry kebab burger with latkes.
Hey, come on, try it. It may look weird, but it works perfect.
What is it like kosher or something? Is that why it's vegetarian?
Together.
Jesus Christ. Okay. I thought this was going to be some weird, like, political thing. It's just like a kid's cartoon show for all the different religions. I give it a cute out of 10. $20 dono if you can guess the plot twist in this video.
It's like hitting 950s before
Stepson gets his
plot
disabled mom
lines.
pregnant. Oh, this is just gonna be like, these videos are so wild. Like the plot twist is gonna be that this guy like comes into like a fucking time machine and then it like rains on his prehistoric ancestors and then they fucking carry it forward into the future with like some bacteria from an alien planet. These are like always like, these are super wacky.
You just got Darman.
So 13 minutes? This is 12 minutes. Let's go.
Prince, here's Yolanda.
Who the heck is she?
My wife, your new mom. We just got married in Vegas.
Why the f is she in a wheelchair?
What the heck did you just say? Do you want to slap across your big stupid face?
Tim, control yourself. I'm sure your son didn't mean it like that.
Yes, I did. I don't want my mom to be some gross handicapped woman. Dad, she can't even cook for us in a wheelchair. And she's gonna steal from us. Clearly she only married you because you're white. Are you that blind?
Right, you are such a dumb child. Where are you learning this from? TikTok? Yolanda is the sweetest woman. And you are gonna stop it with this nonsense and you're gonna go to your...
Isn't Yolanda, or is it Yolandu? Isn't that the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy? The daddy guy?
room, you stupid child.
Yondu.
Don't be surprised, Dad,
Yolanda.
if she has a criminal record.
How should I steal from us?
Oh, it's Yondu, my bad.
What the heck is that, Tim? I'm sure your son is not going to accept us. I know I should have met him before we got...
Do you think she speaks just like an American, but they're like, we need you to do the Indian accent for this video?
Yolanda, I am so sorry. I can't believe his behavior. I wasn't expecting this. He has changed so much since going to college, but don't worry, I'm gonna beat him into accepting you.
No, Tim, that's not how we win someone's heart. We should win it with kindness and love. And he is just a kid. I'm sure I can win him over and change his mind.
Okay, we can try it your way, but if it doesn't work, I'm gonna kick his butt.
No, Tim, you know me. I wasn't raised that way. I don't wanna live in a house with abuse. Let's try and keep things peaceful here. He will always be our son, so we need to help him rather than abuse him.
This is why I love you, Yolanda, because you're smart and you're sweet and you talk reason to me. More women need to be like you.
Don't worry, Tim. I'll make him love me for sure.
My dad is clearly desperate to go after a woman in a wheelchair. I can't believe they actually got married and she's my mom, actually related to me.
Ryan?
Hey.
Okay, my guess is the plot twist is just that he rapes her, I guess. Is that... that sounds wild, but that's what I'm going for. Good luck.
I'll call you back. Stephen Hawking needs something.
Sorry, Ryan, to disturb
Shouldn't it be Stephanie Hawking?
you on phone. I made us a cake and would like to talk to you. Maybe we can get to know each other better.
That does look good. Cake is my favorite dessert. Did my dad tell you?
He may have, and I happen to be an excellent chef.
You can get around the kitchen like that?
You'll be surprised that all I can do in this wheelchair, Ryan. I'm actually quite active. And your dad also told me that you love playing basketball.
Yeah, I do.
Don't be surprised if I can ball you up in it.
What the heck is this? I don't like you. I don't need a new mom.
What?
Okay.
Wasn't he just remorseful right now?
I really do. I just kind of wanted a new son.
What do you mean?
Well, I was in a car accident that left me like this. A drunk driver hit us, killed my previous husband and son. He was about your age.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Look, Ryan, I'm not trying to fill a void with you or anything like that. And I don't know what you have against disabled people, but I'm just like anyone else. I'm human. I'm just looking for love. I love your dad, and I'm gonna try my hardest to love you too.
Whatever.
Bar
Are you
mitts.
done? Get out of my room. Stupid, desperate woman.
Who is this person back here? Are we supposed to know, or did I miss something?
Get out of my room.
Was it with his dad? Wait,
like a zombie.
yeah, who is that?
Yes, I'm sure it's her. I googled the news articles. If she finds out that I was the drunk driver that hit and ran her car, killed her husband and son, I'm in some serious trouble. So I have to do this. This is the only way to get rid of her. Seriously, she's like some saint. My dad won't leave her otherwise. She has him brainwashed. Thanks for these pills. It should do the job. Hey, Yolanda. You sleep well?
Ryan, oh my gosh, you're up early. Thank you for asking. That's different of you.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I'm going about this the wrong way.
Well, that's great to hear, Ryan.
You can call me son.
Oh, okay, son. Are you going to start calling me mom already?
Yeah. Sure, Mom.
I'm just kidding. We don't need to rush things. If I may ask, what suddenly made you change your mind?
Mom, I just realized how nice you are and how great you make my dad feel. I'm being selfish.
It's okay, Ryan. Well, I'm glad whatever the epiphany you had has made you accept me as your mom. Do you want any coffee?
No, but do you have any more cake?
Yeah, I have some in fridge. I'll get it for you.
Yep, full capsule. Not gonna notice that. It's the same tease.
What are you doing? I'm starting to see what my dad likes in you. Come on, you know you want it.
Ryan, no, stop. I don't want this. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
Oh, now she knows that. Now she has to go fuck him.
Oh my gosh. I need to tell Tim about
Skyrim
this.
dialogue.
He believes me.
Obliterated.
Why did she fall out of the chair? Wouldn't she just like slump back in the chair?
Yes.
And she's still holding onto the cup.
She's
She was
passed
reeling.
out. Now it's time to get to business.
Jesus Christ.
This should do the job.
Hot Cosby.
Oh my goodness. This is a miracle. Tim, City, are you here? I'm
Did it with
pregnant.
the straw.
What? By who?
You, silly.
But that's not possible. You know that I had a vasectomy. You know, after a child like Ryan, I didn't want him around having any more mistakes.
Tim, I haven't dated anyone. I googled it. There is a small 1% chance you can still get pregnant after vasectomy.
Oh my goodness.
Don't believe her.
This is a miracle, I guess.
Are you upset?
No, not at all. I'm just shocked.
Yes, it worked.
Ryan.
Wait. Follow me. Hold on. Wait. Come with me on this. Come with me on this. Come with me on this. Just a little bit. A little bit.
Oh, time to go crazy.
Do you think?
Paul Dano? The kid? Like, kind of. Just because of the hit. What? Bro, just turn it off. Just turn it off. What are you doing?
Elon. It could be. Like brother. Half brother. Genetically misconfigured brother. Absolutely could be. I'm strong Elon.
He got his
Musk vibes
face
off this guy.
mangled in a car accident.
Oh my
By the
goodness.
sun.
This is a miracle, I guess.
Are you upset?
No, not at all. I'm just shocked.
Yes, it worked.
That was the plan.
Yolanda, I just heard the good news. You're gonna be a mommy again? Well, a real one?
I guess so.
I guess I'm gonna be a daddy.
Maybe a brother. I don't think you'll be the daddy.
You're gonna keep lying to my dad, Yolanda? Dad, we've been sleeping together.
Stop this at once.
A few weeks ago, she accused me of trying to touch her and kiss her. I told you she was lying then, and now she's pregnant. And she can't hide this. Yolanda, tell my dad the truth finally. We've been sleeping together. I told you, Dad, you can't trust disabled women. They'll sleep with the next younger, hotter dude the first chance they get.
What is he talking about?
Ryan, this is so sick of you to say. How can you say this? I'm your stepmom and your dad's wife. Why would I do anything with you?
Then how did you get pregnant, Yolanda? My dad had a vasectomy. Do you really want to pretend that it's all a miracle?
Tim, I can promise you 100% I haven't done anything with Ren.
This is very confusing.
Can you hear me?
Dad, seriously,
Okay, I
I'm
can't
your
hear you,
son.
so.
You think I would lie to you about this?
Tim,
This should do it.
Oh yeah. Okay. I can.
Now,
Okay.
how are you, Steven? It's been a long time.
I'm doing great. Finishing something on stream in like 3 minutes, real quick. Has Ben joined yet, or? Hello? No. Okay, cool. No. All right, let me finish this.
And if what you're saying is true, then you still stuck with my wife. Why would I trust you after that?
Then why do you trust her?
And we can't even get a paternity test to prove this.
Seriously, Tim? You need one to believe me?
No, it's not that, Yolanda. It's just, you know, I have trust issues, and that this is all very confusing for me.
They have a test. They can even prove it's between relatives. Let's do the test. I promise you it's mine.
Right, what you're saying is that you slept with my wife? Now get that out of here. Leave, I need some space.
Fine, Dad. You know I wouldn't lie to you despite all that we've been through.
I don't leave you, moron.
I know this isn't easy for you, but this isn't easy for me.
These are some of the best lines in mutant history.
Along with the paternity test, if it helps prove to Tim, it puts him at ease after several intense tests.
The huge twist is that him and his son are actually twins. Biological twins, but one traveled near the speed of light, so they aged quicker, and so the DNA test comes back
Speed of
positive, not
light?
bad, because it's the same.
How would they travel the speed of light?
It is proven that Ryan is the father.
Never mind, fuck.
Upset? Yolanda worried and confused, knowing she didn't have any intercourse with Ryan.
Hey, Yolanda.
Tim, I
333
haven't seen you for
shiny.
weeks. It had
Hi, Ben. How are you?
Tim, I don't care what the test says.
Good.
I know
This
in
will be a
my
lot of fun.
heart I never done anything with Ryan. This is your
Ryan.
child inside me.
I know that you didn't do anything with Ryan.
You do?
Yolanda, I had a deep talk with Ryan, and now I know everything.
Under
tell you?
160.
God, tell me the truth.
And did you beat him up?
You know, no, Yolanda, you'd be happy to know that I did it with love and care. I took him out to dinner, we talked, and listen to him, he is a really deeply troubled child, and I haven't really done it myself since I raised him.
Oh, Tim, you're trying your best as a single father.
I know, it's hard, but no excuses. So I got the truth from him, and it is really disgusting and reeky, but he told me everything, and it is his child inside of you.
No, Tim, he's not telling the truth. I'm telling you, we never did anything together.
Yolanda, please wait. I know you didn't do anything with Ryan. He told me that he slipped some pills in your coffee the morning you made love.
Oh my gosh, I knew I felt really weird after that. It was strange.
I know, you told me, and well, he got you pregnant while you passed out.
Oh my goodness, what?
Yeah, it was really hard for him to admit.
So now what? What do you do? What do you mean?
Hey, look, I mean, he's just a child, so it's okay for him. When he was 16, he got drunk at a party, and he was reckless, and he had a woman and her family, and he drove away, and well, that family was yours.
Did he kill my husband and son? And he just told you all this?
No, Yolanda, I knew about that way before you met me.
What?
He divided in the evening, and I helped him hide all the evidence.
This is disgusting, Tim.
I know, but I have to come to you after I to make sure that you're okay, and I research you a lot, and the more that I follow you, the more I have feelings for you. So you see us meeting is not by accident.
Tim, I don't know what to say. This is also devastating for me. Your son took advantage of me and killed my family.
I'm your family.
Please, Tim, I'm a patient woman. This is all too much for me to hear. Leave me alone. I need time to process. This is truly sickening.
I am sorry, Yolanda. I didn't really help you.
Tim, it's you that needs help.
Yolanda, desperate, called her relatives and confided in them with the incidences that took place. She was encouraged to notify the police who investigated and arrested Ryan for his hit and run accident, as well as drugging and intentionally getting Yolanda pregnant. They also arrested Tim for aiding and abetting Ryan in the accident, as well as stalking and falsely marrying Yolanda. Tim begged for Yolanda's mercy, and she eventually forgave him, which reduced his sentence and encouraged Ryan to seek the help he needed through various hospitals and therapy. Yolanda had a beautiful baby boy and raised him well. She refused any visitation rights from Tim and Ryan. What's done in the dark will always come to light. Be honest and respectful to others. The truth will always be the best path to take.
What the hell was that?
Rogan like visibly hesitates for a couple seconds. He's like, "Yeah, we're good." It's like, this is the funniest thing I've ever accidentally done. Okay.
That is funny.
Okay, I'm here. Also, my stream is in mute, so I'm saying crazy. Did I just miss a good story?
Medium.
Oh shit. Okay.
I had a dream. The reason I ask about Ben, I had a dream where I had this like nasty conflict. We just like hit it off. I met him and it was like, it was just really bad. And I was just thinking, I was wondering, I was like, why? Like, anyway, I'm pumped you guys are here. This will be really fun. So, Steven, if you're cool with going first, I flipped a coin and that's what it landed on. And yeah, ready to roll?
Jesus. Yeah, wait, hold on. Am I crazy? Did they change? How do you make the thing zoom like a grid instead of showing the active speaker thing?
Oh, that's right. I think if they're on the top right, one of the corners will be a little icon that says view.
Oh.
And it'll have a bunch of little squares.
Cool. Okay. Gotcha. Wait, hold on.
You guys are enjoying your summer? I can't believe it's like, we're almost done with June. Like I feel like I just started.
Man, that video was so good in the middle, and the end was like really trash.
I feel like I haven't heard that question since I was in high school.
If you're enjoying your summer?
Yeah, what the fuck am I gonna do in the summer? It's hot. It makes my computer run worse.
Does it really?
Too much sunlight. It's horrible all around.
Oh, summer is like my favorite time of year. I love it. Well, usually. But I'm trying to, yeah. So anyway, it's gonna be fun. Let me know if you're ready. And wait, what I should do, that's right. If you guys will do a quick sound test, if you can do a 1, 2, 3 for me, please. We'll start with you, Steven.
1, 2, 3, hello.
Cool, and then Ben, please.
1, 2, 3, hello.
Perfect, okay. And let me just do this. Cool. So what I'm gonna do is, just gonna start
Modern day?
just to see that everything is
What
good.
are they
The connection should be
debating
good,
about?
like no problems yesterday. And then we'll be rocking and rolling, so.
Oh, Ben Burgess.
Just in case, I don't think it'll happen, but there's like a storm here, so if I get disconnected, it's because God hates me.
You got it. Let's see here. Main. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Let's flip these. Cool. Okay. Excellent. I'm going to go on and do a cold open where I'll kick it over to you, Steven.
God will not be
wait, here I
kind.
go.
Is this rent control?
Give me
What
like
is this about?
39 seconds. Also, wait, what is our topic for this? Exactly?
Israel-Palestine.
That's it. That's the topic. Israel-Palestine. Just that.
Do you want me to? I'm happy to go first if you want to kind of, do it that way. I just said I didn't care,
Toilets.
so
Okay. Ben will go first. Let me search real quick. Hold on a sec.
Okay.
Cool. Can you hear that, Ben?
What? The answer is apparently no. I don't hear anything.
Oh,
The
okay.
voice.
There's a soundboard and it's like custom, so you can like add your own. It's not fancy. But you can add anything you want. So
He's
like
beaming.
Undertaker's gong noise, or
That's fun.
just-
Yeah. I don't hear it.
oh, but it's really cool, and
Have to
I'm
get it.
excited though.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm a huge Star Wars fan, Ben. Did you know that?
Did not know that, but I know it.
You know, not all the
He's
shows
Justin
are great.
Hard
I
right
didn't
now.
really like Obi-Wan. I thought Boba Fett was better than people, were saying. Are you a Star Wars fan?
But you're like, I mean, I like the original trilogy a lot. I'm not. I certainly didn't love the prequels.
I get that.
Okay.
But yeah, and remind me, you live in the Northeast, right?
No, it's legitimately confusing because I probably moved around a couple times since I met you, but no, I live now. I live on the West Coast. I was in California for like the last year, and I'm actually down in Mexico for a couple months over the summer, but like just in Mexico. It's like if the border didn't exist, it would be absorbed into suburban San Diego kind of Mexico.
Cool. I like that.
Oh, he's a TJ?
Yeah,
I guess.
it's nice.
He's with Mini Dombey.
I mean, I'm not like at it. I'm on like a hill overlooking it, but I've got a nice view of the ocean while we're talking, so I certainly don't hate that.
Oh, I hear
Is he
you.
gambling?
Oh.
Okay.
Is it steak sponsor?
Cool. All right. So what I'll do is I'll do that cold open, and then I'll kick it over to you, Ben, and then I'll kick it over to Destiny after that. But yeah, thanks for being here, guys. This is fun. I enjoy this, and so here I go with that cold open in 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Israel versus Palestine, and we are starting right now with Ben's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Dr. Ben Burgess. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. So I know we have very limited time for these openings, but I just want to quickly sketch out why I don't think my country, which is of course also Stephen's country, should be supporting Israel. Not in general, and certainly not right now, while Israel is committing really jaw-dropping crimes against the civilian population of Gaza. I have a problem with the last several decades of U.S.-Israeli alliance because I think Israel is an apartheid state, and it's bad to support apartheid states. I realize that apartheid is going to sound like hyperbole to a lot of people's ears tonight. Silly radical leftist stuff. It's probably an exaggeration. But I think it's a simple fact. Israel has ruled over millions of West Bank and Gaza Palestinians for 57 years since Lyndon Johnson was president of this country without giving them citizenship. During some parts of that 57-year period, there's been some level of pretense that this was a temporary military occupation, not a long-term absorption of the territory. But now that pretense is long gone. Israel's current prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has said over and over again that there will never, under any circumstances, be a Palestinian state. In other words, we're never, ever going to leave, and we're never, ever going to give you guys equal rights. We're just going to keep ruling over you as rightsless, non-citizen intervention until the end of time. That's the explicit policy. And of course, even decades before Netanyahu first took office, Israel was building cities of its own citizens on this allegedly temporarily occupied land. Between 5 and 10% of Israeli Jews, depending on which numbers you believe, live in West Bank settlements, about 500,000 people. And what there's been since 1967 has, in essence, been a single apartheid state from the river to the sea. Israeli settlers in the West Bank are considered for every legal purpose to live in Israel rather than living abroad. They vote in Israeli elections when they're accused of crimes. They're tried in real civilian courts, not military courts. Their Palestinian neighbors lack all of these rights. And that's the West Bank, where the form the occupation takes is positively soft compared to Gaza. Nobody is dropping 2,000-pound bombs on tent cities full of terrified refugees in the West Bank. Ruling over a huge non-citizen population for decades.
The dumb bombs. You forgot the dumb part of it.
Dehumanization, where the inevitable resistance, some of which, to be sure, takes forms I find morally indefensible, is met with increasingly brutal forms of collective punishment of the entire population. So after the most extreme right-wing government in Israel's history took office a couple of years ago, 2023 was the worst year on record for settler pogroms against the non-citizen population in the West Bank. And at the same time, the U.S. and Israel were pushing a strategy of regional normalization at the expense of the Palestinians, which would have taken away the last card Palestinians still had in their hands, which was the nominal...
Alone? He is not alone. I might get banned though. If I
I've only been on for like 15 minutes. I don't want to stream for multiple hours.
Oh.
Baby, where can go buy microphone? Do you know? Where?
Market.
Yeah, where?
Yeah, no shit.
Is there one close by? You know? Okay, I'm not going to stream for 6 hours on a dog shit mic, so I'm going to end stream, and then I'll repost. I'm going to go buy a new mic, and I'll be back in an hour or something, because I don't want to fucking sit here and stream all day and know, like, it'll tilt me knowing that you guys are hearing it being scuffed. Like, it'll drive me fucking insane. It might just be the cord. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I have another cord. I have a SIM cord. If the cord's it, then we don't have to leave. Because this cord, the cord I use for my controller is the exact same cord. Okay, hold on.
Are we going back or not? Zeno's going off on
sex
John
and all of that,
yesterday.
but like there's no sexual desire. It's like looking upon a god or a celestial being. Like, would you want to fuck an angel? Some of you freaks probably would, but no, it's just like, I would only want to worship. Like, if he tried to fuck me, I would be like, no. Like, he's so beautiful.
What?
that sound better? Did the cord affect it? Or is it the cord fucked? Is it not the cord? Better? We're chilling? Better so far. Okay, hold on. Let me unplug it real fast.
Maybe I'll watch it after I come back. What the It doesn't want to load. There we go.
I guess whatever else we would need to from that country. Hopefully nothing major in the future. But
Another 20 hot
Israel is also a key
chocolate.
strategic ally in terms of intelligence that they collect on U.S. enemies, especially Iran. And I think that Israel probably serves as a good partner for countries like the United States in conjunction with Saudi Arabia against the Iranian axis of Iran and Syria and kind of Iraq. I think that if you care about rights of Palestinians that exist in Israel, I think that's even more important for the United States to be seen as an ally for Israel, because I think that the United States has been an important partner historically for Israel to push them towards peaceful settlements of issues. Without the United States as a partner, I don't know if Israel would have the same motivations to even consider moving in those directions. I think that the United States also provides an important restriction on Israeli military actions. For some reason, people seem to repeat the rumor that they feel like Israel's army is not conducting itself in a way that's adherent to any rules of law. If you think that, you only have to look to the north, to the east, or to the south to see that there are far, far, far worse ways to conduct war that is probably standard for the region. And Israel very clearly operates far above and beyond any of the norms set by any of its neighbors, including the ones that they're fighting right now. And I think that without any kind of alliance with the United States, I think that I think that Israel would conduct itself probably in a far harsher manner, and I think it would be worse towards everybody in the region, anybody that you'd want to protect. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks very much for that opening as well. We're going to jump into the open dialogue. Folks, if you happen to have a question, you can submit it if you @ me in the Modern Day Debate live chat. If you do a super chat, that pushes your question to the top of the list. And for this gentleman, shooting for roughly equal time. So if you can do me a favor, keep in mind that the other person will want to speak approximately the same amount as you. And with that, you guys kick it off. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
Yeah, so I basically heard three kinds of reasons there. One is broadly pragmatic reasons that trading partner intelligence, and one is frankly what sounded to me like a lot of whataboutism, that Israel, as bad as it might be, is at least better than other countries in the region or other places. And then the third was in between, which was the leverage argument that if the United States weren't providing financial and military assistance and diplomatic cover to Israel, then it would act even worse. And I think that last one gets us to why I actually don't know that I agree that the disagreement is going to boil down to sort of fine-grained questions about the fact of the matter rather than inferences and underlying principles. Because, it seemed to me that if, China were sending massive amounts of military hardware to Russia for the war in Ukraine, and sometimes half-heartedly pushed Russia toward moderating some of their crimes or accepting temporary ceasefire details with Ukrainians. As a Chinese dissident, I don't think you would say that, yep, they should keep sending Russia giant bombs to drop on Ukrainian cities because they lose leverage with Russia if they didn't do that, right? And it also seems, next thing I'd say before throwing it back, that on that general topic, even on a pragmatic level, it seems very implausible that Israel would be as able to hold out for as long as it has away from withdrawing to its 1967 borders if it didn't have this colossus in its corner providing it with military assistance, providing it with that UN Security Council. It does seem very plausible to me that that taking that away would make Israel less bold in what it does. But even if it doesn't, even if we can't stop Israel from doing a lot of what it does, then it still seems to me that it's better to at least not help them to commit these atrocities.
Okay, so I guess just two quick things. I really don't like comparisons for Israel-Palestine to other regions of the world because there are so many things that are disanalogous that it makes it difficult for any comparisons to hold any weight. So when we talk as a Chinese citizen for China supporting Russia, and then for Russia to, like, how would we feel as a Chinese person if we thought that China was holding Russia back, but they were still sending them weapons? It's hard to imagine that because Russia is the most aggressive player, like, in that entire region. So it's hard to compare them. Like, if Russia was surrounded by a bunch of far more terrible Russias, then maybe that argument would hold water. But the fact that Russia is, like, uniquely acting in a territorially aggressive way in Europe right now, makes it a hard point of comparison to Israel and Palestine, is the first thing. And then the second thing, for without support, like, Israel would withdraw to the 67 borders without military allies or whatever. That's a hard argument considering that we just said we weren't going to engage in whataboutism. But I mean, I would remind the audience that Israel conquered through those 67 borders without really having any foreign allies. So the idea that without foreign allies they would be pushed back, I guess it's possible, but I mean, they are a nuclear power. I don't know if that would be the case. To run down the three different reasons that we gave, I just want to make sure that we're, like, living in the same world here. On the first thing, so we mentioned pragmatic reasons. You brought up the term whataboutism, and then we used the leverage argument. For the first thing, do we agree that there are pragmatic reasons for the United States to be allies with Israel? So pragmatic reasons might be things like they're good trading partners, there's some geostrategic advantage in having, like, a harbor for the Mediterranean because there's access to the Middle East militarily. Do we agree that those pragmatic reasons exist and are real?
I think that there could be some pragmatic reasons like that are real, although I also think that the United States probably loses a lot from its deeply entrenched alliance with a country that outrages an awful lot of the world an awful lot of the time, particularly in the Middle East. But I'm honestly less interested in that one way or the other than I am in the general question of whether it's good to provide support to an apartheid state. And I know that you're going to disagree with that characterization, but I mean, I kind of laid out the case earlier.
Yeah, we'll get there.
For why the shoe fits. That B is engaged in absolutely massive destruction and displacement against its internal non-citizen population. I think that even if that turned out to be something that that had more pragmatic pluses or minuses from, a pure national self-interest perspective, which I'm not actually sure that it does. But even if it did, that still seems like something that people of conscience should be against.
Okay, so I'm just going to return to the first thing. Sure. For the pragmatic reasons, do we then agree, not like there could be, but there are pragmatic, I think we either have to agree here or we can argue this particular point. Do we agree, for instance, do we trade with Israel? Do we get, like, military intelligence from Israel? Are these things that we factually agree on, or do we disagree here, or?
I think that those are both true, but I also think continuing down that would be pretty unproductive because remember that what I just said is that while I'm not sure that the pluses outweigh the minuses overall, that's not actually, I think, the ultimate source of the disagreement, because, if we went over all the pluses in excruciating detail and all the minuses pragmatically in excruciating detail, where we would still be left with at the end of all of that is, okay, if it's pragmatically good for the sake of argument, from the perspective of pure national self-interest, is this something that means that we should just sort of swallow all of the obvious moral objections to doing that, or do those objections still hold water?
Sure. So Nazi Germany could have been a good trading partner for the United States. I'm not saying that just because we trade with them, it necessarily means that, well, now you have to accept my argument. You could accept, for sake of argument, that, yeah, there are pragmatic reasons to be allied with Israel, but there are other issues that we have with the country that far outweigh any pragmatic gain, and maybe even down the road, maybe those become unpragmatic because of how much those, like, moral crimes, I guess, weigh against us and our support for them in the region, etc. I'm just trying to make sure we're, like, in the same universe right now in terms of like what we agree on. Do we agree, for instance, that we do trade with Israel, that we export things to Israel and Israel buys them from us? Do we agree that there are like concrete military things that we get, like missile data or intelligence in Iran? Do we agree that these are things that we get from Israel? There are pragmatic reasons to be aligned with Israel. Do we agree just in that one arena? It doesn't mean that that's it, that's the whole argument. There's pragmatic reasons, so we have to do it. But do we just agree that these things exist?
Again, I've got to say, this is a really strange thing to press down on, because I didn't make the slightest objection to any of that earlier, and I think I explained why I don't think that would matter if the pluses outweigh the minuses. And I also think that we're not probably in a great position to figure out if the pluses outweigh the minuses. To me, that's much less clear than the calculus about justice. But sure, do those particular pluses exist? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
To macro out a little bit, when I have conversations on this topic, there's a lot of whack-a-mole that goes on. There's a lot of hopping between a ton of different things, and it's hard for people to actually agree like on any actual substance of reality of like what has happened. I'm just trying to hammer down these points so that we have some foundation of agreement. We could agree. We could have an agreement on the next two questions that I have, which is about the three things you brought up. We could agree on all three of those things and still disagree on conclusions. I'm just trying to see that we're in the same world, descriptively, reality. That's all I'm trying to do right now. There's no setup for a gotcha. There's no like, well, since you agreed with this, you have to agree with this. It's merely just saying that we like have the same factual foundation. So we do agree that there are pragmatic reasons to be aligned with Israel. There might be other reasons why we shouldn't be, but we agree that those pragmatic reasons exist, right?
Yes, I agree that we trade with Israel. I'm sure that there's military intelligence from Israel. I've never heard anybody deny either of those things.
Okay, that's good. Okay. So, the second point that you brought up, you called it whataboutism, but it has to do with Israel being better than other places. Do you disagree with the fact that Israel is generally better in almost every measurable way compared to basically every other country in the Middle East when it comes to freedom, equal rights, democratic representation of people, standards of living, LGBT stuff, whatever? Or do you disagree with that? Do you think that other countries in this region can make a stronger claim to those things when it comes to the rights that the people are afforded or the representation of those people?
I don't think it matters. I think that the question, and this actually gets us back to, since I really do not want to get lost in this, right? This gets back to something you said a minute ago, where you said, "Oh, I don't really like comparing Israel to what's going on with Israel-Palestine to anything that's going on in other regions of the world, because of course there are lots of differences between regions." Like, yeah, of course there are going to be lots of differences between regions, but I think if you're thinking about general principles and you want to make sure that you're being consistent, you absolutely have to be willing to do those comparisons. So, to directly answer your question, look, I think if you're an Israeli citizen, I think that they are, you all do have more democratic rights than citizens of various completely non-democratic Middle Eastern countries. I think that if you are a Palestinian living under Israeli occupation, in many ways you probably have less rights than a lot of people do in some of those countries. But I also think that if that's the thing that we're arguing about, we're not actually arguing about what matters, because it could be true that literally every single person in Israel has more rights than every single person in some list of countries, which you think are the only countries that we should bring up when we're thinking about Israel-Palestine because they're close to it. And it could nevertheless be true that the treatment of millions of Palestinians for the last 57 years does fall under any reasonable definition of apartheid, and that it is very, very bad, even in general, that we're aligned with this country. Never mind that we're aligned with this country right now at a time when it's carried out this systematic campaign of destruction of the conditions of normal life in Gaza, and it's displaced literally millions of people.
okay, I agree that these can all be problems that can supersede any of the agreements that we have here. Again, to reiterate, I'm just trying to make sure that we live in the same world with the same reality. That's the only reason I'm trying to like iron out these ground questions so that we don't hop back to them later and that we can build on whatever arguments we both have from here. When I said before, I don't like comparing Israel-Palestine to other regions or to other conflicts, it's because the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is really unique. So when somebody says, well, would you allow this country to do that thing, and they invoke other countries with very dissimilar circumstances, I feel like there is a whole bunch of like moral baggage that's being carried along from the other examples, and that's why I don't tend to like to compare those things. You would have to change those examples to.
I'm more of a might is right person, so that's why I go with Russia and Israel.
Citizens, both Jewish and Palestinian, to other countries in the region. And sometimes I feel like people are either not completely honest, or they don't want to say that, or they don't want to admit that because they think it's like ceding some other part of the argument. I would posit, I would submit that it is incredibly clear that the citizens of Israel, whether you're Palestinian or Jewish, enjoy much greater freedoms, much greater rights, much greater economic opportunity, much greater educational opportunity, basically in almost every single conceivable way, setting aside the people in the West Bank of the Gaza Strip at the moment, than any other Arab in any other surrounding country. I feel like that's like almost impossible to contest, but it seems hard for people to give that. I'm just curious if you feel the same, or if you feel like you can also say that like, well, sure, I guess it's true, but it's not really relevant to any of the arguments we're about to make. That's fine as well. But I'm just curious if you agree with that or disagree with that, or.
Yeah. So again, if the question is about comparison, and it's really important that we sort of keep track of the boundaries you put on this comparison, because I think all the action is going to be on the other side of those boundaries. So if we're comparing, sure, standard of living, rights, freedoms of Israeli citizens, Jewish or Palestinian, to people in just the countries that you're willing to compare them to.
To be clear, those are countries in the region.
Well, hold on though, right? Like I do want to, because you said a bunch of things. I want to make sure none of them get lost, right? So because that is like a much bigger disagreement that we're having here, whether only other countries in the Middle East get to be relevant, and I think that's a good way of not applying consistent standards to only take into account other countries in the Middle East. But yes, if we're only going to count other Middle Eastern countries and we're only interested in Israeli citizens, then I think all of that is broadly true. I mean, this is, and I don't think that's a concession. I think that's just a separate point.
Yeah, none of these are concessions, by the way. I'm just seeing if we agree on these points. That's it. Yeah.
Sure. I'm just trying to make sure people can track like how this relates to the original argument, right? Because this is a.
You should have brought pizza to this debate. You could have reformed the pizza memes, but no.
Kind of critique of Israel that I laid out earlier, and whereas if you stop just comparing the Palestinian citizens of Israel to only people who live in various dictatorships and monarchies nearby, and start comparing them to people, to minority groups in Western democracies, I think in many ways you do see significantly more, discrimination in the Israeli case.
I forgot that 100% English speaking standard they have in Israel. Dude, Ben's just gonna be bad faith. Should have brought the pizza.
This is stupid. By our country supporting Israel are the charge of apartheid and the charge of ethnic cleansing in the last 9 months in Gaza. And of course, neither of those are about the Israeli Arabs, right? Those are about Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza for the first one, and most of the Palestinians in Gaza for the second one. And it's true, right, that there is this population of Palestinian families who ended up on the Israeli side of the line after 1948, who were eventually, granted most of the same rights as Israeli Jews. But it doesn't follow from that, and I know you're not saying it is, but I really just want this to be clear for the larger point, right? It doesn't follow from those people not having been denied these rights on the basis of their ethnicity that there aren't millions of other people in Greater Israel Israel, right? Israel's existed since 1967, who are denied basic legal rights on the basis of their ethnicity, quite openly on the grounds that even while Israel is building cities full of its own citizens in there, even while a significant percentage of the Israeli Jewish population is moving there,
Monologue,
very explicitly on the grounds
Andy.
that if we granted all of these people citizenship, then that would take away the Jewish character of the state. So we can't do that. So to my mind, this is a little bit like saying, yeah, you could vote if you were a black person in New York State in 1940. Therefore, no one in the United States in 1940 was denied the right to vote because they were black. I mean, there are people who have these rights in Israel despite being Arab, but there are also millions of people who are denied these rights because they're Arab.
Okay, so to be clear, there is no such thing as denying their rights because of their race in Israel. We earlier said that there are some 2 million Palestinian, I think 20% of Israel's population in Israel proper are Palestinian Israeli citizens. Their ethnicity does not factor in here to their rights that are afforded to them. People that have rights in the West Bank or don't have rights in the West Bank, that is determined upon citizenship lines. And if you are an Israeli citizen, you're granted more rights, obviously, because you're a citizen. If you are a resident or non-citizen, you are granted less rights. Now, as to the the occupation, whether that's good or bad, or whether there are issues there, is a separate conversation. Obviously, there are issues. Obviously, this is a situation you don't want going on for a long period of time. But I think it's important, especially for arguments we're going to do later, to note that the claim that rights are doled out based on your ethnicity is simply not true. That's the one part there. You said that it's not fair to compare them to minority groups, it's not fair to compare them to other people in the region, but we should compare them to minority groups in Western democracies. I think that when you're making any comparison on anything, you're always looking for the most like things to compare them to. Israel is a country that very much exists in the Middle East, and that goes along with everything else that is part and parcel of being in the Middle East, including the ways that your neighbors do combat against you, the ways that their governments run, the ways that they engage with you. The idea that
Ben thinks that just because Great Britain took over Israel after the 20s, after World War I, that they all speak English suddenly. What a retard. They're not all three-head bongers.
To analyze Israel in that way, I think is a little silly. I can get into that.
White, by the way.
Okay, so going back to these three. Wait, hold on. Wait.
White Israeli.
You did it simpler, but I'm just trying to. It feels like you're trying to head off like every potential argument. I'm not even on the road to making an argument. I'm just trying to agree. When I gave my opening argument, you said that you could group my arguments into 3 broad categories. So I'm just seeing that we have a factual agreement on 3 broad categories. The first one was the pragmatic reasons. We seem to agree. The second one was that the Israeli citizens seem to enjoy more rights than other people in their region. Maybe not to Western countries. We seem to agree on that. And then the third argument you said was the leverage argument. Do you agree that the West has historically and currently provides leverage against actions that Israel might otherwise take if the West wasn't providing that leverage?
Okay, so I want to start out with the first 2 things you said, because I think they're really important. So one, you said that I was saying it wasn't fair to compare Israel to other states in the Middle East. That's not true. That's not what I said. I said that we shouldn't artificially restrict the comparison to other states in the Middle East. I think everywhere is fair grounds for comparison, although I think there's also some irony to saying that it's not easy to compare Israel to Western countries because you should compare it to what it's most like, when of course Israel's...
Okay, yeah, we're done with that.
She stops and I go back to bed. Last time happened 3 times. She sleep sucked me 3 times. Sounds like rape. I mean, I'm cool with it. It's not like I ever tell her no. Every time I wake up, I'm just like, oh. And I'm like, oh, nice. I'm like, oh, I'm way too tired to get into this. She stops and I'm like, okay. And I go back to sleep. But she's, on her period, she's gotten so fucking horny. She's out here sleep sucking me, bro. Who does that? Who sleep sucks? That's insane. I will tell you,
Factory Atlas almost done.
It sounds
1 trillion
like the other way
research
sounds really
points.
cool.
Julia, can you please stop sucking my cock so much? It's crazy.
Like when she was sleeping, it would be. I think it'd be cool for me to stick my dick in her mouth, but for some reason that feels rapey. But what she's doing doesn't feel like raped. Am I coping? Am I a victim, chat? Am I a rape victim? I don't know. I just feel like I can't put my cock in her mouth when she's sleeping. Just do that. Oh, they do. Unpaid. Or prosies just suck your cock 3 times a night for no reason. Raped, by the way. Yeah. Raped by the tranny. Raped by you, raped by everyone. I'm just a fucking victim. Kindly drop your Discord link here. There's a panel below the screen you can click. And there's also, you can type !point Discord. Either one of those should work for you. Oh yeah, I should ask about codes, see if we have any more codes for Bet Hype today. Got any free money for the boys. I still think those free $10 and $5 codes for 500 and 1K wagered respectively are active. So if you hit those levels today, those are linked in the Discord. Any active code, any codes hanging around today?
You know what? I'm gonna say it. KH1 was a way better game than KH2. Because you actually thought you were gonna get something in KH2, but you didn't. You just got more BS. Why enjoy that more? This is like a Zoomer take. I like KH2 more. I waited so long for that game to come out, and then it came out, and then not even close to being finished, and then you have to wait 20 more years. What the hell is that crap?
Hold on. First Super Bonus I've spun in a long time. Mamma mia.
I don't think I'm gonna buy it.
Okay.
After I learned about like the entire lore, it just
that
made me so angry about how literal content that
get some over here
lore
too.
was.
Some on the right side.
He pretended like he was gonna be crazy, but
I just realized we haven't had a single rainbow yet.
they had no idea
There it
the
is.
first place. It's like Hideo Kojima.
Turbo
making
shit
Death
for you.
Stranding.
Okay, gonna need another one, brother. That really ain't doing
Expectations
that
were
really ain't
way
doing
too
me any
high.
justice. Oh yeah, definitely gonna need you dropping another one, big guy. It's literally a full board. Please drop in a fucking
Maybe
rainbow, you
everyone
piece
thought
of
it was
shit.
gonna be like
It's gonna
another
fuck me.
Final Fantasy VII
God, I
or
hope
something.
whoever made this game gets fucking AIDS. I really do. I really hope whoever made this game gets fucking AIDS. It's so satanic. Alright, Dash said he will be making codes in just a minute. Try better tonight. Is the 35 extra on the bonus amount or holding better than taking it's I think it's cumulative, like a standard pretty like the standard one. Like the standard 30x requirement. So if you put in 100 oh shit, hold on. If you put 100, you get 200, it'd be 7,000 wager. If it's a 35x.
Let's see a more productive debate.
Compare notes.
Okay.
On
Last one was unproductive.
Oh, one of my favorite things
Isn't it?
about it.
Without stage.
Causality is absolutely true. Given these initial conditions, this is what will happen afterwards.
That's the physicist in you
That's the
speaking.
physicist in you speaking. So if you take it to its logical conclusion, then there is no free will because everything is predetermined by things that
everything has an antecedent.
Whether you know it or not, something is causing it to happen.
Something precipitated the thing that caused the thing that made
it's
that
always
happen.
going to happen. But there is also stochastic uncertainty in the universe. It's built in. There's randomness. There's unpredictability. Yeah, and so you have to ask. I think
Was it
if you're a
Heisenberg's
physicist,
uncertainty principle?
What level of chaos actually affects you to the extent that you could actually make an instantaneous decision based on other stuff that's not necessarily in your past experiences or what you have just seen in your current environment.
But wouldn't all those past experiences and your current environment, despite the fact that if you're introducing an element of chaos so that you've never experienced this ever before, your experiences that you have had would then inform your decision about the thing that you've never experienced.
Your inform is the word.
Oh.
Is it inform
Rather than
or dictate?
predicate. Right.
Or require. Right. That's the thing there. Yeah. Let's say you're in a room with a whole bunch of audience members. You tell a joke.
Right.
It falls flat. In that moment, you have many things you could do to turn it into a laugh point.
True.
Right? You hear silence and you'd be like, oh, that was good. And then everyone laughs. Or, so you make some
Or
sort
is
of
this
comment.
mic on? You know,
Yeah, this is exactly what Northern Light does.
What do you do? Do you have the freedom to choose one of several choices that you had designed from your past, that you're prepared to deal with that eventuality? Or is the choice made for you already?
But if he was less experienced, he might not dig out of that hole as effectively or efficiently.
Exactly.
But if you've been in 100 cases where you had a joke bomb, you have data on how to pull out of it.
Exactly.
So statistically, you have a chance of getting people
And it
to
happens
smile.
instantaneously. You don't even realize that it's happening.
It's in the moment.
So it's in the moment. Right.
Did you have free will to not?
See, that's right. So now that would be interesting because here you are.
I would say if you bombed and you didn't know what to do, that you didn't have free will. You're like, well, it's probably like a psychotic mind state at that point. So you are locked into a predetermined path, pretty much.
In a place where.
So it doesn't really work with psychology. Soft sciences and hard sciences don't really mix.
Your instinct, your training, and your
10,000
desire,
10,000 hours, whatever it is,
will, as a reflex, cause you to say this, this, and this, and then people go, "Wow, that was great! Look how he turned it around."
So, Charles, can I say in that comment that he preloaded his neurosynapses so that in that moment they all tripped.
Right.
They tripped meaning triggered to go to the solution to that problem.
Right.
The same is true.
But then I wouldn't have free will at that point.
That's
It
what
would
I'm
just
saying.
be a response. What I would have is a response to a situation, not necessarily. I wasn't really choosing that.
It chose it for you.
It chose it for me.
You have 5 choices, and then your system chooses one of the 5 or
in that moment.
In that moment, right? And so in that moment, you are not exercising free will. Did you set it up, though, with free will in the past so that you could react this way deterministically, but you actually were in control of the circumstance, right? Here's another physical example of that. A football player is trying to sack a quarterback. The quarterback jukes left. The person trying to sack the QB doesn't have enough time to think about whether to move left or right or up or down. It has to react based on years of training and practice and experience. So in that moment, that action is not free. But in the setting up of that moment, if it was free enough, does that constitute free will? From a physics perspective, it might not. Then again, from a psychological point of view or from a biological point of view, it might.
Wait, what good are you if you're not landing on one side or the other? I don't need you to say, it could be this, it could be that. And I'm right both ways. Whichever
Hey, stop there. JJ McCullough points his finger of shame at you.
Actual answer is, I was right.
Yeah. Well, he's saying, I don't really have the free will to make that determination. I'm going to be right or wrong.
He wants the
Let's just ask an
content.
opinion. In my opinion, I would like to have free will exist in this universe, even though philosophically it can be argued that it does not exist.
Are you happy with a world where you perceive free will even if it isn't?
Maybe. This has to do with the movie Arrival, right, starring Amy Adams,
Yes.
where if you know how your future is going to turn out, would you like to live your life anyway? Right? And the answer is yes, I would. But I still would like to think that the future is not yet predetermined.
Is your outlook good on? If you take it in a good outlook, then yeah, you would want to continue it. But if it's a negative outlook, you wouldn't want to, obviously.
No, but I know what, it's different. I'm not saying it's predetermined and you know it. I'm saying, would you still be happy with life if some alien said, look, dude, your life is predetermined. There's nothing you can do about it. Keep on believing you have free will. And then they go back to their planet.
You're a puppet on a string.
A puppet on a string.
That's
from a free will puppet.
You're a free will puppet on a string.
What I would say in that case is that I would hope that the knowledge that I have that puppet on the string circumstance allows me to circumvent it.
You're gonna circumvent okay. First of all, you discovered a superordinate species to your own, and now you're gonna circumvent that entire social paradigm in one lifetime. Like for this guy, it's probably like another 50 years. Like, what are you talking about?
I can find a way.
How is this logical at
it's
all?
Fate, right? You've seen so many Greek mythology stories where you tried to avoid the fate of whatever the gods have
And the
destined
act
for
of
you.
avoiding it
And the act
makes
of
it
avoiding
makes it happen.
Like Oedipus, for example.
Oedipus
Right.
would be the most
Famous of those.
egregious
Yeah.
example. Yes.
Sorry.
So the bottom line is, yes, I would still be satisfied with trying to do something different, because even the illusion of trying to do something different is in itself a form of free will.
That's a Jordan Peterson Sisyphus take. Complete copium.
Physics-wise, though,
it's not.
That's the challenge.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Neil, if you had to right now decide that free will does exist or doesn't exist, what would you prefer?
My think.
It's actually black-pilled, but the copium works.
Over the recent years, because I didn't used to think about this at all, the thinking over recent years is leaning towards the absence of free will for practically everything we think and do in our lives. And I base that on the fact that over time, things that we have done as people in our species at one time was you are totally to blame for that, or something you did, or something you. We've learned, no, this person is more susceptible than you are to addiction.
Right.
There's a biochemistry there. This person cannot just be made the life of the party because they're on the autism spectrum. They don't control that in the way you might think they should, just because you're the life of the party.
Wait, so was he on the no free will side? I can't tell now.
As you add up all of these things, let's go back to epilepsy, where before that was even a word, you were occupied by the devil. Did you do something bad? Or, well, you knew it was not, everyone knew you were not in control of it. But today, no one is saying, did you have the free will to not have an epileptic seizure? Of course not. Do you have the free will to not be depressed? The person who's ready to jump off the bridge, in that instant, do they have the free will to not jump off the bridge? I don't think so. And the more I add up and explore the human condition, I'm forced to conclude that the direction we are headed is that we are all products of an absence of free will. And as a result, society needs more compassion for people who do not otherwise fit in.
He would probably, I don't know, it's kind of an autistic take that I have, but he'd probably agree with it that there's this theory that, let me just look it up, human population cap graph growth limit. It's just an asymptotic S-curve, right? So we come up and then life or the human race has a way of filtering itself downwards after this peak. And in this way, we don't have free will. Unless we do, like, this is another autistic theory built off of that one. So unless we can build a crap load of spaceships and inhabit other planets or systems, whatever, we can only, that's the only way to break this cap right here. I think there's something about human psychology that prevents more than 10 billion from existing on Earth itself. Maybe if the human brain experiences space more, that it'll be comfortable with it being higher, but you know, that's like eons of generational growth kind of shit.
See, I have the exact
going
opposite
100 billion,
position.
100 trillion people.
I feel that it is because of the absence of free will that you see in most behavior, that it is that 1% of free will activity that moves us in the right direction, bends us toward compassion, takes the arc of history toward justice.
But then, but going back to what Neil just said, there are people who actually suffer from personality disorders, that suffer from brain disorders, where they can't do what you just said. They can't express compassion. They can't move
There was
towards
a
the
day when no one even thought to analyze it that way as a brain disorder.
Yeah, you were just an a-hole.
Yeah, exactly.
That was it.
Now, if they can't, you can. You can show that person compassion or understanding. And therefore, free will as an entity exists.
Charles, you're drawing a line that I have seen be in constant motion over the decades and over the centuries. That line that you're saying, they don't have free will, but I do. I don't know that I can.
See, I have free will over some things and not over others. Someone can see me and say, that person needs help in this way and has the free will to help me. I see somebody else who needs this help and free will. Together, it is a network. It's not that any individual.
So you have to draw the line for every individual and even perhaps for society.
Okay.
Does the criminal who's born in poverty have free will to not be a criminal if most of the people in prison came in below the poverty line? So there's some sociological force operating there.
So
that where we are less susceptible to that force.
I think that's a great question, analogy. Let's say this. Say those folks who have been branded criminals by our society are incarcerated.
Yes.
We can then, who we're fortunate enough not to face those same circumstances, who are not incarcerated, can look at these incarcerated people and instead of saying we must keep them away from society, welcome them back.
So that's called restorative justice.
Yeah,
that's
and that's a free will example of the exercise of free will
of society
toward individuals who may not have had the options, had the life experience to recover from a bombed joke.
I saw an old movie where there's a guy who was a junkie.
Yeah.
Right? And he needed help. But they said, no, the cops came and arrested him because he was a junkie. Today, you wouldn't do that. You would say the person needs help.
They need, right.
Even if that person had robbed somebody, that person needs treatment. And the people who cannot shake whatever it is that afflicts them tells me that free will cannot be as free as we think it is. Do you remember the shooter in the University of Texas at Austin?
I remember that one.
Okay?
Yeah.
There's a movie they made out of it called The Tower, where he left a note saying, I just want to kill people. Something must be wrong with my brain. Please, when I die,
look into this.
They looked, and there was a tumor putting pressure on a part of the. In fact, that's how we learn anything about how the brain works when you have situations like this.
Person had the free will to write a note. He had the free will to write the note. So he did not have the will to resist shooting. But that's the line that you were talking about is a partial one.
Why isn't that line always in motion as we learn more and more about how the mind works?
It is.
Okay, so then maybe it's a line of convenience today, but tomorrow we're going to find out, oh my gosh, that person has no real free control over their behavior, over their personality, over their tendencies, over their treatment of others.
It's not a line of convenience. It is, in your words, a perimeter of ignorance. When Newton said we couldn't explain certain things, right? God must have done it.
Of course.
That's a God of the gaps.
Of course.
That delineates what we don't know. The line you describe, I hope, is in fact that perimeter of ignorance which we slowly are moving toward and moving so that we do understand what the true nature of free will is.
So this is where people will push back. Most people are concerned not about the actions, but the consequences. So what they're thinking about is the punitive response to someone who does something wrong. And is a punitive response a deterrent for somebody doing something wrong or doing something wrong in the future?
Especially if they don't have the free will.
Right.
So there's the other side of this entire analysis is how does society interact with people who are being brought into the circle day by day. We're learning what we have control over and what we don't, biophysiologically, intellectually, emotionally.
Yes.
Why do people need anxiety meds? Do they have the freedom to not
they have
be
children.
anxious?
That is why. That is why I'm telling you, I'm taking them every day, and I got 3 reasons that I take them every day.
Some kids need them because they have parents.
No,
I'm just saying.
Very nice, very nice.
Okay, so Charles, if we're going to exit this conversation, if we find a point of agreement, it's that this perimeter of ignorance, we recognize inside the perimeter there are forces operating against free will.
Yes.
Our physiology, our neurochemistry, and physics.
Yes.
That surely that perimeter may grow.
Yes.
But it's possible that there's a limit to how far it will grow.
Yes.
Beyond which we have to admit the existence of free will.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you that.
There
Very nice.
we are.
That's a great job.
It doesn't have to be absolute in one direction or another.
It's a bit more fluid. Okay.
I'm okay with that. There is uncertainty in the universe. I embrace it.
I'll tell you this much. I've been married for 20 plus years. I do not have free will.
On that note, Chuck and Charles, thanks for helping us with this explainer.
Awesome.
On the perspectives, let's call it, emergent perspectives on free will. Neil deGrasse Tyson for Star Talk, yet another explainer in the universe. Keep looking up.
Why did I mute? Whoops. Okay, so I can show the shiny. Oh, God. I feel like it's too zoomed in. Maybe it's perfect. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I got the 3 shiny rares. The second I get a legendary, it's going to be enough to destroy these numbers up here. I'm only at 17%. I really actually wanted to mine this at 20%, but everyone's getting so far ahead of me, I feel like I need to just get 1 to 3 legendaries. Once I get to 750 bill a second, I can put on the giant luck lever.
Okay, so
Any
again,
headway?
I mean, this is why that, you know, I mean, I know you didn't like the word earlier, right? But I mean, this is why I think, you know, whataboutism is a relevant term to you know to use
Yeah, so
here.
I'm sorry. So whataboutism is used to escape.
If the
Let's just
Jordanian
head off the heading off this.
of the West Bank were still a thing, then we could have a discussion about whether the United States.
No headway. Time for brain rots.
What's up, guys? I'm Patty Mayo. Welcome to the patrol. Right now, Trevor Harvey, Chandra, and I are en route to Daryl Sparks' house. He has a warrant for failure to appear. I wonder what the charges are. Felon in possession. I shut my GPS off early, but we're coming up on her somewhere. Oh, right here.
Copy.
I got it. Red dumpsters in the driveway.
I don't know what I'm going to connect that now. Probably when next time a computer crashes, we'll have to move everything. I'd have to move my drum set.
Looks like he's minding his business.
Okay. I wonder if he's working here or lives here.
Yeah, probably not plugging it in.
Keep an eye on him, Harvey. Don't need to make contact yet. Keep an eye on him, and we'll go to the front
I
door.
plug it in the front?
Well, he's getting down right
Yeah,
now.
I could. That's so lazy though.
To the backyard, like going to the door.
Like he just went inside status?
Or next time the power goes out
Not on that, give it no more.
in the winter or something. Oh, my
You want to watch the front?
Yeah. Yeah, hold that. And then Sean, hold this door, Sean.
I'll hold the other side.
Oh, I got.
How you doing?
He's right there in the front.
Yeah, it's the police. Did you not see us pull up with the blue lights and all that shit? What'd you go inside
It's Ms. Kid.
for? Is someone inside? Okay. Who else lives here with you?
What are you doing?
We're serving a warrant. Ian? No, sorry. Not Ian. You're Ian. You're registered to death. Who's three people? What the fuck is the fucking guy's name?
Daryl Sparks.
Daryl Sparks. Thank you.
You got the wrong place.
Well, I knew you're Ian, aren't you? Because you gave me a look. I know you're probably Ian.
What are you doing on the hub?
Serving a warrant for Daryl Sparks. His license is registered here. I know. I'm just bad with names.
I'm not here.
I can read you the paperwork if I can actually go get it. Okay, we're gonna have to go in and search the house. Is your front door open?
No,
Why not? Yeah, I'll go get it for you. He's requesting a warrant. I got one in the pussy box.
He's no longer behind you. He's walking back into the house.
10-4.
You have it in the cab?
He might be a problem.
Huh?
That's my kind of problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite kind of problems.
I just want him to go in with a battering ram. Hit the door off the hinges.
Okay. Your pussy box up front.
Huh?
Get the winch. Rip the wall off the side of the front of the house.
Coke everywhere. Yeah, I got it.
Sometimes the way they approach it is nonsense.
I'm gonna. You want it? I can slide it under the door for you. Probably. Help me out on the other side there. There you go.
Look at that. Teamwork.
Makes the dream work.
Do you have a coffee about you in here?
Huh?
How you doing, sir?
I thought you were wasting your time, bro.
I don't waste time.
There's no one here.
Well, you're wasting
You're here.
I'm letting you know you're gonna be wasting your time looking for this place, so
Great.
do what you gotta do.
All right. Well, we're gonna detain you while we do our investigation. So if you can just face your door for me, and put your hands on your back, and just say, "You already know the drill." How many times have you been to jail before? You've been to county? Well, you're the only one here. Hi, ma'am. This is why you're going in cuffs. Because you lied. You're a liar.
That means you're not a truth teller.
Your pants are on fire.
All right. Everything on you? Any drugs, narcotics, things like that? Weapons, knives, guns, bombs? Huh?
What's his hand?
There's two pockets,
yeah, I'm actually
bro.
glad you didn't use those hands because you're big.
Oh, three. He has one more side
You think he's
pocket.
big? He's thick. Grab onto him. Fucking dude's big. He's thick.
Okay, this is cringy gay. So.
I was just visiting. I don't know.
Did I ask you what you're doing?
No.
Okay. Who lives here? You just
I was
want...
visiting him.
Okay, so who's him? Are you a prostitute?
No.
Okay, so you must know his name, right?
Yeah, his name's Matt.
Matt what?
Matt Watson.
Snyder, you think? Okay, what if I told you that's not his...
Matt Snyder.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you're making up a name. Where's your ID? Because I know you can't tell the truth.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's go get it. Yeah. No, that way. Where's your ID?
It's in my car.
Which car is yours?
The white one out there.
Okay. Who else is in this house?
Nobody.
If you lie to me, you go to jail. You understand that, right? Okay.
It was just me and him.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to detain you while I search the house, so turn around, put your hands on your back. How old are you?
18.
Did she say
18. I don't even know what you know. Go ahead and I don't want to put her with the guys.
I'm gonna let her know for special rights as a minor, just in case she is.
Yeah, don't sit her with the guys though. Stand her out. Just stand her out here.
There's only one guy out there.
Oh. Put her on this chair.
Have her sit right
Have her stand right here. She a liar.
She has a Kimmy type of face look to it. That lost look.
Practice your karate chops?
Practice. Nice one. What a retard. If it hurt with the glove on, yeah, he really fucked up.
But you probably broke your hand in the process. You're so bad.
Is that clear?
There's no blood.
Clear up. Need some ice.
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck him. Fucking shit. Oh, it's a lot of skin off, but it's not bleeding.
I can't leave you with your.
Get on the floor, he said.
Lost to a dummy.
What?
The guy you had handcuffs on the side? He's in handcuffs. I got it.
Got out?
Where'd you leave this guy?
What a dumbass.
Trevor's got him. Where you going? The road? You're going nowhere. Oh,
Steal the car.
That's a bad idea. That's the worst idea.
Comas is what I guess.
Okay. Where'd you leave them handcuffed?
The car.
What car?
That one.
Good thing that's not my car. Good thing that's not my car.
Well, if he
My
was
tow
smart,
truck doesn't need to be secured.
if he was smart, he would have got in
Okay,
the car and drove it
retard.
away.
It was unsecured enough that he got out.
Yes.
I hope you know that he got out. He came out through here.
All right, watch the fucking back.
I'm watching. If not, he would have been gone.
Huh?
If not, he would have been gone. That guy. I'm judging you. I'm sorry. Just saying.
Shut up, Harvey. Actually do something instead of talk.
Let's not get ourselves fucking shot.
He's like 900 pounds.
Yeah, he needs to stuff him into the back of the vehicle with this slam technique.
Huge.
Now that's some content.
Huge. There you go. That's pretty cool. Look at the helmet with the nods on it.
You gonna ignore the gun save?
All guns and shit.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, he's got a tack vest here too.
He's got tons of guns. That's cool.
The one's already in the holster.
What is it, a high cap? Looks like the shittiest pistol ever.
Airsoft.
Alright, draw. He's got lethal. Open this door. Okay, open this door.
What?
Shed over here.
Dump truck.
Oh, it could be that.
Harvey wants the house. You guys have house?
Yeah, I can put this in there.
He didn't even raid the fridge.
Yeah,
He's too embarrassed.
Just spooning it.
Just
raw dog. He went that way over by.
Oh no, that's.
That camper thing?
Okay, we know where this is going. Nowhere.
I put a taser to your leg.
I will tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, is somebody in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Where part of the house is he gonna be in?
He's gonna be on this part of the house.
Okay, and where's he hiding?
I would check the roof. On the inside.
Out of the way.
Check the roof on the inside.
Move out of the way. Out of that bustle. Move out of the way. Out of that bustle. Move out of the way. Out of that bustle.
I can't. I think if I was gonna just tell me where. Go. Oh, okay. Really? How the fuck did he get up there? It's so big.
Well, you gotta figure that out. I mean, I told you where he is.
All right, can you?
What a retard.
Give me the ladder.
He isn't in here. He's up there. You didn't ask if he was up there.
In here would encompass the entire end of here.
We don't have our jack.
Thanks, Sean. The ladder 2 feet away.
Yes, Patrick. Who didn't know where a ladder was?
Oh, he's sitting on it.
My watch? It's not my car, so it's not my watch.
You gonna sit on it, you fat fuck?
He's gassing out. He's a smoke grenade.
What? It's fine. Everything he's doing just makes it worse for him. What do you say?
His gas is illegal.
You're doing something.
You're about to break the drywall.
There we go.
You don't even know if he has his gun on him.
There we go.
You retard.
Good job, fucking Karate Kid. Oh, he's got a gas mask on. Oh shit, he has a lot of guns and shit things, doesn't he?
The brilliance of Patty Mayo. You could have been shoot. You could have unloaded 120 rounds into your face already.
You don't want the smoke?
You don't want our smoke.
What fucking smoke you got?
Oh, I got good smoke.
I bet you fucking do. It's got the Danny Brown.
Come back here, Sean. Get a shield.
Yeah, I could, yeah.
Give me a shield, give me a shotgun.
That's big.
What are you doing, bud?
What do you think, dipshit?
You got a good filter in that gas mask?
Oh, want to test it?
Yep.
What you got? I got something on myself.
Do you now?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What the hell was that? A wallet?
Fuck, it didn't go off.
Oh, thank you.
What are you doing?
Didn't go off, he said.
Stop worrying about me, lady.
It's just his wallet.
The girl has a crush on me. Keeps asking me questions.
Who?
Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
She's
What are you
18,
up to?
Harvey.
Oh, that's
Don't
what I'm
flatter
saying.
yourself.
Like,
Relax.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Hold on.
18, by the way.
Harvey. Harvey, give me that shield. And give me a shotgun. Nah. Yeah, hold it. Yeah, just wait for the shotgun. Give me that shield. Great. I got you. See your big stupid fucking face?
Yeah?
See?
Come get it.
I'm coming to get it.
Yeah, right. Got it.
You're gonna sack your
He's up here at the
glasses
Give
and
me the
hat.
camera. It's like an episode of Preppers. Look at this shit. Sorry, sir, but I need this. Everyone needs to see this.
Nah.
They will not believe me.
Nah.
Gonna smack the camera by now, but no, script doesn't
I know
allow.
exactly how to get this motherfucker out of there.
Okay.
100%.
What do you want to play?
He acts like he's got something. Ain't got shit.
You can have shit stashed.
Huh?
You can have shit stashed.
Bonk him on the head with a pickaxe.
Smoke maybe?
Where did you put it? You had it a
said it
second
now.
ago.
It's gonna go off.
Yeah, it's gonna be loud.
Unplug it.
you know.
That's really close. He's right there.
Mask.
Smoke you out of that fuck.
Yeah, hold it a bit higher. You're gonna just smoke yourself.
Oh, you're gonna want to take her outside.
You could have contained it up there, but no, it's gonna get all the way up in the house now. I have to slowly walk it out now because we have no escape path for him. And Patty's a retard. Could have just thrown it out the front door, but no. I have all this annoying ass ear rape.
Just turn the fan on and there you go.
Hold this right here. There you go, look at it.
Oh, fucking Pat.
That is not gonna help much.
They got like midnight in there like in 2 seconds. I can't even see you guys.
I got you. All you have to do is unplug them.
With the less lethal rubber round, sir. Uh-oh. Oh, do that again. I'll shoot right in the fucking foot. I will shoot you right in the foot. Watch your ears. Sir, this is gonna fucking hurt. This is gonna fucking hurt. I wouldn't, bro. I 100% wouldn't if I were you. This is a rubber bullet. It will fucking
Harvey with a riveting commentary.
Right fucking now.
He's gonna jump over you. Okay, he accepted Trevor with his... Okay. Could have just hopped over Trevor, but no.
You're gonna take it, man. You're gonna get it. You need to put your arms behind your back.
Time to eat some beans.
You need to go on your stomach right now and put your hands behind your back. No.
I don't care what she does.
I'm doing it. Can I get Chandra?
Right here.
Did you go hands on? I got you.
Take it.
Good.
You really want to try me?
Oh, I wouldn't fucking touch the end of that.
Buddy, you want me to get in there? Bro.
It's gonna get taped. Like a...
Yeah, right there. Okay, let's try. Mexican Americans don't like to just get into gang fights. They like flowers and music and white girls named Debbie too. Mexican Americans are named Chata and Chela and Chema and have a son-in-law named Jeff. Mexican Americans don't like to get up early in the morning, but they have to, so they do it real slow. Mexican Americans love education, so they go to night school and they take Spanish and get a B. Mexican Americans love their nanas and their nonos and their ninas and their ninos. Nanu, nanu, nina, no, no. Mexican Americans don't like to go to the movies where the dude has to wear contact lenses to make his blue eyes brown. Cause don't it make my brown eyes blue? And that's all I got. How do you like it?
Oh, that's good.
Pretty good, huh? It's like a protest tune, man.
Yeah, I dig that, man.
Yeah.
But you know, while you were singing that, I wrote another tune. You know?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's like the same thing, only different. You know? Do you want to hear it? Yeah. It's like a little more rock and roll than
all right,
that.
we'll get down.
It's something I just hear. I gotta work a little more in the lyrics.
Yeah, that's heavy,
It's
man.
kind of like.
Yeah, I
you know,
got it. Hello, Mexican Americans like to answer telephones and say hello to whoever's on the other end. Está tonto. Oh, Donna. Hey, baby. Hey, I was just thinking about you. Oh, hey, wait a minute. The blood's rushing from my head. I'm gonna pass out. Hey, what you doing?
Kick you in the face.
You wanna go out tonight?
There's a road scene in here too. Damn it, now I have to look up the road scene.
Schweitzer and Dr. Salk to come into this neighborhood and give him one big shot of penicillin! Yes! You animal!
That was way more funny when I was a kid though. Alright, we're done with that.
Look how he gets a taste.
Get away from me! Oh, fuck!
Get at your stomach.
He's Batman. Fuck, he's Batman.
Just taste Batman.
Get away from me.
Sorry, hold this.
Yeah, now Harley's chesting his bats.
I want to play Break the Pinky.
Mine.
Easy.
Finger wants to go.
Mine. Fuck. Got him, he's good.
He's got it. Flashlight.
What? Oh, fuck. Did you pull a pin? Yes. Oh my god. Give it. Got it. He's in cuffs. Cuffs in the front. He just ripped Chandra's flashbang out.
-1 flash.
Alright, that bang is diffused. What do we got?
Nothing.
We're ready to walk? Yep. Alright, start walking. Hold my hand, stand up. Here, stand up. Harvey, here. Okay, ready? We got a big guy walk. Ready? 1, 2, 3. That's actually a good method. You alright? Oh, your wrist alright? You look a little tight. Hold on. So make sure not gonna hurt you.
There you go.
Just keep it just like that. Don't want to hurt it. Alright.
You good?
Yep.
Watch out your hand.
I don't know.
You good?
Alright, guys.
Relax. Calm down, okay?
That will do it for this one. We're gonna watch Smoky Asshole in custody.
You're gonna look at me and fucking...
Hey, don't! You're gonna dent the truck! You're gonna dent the truck! Harvey, he's in cuffs!
I know he is, but look what he's trying to do!
It's like two deer, 2 elk, 2 buffalo, 2 water buffaloes.
2 water buffaloes.
Outside, who has the bigger water buffalo penis? Hey, you both have a big water buffalo penis. Don't do that, Harvey! He has cuffs on you, jackass!
He's trying to get me down. So I'm just being a little rough. Relax the foreplay, bro. Look at
Alright, guys, I'm Patty Mayo. Harvey's weird. We'll see you. how that had school this.
Bro, Harvey, you need a tombstone pile driver his ass into the concrete. Any headway.
We'll go left or right. Steven, if you want to go first.
For our own positions?
Correct.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important for the United States to support Israel because I think Israel is a beacon of democracy in the Middle East. I think that the rights that they afford their citizens, and the example that they set shows that like there are countries in that region that can do really well. I think that the benefits that we get like economically through trade and through military intelligence as well, I think are important. And the cost for supporting Israel so far seems to be relatively low compared to the totality of all of our foreign expenditures. So that's why I would support it.
You got it, Ben?
Yeah, I think if you rule over millions of people for 57 years without giving them citizenship in your country and declare your intention to never give them citizenship in your country or let them secede into their own state, that's apartheid. If you expel millions of people from their homes, that's ethnic cleansing. And it's very bad for the United States to support either of those things.
From J Locks Jedi says, Brit here spent a month in Samaria and didn't see apartheid. Signage in Arabic and Hebrew, peaceful Israeli Arabs alongside everyone else while being citizens, etc., etc. Have you actually been there?
No, I certainly haven't, and I also haven't been to Saudi Arabia. But I'm perfectly comfortable criticizing Saudi Arabia's form of government, and I haven't been to. Hopped into a DeLorean to visit a part of South Africa in the 1980s, but I'm perfectly comfortable criticizing their form of government. And I think this idea that the stamps on your passport are relevant to any of these arguments one way or the other is something nobody would ever consistently apply. Everybody is appropriately critical of lots of forms of government of countries they haven't visited. And finally, I would suggest that that nothing that this person saw is relevant to millions of people being denied citizenship because of their ethnicity, and that there were probably Bantustans in apartheid South Africa where you saw signage in multiple languages.
You got it.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
I did visit Samaria, and I would say that the idea that you don't see different standards of living there is absolutely not true. If you go into any city in the West Bank, Samaria included, if certain people are hurt, like Jewish people or citizens of Israel, then the IDF will show up to protect you. And if you are if you are engaged in any activity that is found to be illegal, you as a Israeli citizen have a right to an Israeli court, an Israeli legal process. If you're a Palestinian living in the West Bank, that is not true. Samaria is neighboring to the city of Nablus. These are two different people that, depending upon your citizenship, enjoy two completely different rights and two completely, arguably, different standards of living because of even the natural resources that are allotted between these two places. So no, just because you've been to Samaria and you didn't see anything personally, that's great. If you have a Samarian friend that let you hang out in your house, you should hop over the gate sometime and go talk to the people in Nablus and ask them, what their lives are like. Any place in the West Bank that if you go and you look at the difference in standard of living, you can see the difference in a settlement that exists on top of a hill versus like a Palestinian city that lives at the low grounds. There's very obvious differences immediately, and there are different like legal and citizenship and travel differences as well. It was very, very obvious. So I think the Dono question, the guy is either bad faith, hasn't been there himself, or is turning a blind eye to the situation.
Skill Tree Gaming says, what does Ben have his doctorate in? Philosophy. Is there any specialization within philosophy, or is it philosophy more broadly, Ben?
Yeah, specialization is in philosophy of logic. Basically the liar paradox and whether that gives you a reason to question the principles of classical logic.
You got it. And Antonio Iniguez says Israel isn't allowed to
the master liar
a terrorist state that killed 1,200 people. Then when is it allowed to defend itself? Why should Israel agree to a ceasefire when October 7th ended a ceasefire?
Yeah, I mean, I think to start at the end, it is certainly the case that Israel and Hamas have both broken ceasefires in the past. So this could be an argument on either side to never agree to a ceasefire again, which is a good recipe for eternal war and conflict. But then the question is not just about defending itself. That even if we ignore, the events that led up to it and start the clock on October 7th, the question is, what does defending itself give you a right to do? If you have, I think that the current Israeli estimates out of the 1,200 or so people who died on October 7th is about 700 were civilians. If that justifies evicting 1.9 million people from their homes, destroying every university in Gaza, including one by controlled demolition, blowing up all of these hospitals, schools, refugee camps, churches, mosques, then the better question is, if all of that is justified by Israel's right to self-defense, what would the Palestinians' right to self-defense from that justify?
You got it. Wild Van Go says,
wait, is that just for one person? Are we allowed to answer these, or is it only to one person? Yeah, to compare the numbers of anything, I think is immediately evidencing the idea that we have no idea like what things are justified and what things aren't. It's not just a raw number count. The use ad bellum, the cause for war, was not only non-existent. Truly, it's not like Hamas was responding to a particular military attack. The conducted war, the use in bello, was also deplorable, not because of the number of people killed, but because of the, I would argue, the discriminate nature of the attacks. It's inaccurate to say that Hamas indiscriminately killed civilians on October 7th. They chose to kill civilians on October 7th. It's not like Hamas was recklessly firing into cities or recklessly firing into crowds to kill civilians. They explicitly were targeting and killing civilians that were at the Nova Festival. There was no question for whether these people were military targets or not. And then also this idea that's brought up over and over again, the evicting all the people on the Gaza Strip was so horrible. The evicting people was horrible, as opposed to what? If there are military targets there, would you rather them not evict the people and blow them all up? The eviction is part of moving people from place to place so that when you are bombing places, you're not just killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. It would be nice if the governing region or the governing body in Gaza, Hamas, was actually also interested in having humanitarian shelters, humanitarian corridors, bomb shelters, or anything built for the civilians, which is an obligation under the Geneva Conventions. It is part of international customary law, and it is an obligation placed on anybody that is administering the region. It would be nice if they did any of those things, but they don't. On the contrary, they store ammunition in mosques, they fire rockets from schools, and they move amongst their civilian population in plain clothes in an attempt to draw as many civilian casualties as possible. To just look at the numbers on both sides for this conflict is ridiculous.
Yeah. We heard that a trillion times.
Pop that jab. Move them feet. A hard head make a soft ass. Pressure bust pipes. What the does that mean? Yeah. That's how I learned how to box. Pressure bust pipes. A hard head make a soft.
I've never understood that.
That's how I learned.
I think it sounds gay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Me and Sam did a show last night. The first of many. How did you feel the crowd?
Oh, awesome.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm used
This guy looks like EDP.
Have no idea and are not ready at all and hate me, which I like. I like that a lot. Or
saw EDP recently, so
scream at anything that I said. But that crowd
was
it was a crowd that was ready for it, but
didn't know. 3D,
so it was exciting.
LCD,
it was a good experience.
LED.
The thing that I liked about you, it's like, you know me, I'm a very people say controversial, but I don't even.
It's like he has the same color clothes EDP was wearing.
I'm an equal opportunist. I'm an equal opportunist when it comes to jokes. Any race, any type of person can get it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't even think it's controversial. I think most people are ready for that and feel like that. They're just like those articles, those clickbait articles. That the ability of the people to put out a headline that's like controversial comedian. And then it becomes controversial. But real people are not. It's not controversial to real people.
Bro, I have people all the time come to my shows and they're like, "Thank you, man, for being you. Thank you for being honest." Yeah, because like you say the stuff we want to say.
For sure.
And we can't say it because we have a job. And I'm like, well, I said, as long as you support me, I'll continue to say the stuff you can't say.
That's the problem. Is the HR department.
Yeah.
Those are the people that have to. That's what work or.
There goes anybody.
Just bleep all the words. They'll know what it means. It's AI voice replacement. When you're at work and you want to, give a big hug to everybody at work and put them to bed for a long time, take a nice long nap, be friendly, sing them a love song, a lullaby. The HR department. Those are the people you want to put to bed first.
Yeah. Bro, you know what's so crazy, man? When I used to have a job,
Sam must have worked at the post office before.
My first kid, me and my first baby mama worked in the same building, but not for the same company. and we kissed each other, and then I grabbed her booty after lunch.
Yeah.
And you know, somebody reported me to HR and tried to get, tried to get her to file a report on me.
Yeah.
That's how gay HR is.
It's tattletales. Tattletales, they when they band together, it's just the strategy of tattletales banding together that has the most resilience in the modern workplace.
Yes, and people that tattletale have
Yeah,
never
on
been punched in the
Twitter.
face. That's the bottom line, dude. Because it's like, dude, my granddaddy, like, I remember when I was a jit, bro, when I was a kid, and I come tell my granddaddy, like, oh, such and such took something from me. He's like, well, you better not bring your ass back in this house until you got it back. Don't come tell me no shit like that. The fuck you mean he took your bike? Don't come back into this house until you got that bike. My granddaddy, bro, my granddaddy was so, he was such a polarizing person. I think that's where I get it from, because
Classic Diet Coke.
And he was born on a plantation. He was born to indentured. He was
born here.
No, in Georgia.
That's his name, Jesse.
He was born in Georgia to indentured servants, where you still have a debt to pay off. And then all his conversations would start with the white man. And then he married my grandmother, who was half white. It was so crazy to me.
Yeah.
It was like, bro, I guess you had to go back to your roots, right? But yeah, man, it's like that style of living and that style of society has left. I mean, we have a few of those guys. Like, you got you, me, who's like, bro, like, where I don't really believe in racial boundaries. I mean, we're cool. You haven't tried to put a noose around my neck yet.
Not yet.
I don't know when it's coming.
No, it's just that getting punched in the face has been replaced by, sir, that's assault.
Yeah.
Or holding a fucking camera up.
Yeah. But I'm glad those type of people with the Karens get in trouble. Like the chick who called the police on that bird photographer in New York, the black dude. Yeah, I'm glad people like that are starting to get in trouble and losing their jobs.
Well, the other thing is though, the Karen stuff, a lot of that is Karens are also the people who uphold societal norms, like picking up after your dog and stuff.
Right.
You know, like you can go overboard with.
They do some good. I see what you.
They absolutely do. Like that white lady you had on stage last night. I want to speak to the manager here.
Yeah.
Like, that's why your food's on time.
Right.
Like, because she complains.
See, we do catch fish
at every single restaurant. That's why, you know.
You want to hold it?
Hell no. Don't want to touch that thing.
What you gonna do at the end of the
Don't touch that thing.
What you gonna do at the end of the world when we gotta catch our food?
I'll figure it out.
Just come
do what I have to do.
You know exactly what Sam's doing. When I say is a French cuisine in mind.
My plantation.
Yeah.
I'll take care of you, bro.
Thanks, man.
Freak. Severity high, so we don't catch fish, huh? No, that's real though. You just gotta find the perfect balance, and that's the problem. It's kind of like when you are a Karen, you don't know when to stop. Like at what, you know what there's no balance. Like you do cause a lot of great things, but also you go to the extreme to where you feel like if a black guy or whoever, an intimidating person, let's not even say black guy. Let's say an intimidating person is walking by you and they do something and now you're you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, balance is everything.
Balance is everything.
We're in a world out of balance right now.
Yeah. How can we balance it, Sam?
It's happening.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The balance is happening?
It's happening. Thanks to people like us.
Yeah, for real.
And everybody out there who has the bravery to find their balls.
Yeah, for real, bro. I became a fan of yours. When did you start?
I started as soon as I got a real job and I realized how much I hated it and wasn't built for that.
After college?
Yeah. And that I could never function that way. That's when I started. And I did stadium graphics for sports stadiums, you know, that ribbon that runs around.
Yeah.
This place called ANC Sports. They sold the equipment and I did the graphics for the those banners and stuff. So I'd make the football helmets crash together, and they'd say you can't do that because it's like we're worried about head injury stuff, and we want to. We're so paranoid about head injury stuff. Like I wanted to do the graphics. They're all like 4,000 pixels by 80 pixels, and I don't know what that means. It's like very narrow. Oh, okay. And I was like, can I fit Junior Seau's corpse being electrocuted? Whatever they want to see. The last thing that they wanted to see. How long did you last? About 8 months.
You always getting shot down at the meetings.
Of course, I would reject it all the time. And
you should have had like Michael Vick running through.
Yeah, Michael Vick. Been
like Forrest Gump. That boy showing his face.
But towards the end of it, I would just stop working and I would just call Nick Rochefort, my comedy partner.
Nick Roche?
Rochefort.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah,
I forgot. Yeah, I met him.
Yeah, I would just end up calling him and talk sketch ideas over the phone. And he was doing car sales at the time, and he would just stop working and call me and do sketch ideas over the phone. So that's what when we decided to start doing comedy professionally.
Right.
And that was in like 2007.
Nice. Yeah, because I remember like seeing. Bro, it's like I don't know how many people know about you, but you got a deep dive. You got a deep dive with Sam Hyde, bro. The Ghost of Kiev.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Like what sparked that? Like, what?
That was started by Frank Hassel.
Okay.
Frank Hassel. You remember the? I don't know how much I should tell because I don't want to get him in trouble.
No, don't get him in trouble.
The OG, the original one of these.
We'll blurb his name up.
The one. No, you can name it for sure. Frank Hassel. Look him up too because he's very funny. But back in the day when this all started, one of these. He went on the news and did one of these hoaxes where he was like, it was this man named Sam Hyde. I talked to him online. He was talking about violence and shooting everybody. So I'm pretty sure that's where the shooting meme got started. Yeah. And then CNN took it from there.
It's so funny. Tucker Carlson, he covered you.
Did he?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. Cool.
That tells you how crazy news is. Before they have any facts, they'll run a story.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're reckless and there's no.
But then your fans started sending in your picture for all of them, right?
Yeah, they did. They were still getting tricked up to like 3 years ago.
That's crazy.
Jesus Christ.
News would run, my picture as Samir Al Hayed or something like that.
He's Al Qaeda.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Why you smoking cigars now?
What's the alternative? Weed? That vape shit, that's gonna kill you. Wow. And weed is gonna make you stupid.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tell my brother that.
Weed, long term, guys, you can't do weed, man. Long term, it's gonna ruin you. It's good for creativity, I think, for short term. But long term, it's gonna make you.
What about sure?
And listen, no, like like people will say, but Joe Rogan does it. Joe Rogan he probably has like a $5,000 a day healthcare routine.
Yeah, he got a nice.
He wakes up and drinks a $20 green juice and jumps into like a hyperbaric chamber.
Right.
Like it's not the same thing as a guy. If you're eating gas station food, you're not going to survive the weed. It's not, you gotta cut it out. You have to stop. Long term, it kills you. It makes you not care. That's what it does. It makes you stop caring. So you gotta not smoke weed.
Oh my God. I might try a cigar. They give you a nice buzz.
The cigars are the best.
Yeah.
They're the best.
What brand do you smoke?
Room 101 is good. It's hard to find ones that are good consistently. Camacho's good.
Okay.
But
you like chocolate cigars?
No, I don't like flavored cigars so much. But it's more important that you buy one that's like
has to be food related,
sitting on a shelf because you can find cohibas that have mold.
Right, right. You can. My dad's Cuban, bro, so I know a little bit about.
Get some Cuban cigars.
You want one? Next time I go, I'll bring you one.
I would love that. Thank you.
I might have. I got some. When I was in Miami, I went to go see my buddy, and he's like, "Hey, David, you have to try these Costa Rican cigar.
Yeah,
they're way better than Cubans."
Yeah,
I was like, "I've never heard that anywhere."
Yeah,
they're probably like stale by now. I got them at my house somewhere.
Yeah, you got to keep them in a humidor.
Bro, as you know, I
humidor, but no mold. Interesting.
I'll eat salmon later. In spirit of the show.
I don't think there's any salmon in here. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh, it's nuts.
drunk, underage teenagers just fled this party when these officers arrived. The aftermath that follows gets extremely intense.
You guys kind of came at the wrong time.
When was the right time?
Oh no.
What is this? Whose house?
They didn't scatter. What a
We
retard.
graduated a couple weeks ago. Came together for this.
In high school?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like an underage party is what's going on.
Not true.
Okay.
This is a graduation party.
For high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, we just graduated.
From high school?
No.
Okay.
We
He just told me.
college.
He just told me it was a high school graduation.
A few of them are, but I've graduated.
A few of them.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're hosting this party?
I am.
You supplied this liquor?
Got a bit out of control. People came, but
Yeah.
you know,
There was a lot of people here when we first showed up.
yeah.
Do you
Run.
own this house?
I don't own this house. My parents do.
Where are they?
Can we actually talk out front?
We'll talk right here.
Professionally, out front?
Professionally, we can talk right here.
Professionally.
So what's the problem?
Is this whose house is this?
This is mine.
Okay.
My family owns it.
Your mom and dad home?
They are not.
They are not.
No.
Okay.
But they knew about this. I threw a graduation party.
You buy all
Out of
this?
hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got your idea on it?
Yeah, I do inside.
Okay. We'll get it.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. We can meet out the front door left. I don't want you guys to be in my house. That's the thing. We can meet out front with the ID left.
We can do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you guys just friends, or who is he?
No.
Oh, well, how do you know him?
He's friends of friends.
Okay. Is everybody that's leaving then, I'm assuming, drunk and driving? Yeah.
That's why I said
My
run.
neighbor's wedding. You're 21 then. Yes, yes.
No.
I think. Okay. Should we meet out front?
We can do this right here.
Should we meet out
You
front?
probably auto-detected all the moving cars from your squad cars.
Can we be cooperative? Because I'm trying to be cooperative with
Will
you
you
guys.
please?
Like, I'm just trying to figure what's going on now.
Listen, so we've got an underage party here. Okay, we got, not everybody here is 21.
All the people I was aware of, that were over 21.
Okay.
Some people that are here that aren't over 21, I'm not aware of. So
You're
I don't
still in
think you're
charge.
here.
You're the ones in charge. You're not getting anybody else that's an adult.
Yeah, you guys
I
kind
don't
of came.
know.
You guys kind of came at the wrong time.
Oh, is that? I'm sorry, I didn't convenience.
When was the right time, do you think,
Yeah.
with all this?
Huh?
When was the right time?
I mean,
Yeah.
this is kind of annoying. It's true, but I still think it's annoying. It is
That's
what it is,
true.
though. Like, if your shit gets out of hand and some people sneak in or whatever, you're GG. Like, you just think you have to like card them. You have to fucking pull them up. Like, it's just so hard. So whenever you're like at that age, it's a fucking it's a cusp. It's like really fucking hard to host parties for. It's really what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do we need to do?
So I need to talk to the owner of the home.
Okay. We can do that. Can we come out front though?
We'll do it right here.
What's your parent?
Listen, hey, listen. I'm trying to. I'm going to tell you right now. You want to go to jail tonight?
No, I don't want that.
Then call your parents. All right.
Where do you guys live?
Retard, absolute retard.
Uninterrupted.
I have to be home at
My
like
fucking phone is ringing a fucking emergency alert.
I have not.
Is this so
No, I
sad?
had to drive here.
Okay.
Yeah, I drove this one.
Your parents know you're here?
My mom does. That's why I have to be home.
Okay.
It's not bad logic. You just don't go outside. You gotta get into the parties. You know how it is. So.
Who lives on Brown?
I do.
You do. Okay. So you gave him permission to have a party while you were gone?
Oh no shit, you didn't.
So this is kind of the deal. They all ran when we got here. So
Okay. So is he gonna get arrested or?
we're trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, she.
And now they're on the road.
And now they're on the road.
Talking right now.
And now they're on the road, so they're not in our problem.
Yeah. What? So if they kill someone, that's an issue, right?
It's not his fault, but the way it works, your house is your responsibility. The things that are inside your house, people that are inside your house, anything inside your house, what's going on, your responsibility. You're the adult at the house. This is happening. Okay, your responsibility is what it is.
What do you mean? At this point, everybody is out of our control. Really?
What would they do?
And now they're on the road, so they're not in our problem.
Yeah. What?
Respectfully, I have nothing to do with this. This is his house. So no.
No.
What's her name?
Mrs. Holland. Mrs. Holland. She's my cousin. And she's staying the night here.
And what's her
20
name?
years old.
You're 20.
20.
Okay. I'm not sure if I can give that up.
Do you know her name?
21.
You don't know her name.
Okay.
You work together.
Okay. How does that matter to you? This is
Get it
his
right.
house
Come
and
on
his
now.
problem.
21.
Okay, this is mom's house, so it's his house.
You gonna cooperate or are you gonna cooperate?
I'm gonna go inside.
That's
Good
what
night, everybody.
All right. Good night.
We're going inside too.
She's your cousin?
No, there was no.
Your mom already gave us permission
You know, acceptance.
For what though?
to go inside and clear the house.
The house is clear. I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
Yeah.
You're grabbing me? You're grabbing me? You're grabbing me, and this is not my problem.
You're 20 years old.
You're grabbing me, and this is not my problem.
Stop. Listen.
This is not my problem. You're grabbing me.
Stop.
That's enough.
Yusuf.
Put it down.
Yusuf.
Put it down.
Yusuf.
Listen.
Put what down? The Jesus? The Jesus?
You're out of control. Stop.
Give me my phone. Yusuf. Stop. Yusuf.
It's a bomb.
Stop. Give me my dad. Yusuf. Yusuf. Stop. Give me
Jesus, bro.
my phone.
Stop.
Yusuf. Yusuf.
That's enough. Stop.
Yusuf.
It's cool.
Give me a f***ing phone right now.
Come on,
Stop.
man.
Leave me alone.
All right, stop.
I do nothing wrong.
Stop.
Baby rage.
Breathe in through your nose and out through your
A
mouth.
20-year-old rage.
Like the foundation of the law, like just for like 5 hours at most of them.
Please don't.
And you did it to me.
Calm down.
Please. No.
Why don't you sit up?
Please.
I don't.
No.
Sit up.
Just sit up.
Please. No.
What's her name?
What's wrong with you? Give me your phone. Give me your
This tastes already.
phone.
She's in cuffs right now. I don't think they can tase her.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I did nothing wrong so far. You had me in handcuffs, and I want my phone. No.
Why you're going to jail? Because you keep talking.
No, Yusuf. Give me my dad. Give me my dad right now. No, that's not my dad.
Listen.
That's not my dad.
Whoa.
That's not my dad.
Oh my god.
That's not my dad. Please, leave me alone.
There's no under. I'm aware.
Are you gonna tell me your name?
I want my dad.
Everybody can always
Jesus
do better.
Christ.
Okay, here's my take. In these interactions, these people are more wrong, but the police isn't entirely right either. Okay, they can be skilled and good at de-escalating, and I gotta be honest with you, this lady over here had a really good opportunity to create a rapport here with the lady as two girls, and to really de-escalate and be like, it's okay, I'm just gonna take your information and we're gonna move on with this, and I think you could get out of this like scot-free and you're chilling. Instead, she's here's her glasses. Are you gonna tell me your name? Okay, I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, she says give this information, but there's always a better way to do it. She's not that good. Sorry, I am telling you now.
Says you.
Bye. I don't care. He will answer.
Can you sit down?
Please, I want my dad on the phone right now.
Sit down. Sit down, man. How about we tell you this? You're not going to jail. Just sit down and take a drink.
How about
Sit down.
Can you sit down and calm down?
Don't worry about him.
listen? You were on the phone with your dad.
Sun, moon. Oh man, dude, she's like she's like super cliche across the board. Kind of
Where's my phone, dude?
Question. I don't know what you.
Yeah, good question. Good question, dude. Where's my phone?
People are sleeping, man. Chill out.
Don't talk to me like that. I want my phone, and I want to talk to my dad. You have my dad. You have my dad on your phone, dude. I have handcuffs.
Yelling, you're gonna go to jail.
I have
Listen.
handcuffs on my wrist right
Maybe if
now.
you get out of the handcuffs, she'll calm down.
Please.
Just sit down and
No.
Yes.
No. My dad is my best friend. I swear to God.
I don't know who you are. I don't know any of that. You're
I'm
not
not.
cooperative, so I don't know.
5150 her.
When you're dad and you're doing like disciplinary shit or whatever, you're not anybody's fucking best friend. Things sometimes are gonna be strict and you're gonna get disciplined. That's what it is. She probably gets like fucking freaked out all the time because her dad's her best friend type shit. That's just so stupid.
I swear to God, I'll tell you my dad's number right now. I swear to God, I'll tell you my dad's number right now. Please. Can you pull my glasses down?
What behavior you think this person get disciplined often? You think this person is taught correct like discipline and hierarchy? Fuck no.
Take a seat.
Are you bugging?
Sorry. There you go.
No,
Take a
please.
seat.
No, please.
Seat. Yes.
Okay, right now. No, I don't want to sit
Dude,
down.
she has 0% for authority. 0.
No. No.
Okay.
No.
Safety. That's why you're in the handcuffs.
I'm okay. I'm safe right now.
Sit.
No.
Just take a seat.
I said no.
Okay.
What? I said no.
You're talking to a police officer. Sit down.
Yusuf, shut up.
All right.
Like what, dude? Shut up.
What's your name?
Do you have my dad's
Look, goddamn hair hanging out of my nose. What the hell, dude?
dad's number?
No,
Please.
Your number.
Okay, give me my dad's number.
I don't have your dad's number.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Okay.
Okay. Your license is that. Hey.
Can my dad come on the way?
Was there for a minute?
No, my dad will come right behind him. That's his brother.
Okay.
Can we please call him? Please, I don't want to call my dad. I don't have his number. I don't have my personal phone. I'll give you his number.
I don't have it either.
I'll give you his number.
Okay.
Please.
Sit down and let me see his number.
I'm in handcuffs. What the do you want me to do? I'm in handcuffs.
You're gonna tell me his number?
Yes.
And I can't write when I'm holding you, so just sit.
Please. No, I don't want to sit. Please. I swear to God.
I want you to sit. Okay.
Why?
Because I'm worried about you jumping in the pool with handcuffs.
What the I have
So I
clothes
want you to
on.
sit. Are you gonna stand there?
Yes.
Are you gonna tell me your name? What's your name?
Call him right now, please. I need my dad's
His name.
I need my food. Why am I handcuffed?
Operative now. You're refusing to identify yourself.
Because you're not. Because you're not letting me go.
What's your name?
What?
I was gonna sleep here all night. I swear to God. This is my cousin's house. This is my cousin's house. I swear to God, I'm gonna sleep here all night.
Go home safe.
No shit, she's drunk. 5150 reference.
Literally, don't talk to me right now. Excuse me. Why am I?
Found them that are 21. Well, I guess yeah, because they can get it out of the store or whatever. So therefore, it's their responsibility that if they have it, that it gets out of their hands into them. That makes sense. That makes sense.
You know what that means?
Okay.
Yusuf, can I please get a water? Water.
Oh, now you want water.
That becomes hard to police for sure, though. I could see that becoming like a fucking nightmare. Like you're in the house, everybody's chilling, everybody's like not 21, 20, 20, 21, whatever. And some guy decides like, I'm gonna go to this guy's his dad's fucking thing and yoink some beer off the fucking fridge or some shit. And like, oh, I mean, brother. And then police arrives. Oh, well, it just seems odd.
Dude, give me a water. Can I drink water for 2 seconds? Okay.
Filling it, garbage bags are full of alcohol. Every fucking yoinking that shit. Okay, things are going off the fucking rockers. Okay, and then police showed up. Right? If you think about it, right? Let's say the owner was 18, so people were like 17, 16, right? Well, technically, it's their responsibility, but things are going out of the control, and then their alcohol, so their underage drinking, under their supervision, that gets kind of crazy. You can see how that can escalate out of control and become really fucking stupid. No? I'll say that happened 3 times. 3 times. That same party, people were stealing fucking Nintendo DS's, the cartridges, the fucking the PlayStation. Some guy didn't want to see the TV. He broke the TV. Brother, I'm telling you, dude, I've been at unhinged parties when I was younger, dude. I've seen this shit.
Can you follow me inside?
Just wait.
Dude, stop. Dude, can you?
They went to the backyard. There was a pool deck, and they started like lifting off the ground. And the pool deck went off the fucking top, bank, no pool deck anymore at the back. And you could go from the back door, open up, and you tumble over. There's like a 2-meter drop from the fucking back door. I'm telling you.
Can you give me a paper towel?
I'm telling you.
No. Can you follow me inside? Can you follow me inside to get a paper towel? Yes or no?
No.
Why?
Because I'm not going inside.
Okay, there's nobody in the house. Come on. Come on.
No, we're not
I need
going inside.
I have allergies right now.
Okay.
I need to get a paper. I need to get a paper towel. Okay, do you want a paper towel too? Like, come on. It's all right.
Mom's here. here, so just calm.
No, she's not.
Hey, yo,
Is that your mom?
Stop.
Stop. Wait, let's...
No, dude, give me that.
Stop. Just let him talk to your mom.
Yo, yeah.
Don't.
Nah, you know shit's about to get real when they start speaking Arabic, bro. It's GG.
Don't.
Oh, nar. Oh, nar.
That's enough.
Give me the fucking no.
Oh, no, no, no.
Give me the
I didn't do anything wrong. No, I didn't do anything wrong. Mama, no,
You're going home.
She's not.
She is not going home. I can tell you that.
Hey, you're saying shut the fuck up to your mom. Watch yourself.
Listen to Baba. Listen to Baba. Isma. No,
5-1. 5-0.
Dude, listen to them.
This is my theory, though.
Okay, we're done.
Stop. Please, Mama, please stop.
Kicking me.
Okay.
Now use your forehead.
She just needs to calm down for the night.
She's refusing. I understand.
It's past a point. We were planning on letting her go, and she kept ratcheting it.
Of course.
You know.
And she sees police.
And there's a point of no return. So that's kind of.
No!
When you settle,
No!
back
No!
settle
No,
down.
the fact that you're not giving me respect!
Oh, we've tried.
No, you did it! No, you did it! No, you did it! No! I can't! Please!
Calm down.
Please!
Calm
No!
down. Settle
No,
down.
I'm having anxiety attack! What?
Deep breath. Take a deep breath, okay?
Like a Valium dart.
All right.
Yeah, or a priest. I think a priest would be also good. You get the local priest to come do some sort of like exorcism or whatever, you can probably get the demon out before they reach the hospital for sure. Or a headshot with a taser, but that's just not
That is brutal, dude.
What the heck?
In some ways, he's such a strict advocate for violence and against violence. It's so strange with him. Only police can commit the most brutal atrocity type shit ever. But civilians, whoa. Taser the forehead, though.
Fire on my face!
Listen.
Please! No, I can't!
Are you trying to buckle her?
No! No, I just want to take my...
هذا بدي تجي هون قصة ليش عم تبكي؟ ليش عم تبكي؟ شوفي مني ليش عم تبكي؟ أنت عملت هيك ليش عم تبكي؟
No, my God! My dad's here! No! No! This is illegal! This is illegal! This is illegal! The house! Where am I going? Hello?
Already told you the jail.
Why? Listen, I'm sorry my voice is gone, but you need to pay attention. I don't own the house! And my house! Are you listening to me?
No.
What did I just say? So please,
Banshee.
so please go back to the house! Respectfully, please go back to the house! Officer,
Let me go wash my hands, bro.
respectfully, please go
Ain't that something, bro?
to that house! I'm sorry, I lost my voice.
Jail
Please go
ain't
back
no way.
Sir,
Straight to prison. GG, you're done now. No more Yusuf, no more phone. R.I.P. Bozo.
I the right
She's storming the beach of Normandy right now.
to know where I'm going. Oh my God. Can you please fix my glasses? Please fix my glasses. Dude, pull them up. Pull them up, dude, please. Dude, stop at a red light. Okay, please. I'm about to tweak out. Please.
Oh, check, she's about to. Hold on. Hold on now. She's about to. Jesus, please don't do that.
Let the emotes fly. Oh yeah.
Okay. I deserve a phone call. I didn't get one. Please, let me deserve a phone call before I get there. I didn't do anything wrong. Oh, this hurts. This hurts.
Now it hurts.
I swear to God. I swear on my put on.
She sounds like someone dragging a bastard.
No, you're saying don't do crack, which is noble, right? But if she did crack, there's a good chance she probably wouldn't be doing that right now, to be honest.
Please get me
She
out
probably
of
would have
here.
straightened
Can
up.
you fix my pants, please?
She'd be tweaking the fuck out for sure, but she wouldn't be doing all that.
I can't. My arms hurt. Please.
He was the first soldier in Hamas's new regiment.
Down.
I hear you. You don't have to yell.
Where's my dad?
I hear they have to keep up with the quotas.
Dad is not here, hopefully.
What do you mean, hopefully? Yes, I hope he's here.
The far left demands it. No coke and no woman regiment.
Please.
You're at the county jail. You're gonna have to get out.
No. No way. Wait, can I call my dad, please?
Come on.
No, please. I have a right to a phone call.
That was interesting.
Coming up.
Oh, hold on.
50
I want to see what she got.
Wahila, the suspect who was arrested, was charged with disorderly conduct and liquor beer.
What? Guys, this video was over.
My left hand, please. Please get me out of here. Can you fix my pants, please?
Hold on. Slide on out.
I can't. My arms hurt. Please put my left hand, please. Down.
I hear you. You don't have to yell.
Where's my dad?
Your dad is not here, hopefully.
What do you mean, hopefully?
Come on.
Boom, roasted.
Zuahila, the suspect who was arrested, was charged with disorderly conduct and liquor beer purchase while under the age of 21. She is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
I got her purchasing. Interesting.
Wait, purchase?
It must have come up later, I guess.
Coming up. Is that like a charge that like englobes other charges or whatever, or like?
Surely.
Counting them towards a possible Arab majority in the future, they can't be trusted because, after all, Jews have been oppressed in other Arab and Muslim countries in the past.
Into this one from Sunflower says, have either of you heard about the recent claim from the IDF that an Al Jazeera reporter held hostages at his home in central Gaza? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of different aspects of the world that are kind of embedded in Gaza with Hamas. I mean, whether that's what we've seen with UNRWA, whether we've seen international people like reporters or media. The reality is that Hamas is also like the administrator to the region, so it's hard to separate them out completely from the Al-Qassam brigades. It's hard to separate them out from the military component of it as well. I mean, I think it's bad. If you're an Israeli, you're basically saying like, well, look, we told you so to the rest of the world. I mean, but if you're the rest of the world who's never cared about that in the past, you're going to find ways to endlessly justify it and say, well, actually, this is a lay epic resistance and fuck Israel is genocidal and apartheid, or you'll just deny that it ever happened anyway. Yeah, and then also I will say the only reason I push back is because it was Ben who said the racial essentialism is off the charts. And when you say Arab and essentialism, the only thing that you are invoking is the idea of race. I don't know what else could be essential when we're talking about Arabs besides the race, unless you mean essential as in like people that have certain clothes or something. I don't know what else we could possibly be referring to there.
It's that hot falafel.
When we say essentialism.
Yeah, I did not, in fact, use the word racial there. That's not true. Go back and look. They have I think, ethnic, cultural. I mean, I think again, the idea that there is something in any group of people, whether we're talking about Jews, Arab, Muslims, etc., that make them incapable of treating each other equally in a democracy.
Wait, I bought this?
That is what I'm objecting to very briefly on the question about the journalist. Yes,
9 days.
You have a journalist who was participating in that. Then you have a tremendous number of journalists who were not engaged in anything remotely like that, both Palestinians and foreign journalists who have been slaughtered at really shocking rates by the Israeli military.
This one from Stephen M says, you steel man the other side's argument. For Ben, the pro-Israeli argument to the current conflict, and Stephen, the pro-Palestine side. Maybe if you just, let's say you were to steelman your opponent's strongest argument in just a few sentences, just like you gave your own best argument for your side at the very beginning of the Q&A.
Yeah. I'm waiting for Ben to go first on this one.
Yeah, go first, man.
I'm waiting for you to go first.
Oh, dude, this guy is so cringe, man.
Like Steven, if you want to go first.
Do I really? Sure. I mean, the steelman position is that essentially in the 40s, Jews basically started flooding into the Middle East in a particular area that had been sectioned off by mandates that was ideally going to be reserved for an Arab majority government, just like it had in every other part of the Middle East that was carved off for Arab mandates. And the people there felt incredibly fucked over. They got fucked over by the British. They felt that way. Then they got fucked over by the Jews that carved out some land there. Then they got fucked over by the Jordanians and the Egyptians and the Syrians that invaded and took land there and didn't keep any of their interests in mind. And then they got fucked over by all the Arabs that basically abandoned them in their quest for territorial absolution when Egypt signed peace, when Jordan signed peace, and then with the
And they still don't surrender.
So you basically have a group of people that have been encouraged to fight for land that they felt like was theirs, that to some extent I think you can argue they reasonably feel like they got completely fucked out of a long time ago, and they've been essentially abandoned by every single other party willing to fight for them except for Iranian extremists and Iranian proxy groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. I think that as of today, they probably look at the situations that they live in and they say, oh, wow, well, we've got a whole bunch of people on the West Bank that essentially have no right of travel, no right of military. You know, we've got our Palestinian Authority that we saw as corrupt under Arafat and as corrupt under Abbas. And the one time that you allow us to sort of have democratic elections and support a particular group, you try to coup them in the Gaza Strip, which is what happened to Hamas, and it's why Hamas started throwing Fatah off buildings, because there was a U.S. and Israeli-backed coup by Fatah to get rid of Hamas after the elections. Israel's unwillingness to help the Palestinian Authority secure any rights for Palestinian people probably make them feel, especially now as you get a generation of people that have been brought up under this, like they have absolutely no future. There's absolutely no world where Israel's ever going to grant them a state. The Palestinian Authority is essentially a defunct agency that only serves as a security subcontractor for Israel, and Hamas is your only path to having like an actual state. Probably leaves them feeling incredibly desperate and makes it so that the only thing that they see themselves being able to do in the future are terrorist attacks against Israel until they finally get the recognition that they want, so that people come back to the negotiating table.
Yeah, that seemed like a steel man of the Hamas position. I don't know what it had to do with mine, but in any case, yeah, I've been sitting here for the last couple of minutes trying to,
He literally made your argument better than you did.
Of the best argument that I possibly can in favor.
It's the same thing
of this position. I mean, I think I think certainly the best one that we actually heard was was about leverage. I think that, I guess the only thing I would add to it is that
self-hating Jews.
You can point to
they seem
just
to be
the fact that there isn't
tokenized these days
on the ground, fighting for the sort of outcome that I'm saying would be the most just, as a reason to think that that's never going to happen anyway. So you have to you have to choose between evils, and at least Israel is however bad much of what it does isn't as bad as it would be if Hamas somehow created a Islamic State in the whole area or something like that. So I know that wasn't a great attempt, but I'm not trying to. I'm genuinely doing my best here to try to think of what I could say that would actually be a good argument for this position, beyond what's been made.
Okay, am I allowed to give a steel man for the position, or?
Well, I mean, am I allowed to give one for mine? I certainly don't feel like you did.
You don't think that my position was in a steel man of the Palestinian position?
I don't think it was a steel man of the position that I was arguing for tonight by any means.
I don't know what you're arguing for. I don't think you existed in reality.
You don't know what I'm arguing for? I don't know how I possibly could have been more clear that I think that what Israel is doing counts as apartheid and ethnic cleansing, and it's wrong for the United States to support that. I don't know how I could have been more clear on that in the opening. I don't know how I could have been more clear in bringing that back up. I realize that you prefer to talk about anything but that's my position.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry, I fucked up. The Steelman for Ben's position is that we need to use the biggest, meanest words possible to describe what Israel is doing. We need to misappropriate terms like apartheid, even though the fact is the Palestinians living in the neighboring states that are explicitly denied citizenship on ethnic grounds and are explicitly denied resettlement on ethnic grounds. We should actually say that it's Israel that's engaging in apartheid, whose Arab population lives with more rights and freedoms afforded to them than any other Arab state in literally the entire history of the planet for an ordinary citizen, assuming you're not royalty or you're not a religious, rabbi or priest or whatever the fuck, right? That people are engaging in apartheid. And then also I would say they're also engaging in genocide. Not the Syrians who killed some 200 to 500,000 people, not Saddam Hussein, who used chemical weapons against people, not Gaddafi, who tortured and murdered political opponents, and not the Houthis, who, routinely starve huge groups of people and commandeer humanitarian aid to allow other adversaries in the country to die. Those people are engaged in a genocide. In actuality, it's actually Israel that's engaged in genocide. The people that drop leaflets on buildings and tell people to flee buildings, and the people that waste $500,000 on precise munitions to kill 4 people that people like that are going to cry over civilians anyways. That's the Steelman argument. My bad. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, at least that diary of whataboutism that we just heard makes me feel a little bit better about not being able to come up with a better argument on behalf of Stephen's position. So thank you for that.
This one from Boxer.
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. My bad. Hold on. Wait, my bad. The Steelman of Ben's position is, as the United States, we should put our money and our resources to supporting people that mirror the values that we have.
Trash since the beginning.
Other countries, just because they're in a bad region of the world doesn't mean you can support bad behavior or bad actions. Otherwise, what the fuck does it matter if the United States is supporting you? If the United States is a funder of moral armies or moral causes around the world, the reality is that if we fund or support somebody, we need to have them rise to the standards that we believe that our country ought to live by. The fact that they might live in a more despotic or a more apocalyptic or whatever the fuck reason isn't a good enough reason to allow them to exist in those conditions. Otherwise, why support them at all? The money that our...
Maybe it is more of a modern day debate since he's not doing any moderation at all.
The Steelman lines with the argument you're making.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Right. Move this one. Boxer Santoro says, Ben/Destiny, do you think terms genocide, self-determination, apartheid, and etc. operate as accurate accounts or just Russell conjugations that stipend conversations about this conflict?
Yeah, I get... Oh, sorry, you go.
I would say yes, obviously. When you use these types of words, the implication is that the international community is going to come along and save the Palestinians. That's probably not what's going to happen. It's also not an accurate accounting of what's going on the ground.
He's using Ben as a fleshlight right now.
It gets you away from talking about the things that are actually important. Issues relating to Palestinians aren't the fact that they don't have access to money or that they're all starving to get to death. It's the fact that they live without any honor or dignity. It's the fact that they feel subjugated as a people in a land that they feel like was torn away from them, 100 years ago. Not because of like a particular standard of living, but because of all of the rich history and culture that Arab society used to enjoy that's now they feel has been robbed from them by a foreign invader. The words are bad because they draw an unrealistic expectation for what the Palestinian side thinks that they're entitled to, and it replaces any good conversation about, well, what are things that we can actually do or actually talk about to further the standards of people in these areas. Sorry for that burp.
Yeah. I think that if you are denying millions of people that you've ruled over for almost 6 decades citizenship and basic rights because of their ethnicity, which I think that when we went back and forth about it, it seemed like there was never actually a counter argument on that claim. Instead, just pivoted to
apartheid time.
Why do you think they're so concerned about that?
What's the ethnicity?
That the reason.
Wait, what's the ethnicity that they deny rights to? Just real quick, could you specify that in your answer?
Yeah, that millions of people in the West Bank and Gaza have been
West Bank and Gaza, are those ethnicities? Those sound like geographic regions to me. What is the ethnicity?
There was going to be a rest of the sentence that those people have been denied rights because of their ethnicity, because
which ethnicity?
Being Arabs, because if you added those
I interrupted a bit too early.
Who are already citizens of Israel, then you would lose the Jewish character of the state. That's the explicit argument, and that is an argument, even if you think it's justified, that is an argument, in defense of denying millions of people rights because they belong to
clap.
Ethnic group. I think that is in fact textbook apartheid, and it's really important to acknowledge that because once you have, then the question is
Oh, headway.
Who did it? Who did it?
Hey Fo, if you stream on Discord and to kick, you're using more PC power, and it can slow the reaction time in your gameplay. If they watch over stream it will be delayed.
Okay.
Hope to see you crash out in a fun way tonight. Give 'em hell. We
Thank
love
you, bro.
Aaron.
Love you, buddy. Thank you, man. Who did it? Yo, MDMA with the follow. Monkey Power, Dirtiest Chief, thanks for following. Warlord, thanks for the year, Warlord. Thanks for all you've done for me, Warlord, for a year, brother. I appreciate you, man. Unfortunately, we gotta do this in here instead. Sharon, join the fucking Discord. How do I read logs? How do I read logs? How do I read logs? What up, Jack Steels? What do you mean, dude? I'm not baiting engagement, man.
Pro streamer, by the way.
Server settings, auto logs. User settings. Under what? Profiles, private safety. Where do I go? Y'all want to do this forever? Y'all wait. Click my server at the top of my server. I did. Then what? Server settings, server logs. I don't have that. I have my account, profiles, profile safety. It's literally under server settings.
So I'm gonna bring them in,
Short man.
and then we'll start with first
man.
Dave. You may know him as Professor Dave.
Why is Quartering doing debates now? Oh, it's Rumble. I should debate Destiny again and get just annihilated.
Dave explains he's linked all of his. Yep. If I can.
And this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so, and make sure to bring quantitative predictions.
Other videos.
The second tactic he will use is because he knows the flat earth is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like relativity and certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until Copernicus uses a spherical Earth. So if he would like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat Earth versus round Earth to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the Earth is a sphere. And he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove the Earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever. Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions, just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense. On a rotating sphere, you have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris. Speaking of the Southern Cross, in order to get the pizza land, he has to take the point that is the South Pole and unwrap it to get the perimeter of the pizza. And that results in total absurdities like these three people all looking at the Southern Cross at the same time, despite looking at completely different directions. That makes no sense at all. Again, on a sphere makes perfect sense where south actually means something, and they're all looking at the South Pole. Number two, day and night in regions of illumination. This is very bad for the Flurfies because in the winter months, they need to take the sun all the way out to the periphery of the disk, and that would result in most of the pizza being dark everywhere most of the time. Of course, in reality, the opposite is true. The edge of Antarctica in these winter months is illuminated almost all the time. So how does the light get all the way over there? And then you don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. You can go to Ushuaia, which is at the tip of South America, where people live, and that must be illuminated around 70% of the trajectory, while places like Point Barrow, Alaska experience 24-hour night. In order to try to explain this, they have to make light do things that it doesn't do, and in fact, flat earthers do not ever try to explain this at all.
That is a new one. That's a weird organization of light right there.
It gets even worse if you go all the way to the South Pole. There is a 24-hour sun there, which completely obliterates the flat Earth, as flat earthers themselves admit. And that is why a rich person lately has been offering fully paid trips to the South Pole so that flat earthers can see the 24-hour sun, and they are all busy crapping their pants trying to make excuses to not go. Once again, on a globe Earth, this makes perfect sense. Day is when you're facing...
Come on, John wouldn't even go to the North Pole.
The sun. Night is when you're facing away. Pretty simple. Number 3, Southern Hemisphere causes trouble. For years, flat earthers have been pretending that there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. This is wrong. There are many. Sydney to Santiago is one of them. And this goes both ways, nonstop, in both directions over the Pacific Ocean. And then we have the Antarctica Cup Ocean Race, which is a boat race that circumnavigates Antarctica. They go all the way around every year. And neither of these things make an ounce of sense on a flat Earth. You would have to have for the flight, the Sydney to Santiago takes this incredibly enormous arced path instead of going the straight line path, and neither of which could be done in 12 hours anyway. And then the boat race would have to go around the entire world, always steering away from Antarctica instead of towards it, which it doesn't do. So all of these observations are very extremely basic, intuitive ways to prove that the Earth isn't flat.
GG, that was destructive. Oh my god, dude.
What is a woman? A female. Wow. There's an episode on Joe Rogan where Ben...
But all the flat earthers don't have a high school knowledge of the Earth. That's basically it.
Shapiro keeps using the pronouns that the person presents as. Is Ben Shapiro not because he genuinely thought for a moment that they did have XX chromosomes? No, there's never that confusion in Ben Shapiro's mind. What's actually happening is a transgender woman.
I think there's just one physics class off of realizing what every other scientist is saying.
Woman from Orange is the New Black. She's on the cover of Time magazine, or he's on the cover of Time magazine.
Break a leg. There's one way to curb underage drinking. Let's also put a picture of her by the mantle. Keep the kids away from the fire. Yes. Him. Shoot. Whatever.
Jordan Peterson actually gave the best answer for what is a woman.
And almost nobody can answer it. What is a woman?
Peterson's answer is completely correct. People are just asking if you believe in trans people or not, but they think it's like a clever way of asking. If you don't think that trans people should be a thing, or you don't believe in trans people or whatever, then just argue that. I think it was memeing, but unironically, Andrew Tate also, through humor, is actually hinting at a lot of the concepts that I'm speaking of here.
Would you rather have sex?
Communicating is important.
No.
Pretending a word
it's a knife.
a strict legal definition is kind of annoying. I don't use a dumb analogy. The punching isn't an inherent part of as opposed to killing or reducing population is an inherent part of genocide. Not necessarily. Genocide has two elements. Both need to be met. That's it. If you don't...
Difficult question that he struggled with, and the question was, Destiny, what is a woman?
Why is this mono audio?
Gave a sort of answer.
My right ear, dude.
What is a woman, dude? What the fuck? That's a really complicated question. That's an insanely complicated
This is
question.
80 audio.
I mean, Cutie all this time I say, okay, listen, okay? Jesus Christ, okay?
He's trying to think of it.
So
why is that an insanely complicated question?
It was, but then this is how they responded after he kind of gave some, ran around the bush here about that. Do you have the second half of that clip?
Yeah. Ran around the bush. Oh, so we don't even play my answer. That's good. Okay. Shit, like Mrs. Weber.
I think when a woman wants my set out, people tits in the vagina.
Sure, maybe, but like you might meet somebody.
No, not maybe.
Not maybe. Not maybe. So the Hodge twins were not having it, Destiny. By the way, Destiny, you gotta do better than that. Can you have the full?
Gotta do better. You didn't even listen to the
of the clip, if you can.
I feel like
So he went to basically say all sorts of explanations like, well, you gotta understand what qualia is. It depends on the circumstance, and like there's tables and there's curtains, and is a hot dog a sandwich or not?
Vagina.
And Destiny's not an idiot. We've done multiple podcast content.
Yeah, he's
but
smart.
Destiny, I don't know why he struggled with this one, but this is what he did in an attempt to try to define a woman. Go ahead.
Here's a woman.
I'm confused when you talk about the what is a woman question, because your argument for a woman possibly meaning all these things sounds like people trying to argue racism is power plus prejudice. No one uses the word woman like that, just like no one uses the word racist like that. Okay.
Why did August include the one guy?
When you're using words, the goal is to invoke something in a person's mind. Okay, that's all we do when we speak language. The goal is to invoke something in a person's mind. I would say that in like 99% of circumstances, when you say woman, you say man, people understand what you're invoking there, right? But you take for granted how complicated language is when you speak a thing to invoke something in a person's mind, because what you're invoking in a person's mind is very rarely as rigid or as fundamental as people like to think. That's why it's funny to me when people say things like, oh, well, when I say woman, I mean like vagina and tits or whatever. And it's like, okay, that maybe you can say that you mean that, but when you identify people as man or woman in society, when we say that, we're not really evaluating them on those circumstances. You might assume that they have it, but we're using this as like proxies for other traits or characteristics. Or like when somebody says, for instance, even in common policy for like sayings, somebody says like, "Oh, you throw like a woman," or "Why are you acting like a girl?" Are they literally saying that like you're moving your body in a way that makes it seem like you have a vagina or tits, or are they referring to some like other types of like behavioral characteristics, right? I'm saying when we say words, it's complicated. The question of what is a woman is just a retard's way of trying to get a gotcha because they're either too intellectually lazy to explore, like trans topics, or they're genuinely too retarded to understand how sophisticated or complicated language is. That's it. Like, what is a woman is just a shortcut to being able to say like, oh, well, I don't think that like trans people are a real phenomenon, which by the way, that's like a defensible position. If you think that trans people aren't real, or if you think that like the way that we approach trans issues is not real, or I'm sorry, is not good, then have that argument. You can have that discussion, right? Which is fine, but to try to mask it with like a what is a woman, it's like content made by retards for retards to convince retards that they're not retards. Like that's it. Like you think you're getting some like massive own by saying like, well, what is a woman? Like, it's what, like any word, any singular word is truly going to be pretty difficult to define when you're talking about the difference between like universal categories of things versus like particular things themselves. Just definitionally, these are incredibly difficult things to pin down. And that can be true if we talk about like, what is a phone? What's the difference between like a phone and a tablet? Or like, I said before, what is a table? What is a chair? What is like any particular type?
Oh, you wanted some John Zerka territory now.
Type of thing. And I think I give the meme example like, well, what is a hot dog or a sandwich, right? Like these are like meme examples, but they demonstrate that like language is a very complicated thing. It's arguably one of the most complicated things that humans utilize is language. It's probably one of the things that gives us the biggest advantage over every other species on the planet. Like the idea that we can say something and refer to things at different times or in different places, or refer to things like relationally. We're not even just saying nouns. We're like talking about relations between two things or describing abstract thoughts. Like, yeah. Do you feel like sometimes it's not worth getting into it? Yeah, it's never worth getting into it because everybody that asks these questions are by definition retarded, especially because the answer to these questions are always retarded because the answer they'll give is something like adult human female. Okay, genius, what the a female? That's literally a definition. It's a tautological answer. You're answering the question with the same thing that is contained in the question itself. Like, what is a woman? A female. Wow. Holy shit, bro. You're fucking genius. Good job. You solved it.
Get wrecked.
Like,
X equals X. Get wrecked.
You just say XX chromosome human mammal. You can say that, sure, but I hate this topic. I hate it. When you say like
let's determine every allele in those chromosomes.
Couldn't you just say XX chromosome human mammal? Sure, but then the question becomes, when you say woman today, are you referring to the same thing that somebody meant when they said woman in the year 1000? Because they didn't know about XX chromosomes. So when you say woman and you're referring to chromosomes, are you now referring to something substantively different? Has the definition changed? Were they always referring to XX chromosomes without realizing it, right? Language is complicated. That's all I'm saying. Don't
Yes, that's what they were referring to.
take it for granted. Or do take it for granted, because nobody honestly gives a and everybody just takes it for granted anyway, so who the cares?
Exactly.
Okay, here, without diving too deep on this.
Come on, dude. You're not gonna just want to research combustion engines to know how to build one and manufacture one. What would be the first processes? Refining? And be like mining and refining before building and crafting a combustion engine. Just for a debate. There's no point in that.
Okay, listen, okay? Jesus Christ, okay? If I tell you a thing, okay? In philosophy, there's something like qualia, okay? So like, what is it like to experience something, okay? Behind you is a red curtain. You've never seen color red before. And I say, there's a red curtain. I can never actually express what that qualia is. You're not gonna know unless you experience it yourself, right?
Are you a brain in advance, Destiny?
There are things we experience, and when we have two brains, okay, I can never send you an idea. I can't do it. It's impossible because our brains are. So what I do is I speak a word. When I say something, I hope you have an experience, and that's awesome. So when I say, oh, this blanket is really soft, you might think soft like, oh,
Maybe XQC can, when he put on that helmet thing that helped him with his ADHD to go forward or backward in a roller coaster simulator.
I also hate this too. God, it makes me not want to do any of this cuck shit. It makes me not want to do any of this because
your name is Cuxtony. You have to. Come on, dude.
I get accused of doing it on the other end, where people always say like, "Oh, Destiny just does rhetoric and he blah 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 blah," and it's not. I hate rhetoric. I hate rhetoric so much because most of the time that I spend preparing for debates is figuring out how to communicate ideas to retards. Okay, so when you say just say woman is a category, different people have different qualifications or borders of that category. The long diatribe is always going to be a PR nightmare. When you say PR nightmare, what that sounds to me like is like you have to dumb yourself down to have the most retarded conversation in the world because everybody listening to you is a moron. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. I'd rather just have an interesting conversation with an intelligent person rather than sit here and try to think like, okay, well, how do I dumb this down for the retarded knuckle dragging moron that's going to be listening to this, who's like literally drooling and coming at the same time, trying to smash the right combination of letters on their keyboard to, say whatever bullshit on Twitter.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson has a channel.
God, it's so annoying. Ugh. Word. When I say something, I hope you have experience and that's awesome. So when I say, oh, this blanket is really soft, you might think soft like, oh, like a dog or a cat or pillars. You've got other experience in that one, right? For all of the language that we use, we say words. There's a whole bunch of associated concepts that like pop up when we say those words. Now, they might not map cleanly onto some universal, Platonistic form of thing. So for instance, when I say table, and I tell you to define a table, you can never give me a definition that encompasses all tables and excludes all things that aren't tables, right? They always have 4 legs. One is something you can I don't even know what, I explain all that. I don't even know if it's worth explaining all this. I don't even know if anybody even connects with anything I just said. They're like, oh, actually, no. Actually, words come from Merriam-Webster. Well, what's like a woman? When we say woman, depending on the concept, lights up a whole bunch of concepts. So women, they tend to dress a certain way, they tend to have certain hair, they tend to exhibit certain characteristics, they tend to have certain body parts, they tend to have certain. So a woman, it really kind of depends on the circumstance, right? Like if I'm in let's say that I'm in school, right, and I'm like a grade schooler, and somebody says, oh, a woman just walked by. Well, in that case, you're probably speaking more to me than like gender or whatever, right? It's like, oh, shit, like Mrs. Whoever.
I think when a woman might say that, I think of tits in the vagina.
Sure, maybe, but like you might. Can you explain that counter argument a bit further? They generally identify the X chromosomes based on how females develop and look sure. Why is it wrong to say that? Now that we know. Why is it wrong? It's not about being like right or wrong. It's about looking at the world with a little bit more sophistication than whatever stupid alternative media dipshit you listen to. Okay? I can prove words arise.
Never mind. This entire video will just be one guy.
Descriptively. Like language. That's not the right word. I'm thinking of description versus prescription. Words arise through use, okay? You use words and that's how they become popular in society. They don't come from a book.
Colloquial term. Okay. We're getting somewhere.
Strict definitions. The easiest argument...
Oh, we can look up the definition of colloquial.
In favor of this. Like, here's the easiest argument completely. Is I just have to look at... What was that podcast where...
It's called the Hedonism Podcast.
It's the easiest demonstration of the concept that I'm getting at, and it proves it so cleanly. There's an episode on Joe Rogan where Ben Shapiro keeps f***ing up over and over again. He's trying so hard to gender somebody with their biological sex or whatever, and he keeps using the pronouns that the person presents as. He keeps fucking it up over and over again. And the reason why, you have to ask yourself in those moments when Ben is up, is Ben Shapiro up because he genuinely thought for a moment that they did have XX chromosomes, that they genuinely had XY chromosomes? No, there's never that confusion in Ben Shapiro's mind. What's actually happening is the way that we use the words male or female or man or woman, it's a complicated web of things that we associate with it. And if enough of those things, flip a switch in one direction, then we tend to think man, we tend to think woman. That's how it works. What I just said there is true. You can be ass mad about it if you want, but it's true for you, no matter how much you're kicking and screaming against the concept. This is how you use language, how everybody uses language. That's just a fact of the world. I'm not even saying anything controversial at this point. 34 minutes. Oh, it's this. I think he does this multiple times in this show.
Transgender woman from Orange is the New Black.
I never watched that show.
I've never watched that show either, but she's on the cover of Time magazine.
Oh.
Or he's on the cover of Time magazine.
Like, he does it several times in this. Somebody linked it. Does Crowder do this too?
Why are you getting mad at Ben? He's chesting his bat right now, and you're getting mad.
King.
Break a leg.
There's one way to curb underage drinking. Gosh. Let's also put a picture of her by the mantle. Keep the kids away from the fire.
Yes.
Him. Shoot. Whatever. Z. I don't know. You can admonish me off the bat because I can't keep this straight.
Wait, but why can't he keep it straight? It should be incredibly obvious, right? Because he and she literally just mean chromosomes, right? You're never mixing those up, right? It should be really easy, no?
Look, I guess if Bud Light can pretend to be beer, he can pretend to be a woman.
Yeah, exactly.
But my question was that really her head? Why did her head look so huge?
Like, why? What do you mean her? Are they all of these people just keep forgetting the?
Maybe they are in a minority of thinking right now. And not that all of Twitter and major headlines are using the other pronoun.
Chromosomes? Is that what's happening here?
And her torso.
This seems like a weak point to argue on. Yeah, it's because you're retarded. I'm sorry. I don't have the patience for this right now. I can't do this today.
It looks so tiny.
Well, that's what happens. The estrogen it breaks down the body to the point of no repair, but you still have the acronomaly.
That was a guy at one point?
Yeah, exactly.
You want me to believe this?
Still is.
Yeah.
Still is a guy.
I gotta be in.
Like, even that sentence betrays what's happening in the head. That was a guy at one point? How could you
That's what society is telling him to believe. Come on, dude.
ever utter that sentence unless there's something more in the definition than just the XY chromosome. Something else is happening there. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not, something else is obviously happening in the brain there, right? Brian, thanks for the 10 gifted subs.
Sort of kind of cute.
Really? What? You're into the whole body of Tweety Bird head of Andre the Giant?
No, I'm sorry. I was talking about the girl in the Nike commercial.
Oh.
No, holy Jesus, but her head looks huge there.
Yeah.
And you don't know if it's an official deal with Bud Light or not.
I have no idea.
You could still say a woman is XX chromosomes and also admit that appearance can deceive someone. You're deceiving yourself if you think that when you say XX or XY, that you're referring to some genetic structure. That's just not true. The reality is, two things can happen at once, okay? Words are complicated. Language is complicated. There's whole theories of language. There's reasons why people write so much on theories of language. So one is that language is complicated. And two, if you don't think that trans people should be a thing, or you don't believe in trans people, whatever, then just argue that. Don't be a little limp pussy who can't actually handle the discussion. So you think you're asking some stupid gotcha question that's just revealing that you would be wiped out in a society that doesn't allow 65 IQ people to breathe. Like, just say that. Just say, oh, well, I don't think that trans people exist in a way that they should have access to medication. We shouldn't treat them, blah, blah, blah. Just say that. Just do that instead of trying to do like the weird gotchas that just demonstrate your lack of understanding about anything having to do with humankind.
No, not maybe. A woman walks by, someone say, oh, she's got tits in the vagina.
But not, you're assessing behaviors anymore.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so the hot choices weren't having it. We've had the hot choices.
Wow, Brian, thanks for 20 gifted memberships, buddy.
The podcast, those guys are huge.
Make the genocide real.
Huge, hilarious. Destiny,
Destiny,
smart guy. We've had him on the podcast. I like Destiny.
Yeah.
But sometimes, bro, just answer the question. So, Rich.
You are completely misunderstanding what the purpose of the question is, and I don't know why. The question is to test people's ability to define the categories they're seeking to redefine. No, you're wrong. That's not the purpose of the question. The purpose of the question is to see what team you're on, and then to see if you can get a cheap gotcha because you don't have the philosophical or medical background to even discuss the question. That's all it means. That's all it is. That's the start and stop of what that question is for.
Trick question. What is a woman?
I mean, really?
Yes. Please help.
I mean, I just use the word qualia, curtain, or hot dog.
I mean, I just lost a minute of my life listening to this idiot talk about. I don't know why he gets a platform. What is a woman? It's a biological female.
This was the cuck that was scared to have a conversation with me, right? Where Amy asked, "Is there one person that you disagree with that you'd have a conversation with?" And I think he like had a short circuit on the fucking stage. Was he one of them?
With the ability to birth children. That's it.
No, but some might say that's the sex. So there's two sexes, right? Female,
I don't
male.
care what other people say.
And
A
then
woman has
gender.
a uterus, has a vagina,
Listen,
has breast
I have my
tissue.
own personal opinion. You know,
And it's such a this is like the health at every size arguments too. Like they act like they're so brave. Like, actually, I think a woman has a vagina. Yeah, you're right. Like in 99.9, or maybe in all circumstances, depending on how you want to go about it. But like, just have the conversation then. Don't look for the easy gotcha question. Okay.
I don't like when
What's
people
he
like,
waiting
you know,
for?
when you say, what is your gender? And there's like 50 different options.
Male
I'm
or
like,
female, it's
I'm overwhelmed. Yeah.
I don't know why we have to, confuse things today.
But that's just what.
This is all part of the agenda to pacify the Western.
Okay, how about this? Ready?
The agenda, the big agenda comes in. I like these guys that can't hold any complicated thoughts in their mind whatsoever. Somehow have identified like the overarching, like transcendental demon that is trying to control and shift all society. Can we just ship these guys all to Dubai? We should start a fund to ship these people to Dubai. They can just go live there forever. Get them the out of my country, please.
Raise your hand if you're currently pregnant on the panel. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we have a biological
just
female that's pregnant.
The biological adult
Woman.
human female. Yes. Chris, I know you've been trying to get pregnant.
Oh, shit.
Why hasn't it happened for you, bro?
Not a woman.
What?
What?
Yeah.
So what's a
There are barren women. Come on.
An adult human female.
Oh.
Like this is
As a child. A woman? No.
like a troll movie, bro. So much of the conservatives have like turned into like actual memes, like where you would never expect it to be so on the nose, like retarded. But it's like the fact that this guy, it looks like he's got a tube connected to his asshole and he gets high on his own farts constantly. Like, what's a woman? An adult human female. Like, oh my god, bro.
New GIF.
English or Russian, but what is woman?
I would call her a biological female that can reproduct people.
Okay. Now, not every woman can give birth. We understand that, but
has ability to
has the
reproduct.
ability.
Yeah,
You came from we all like. What did Tupac say? We all came from a woman, got a name from a woman, so don't try to blame.
Oh, can I add feminine
Go ahead. I
energy?
bring up Tupac. Shay wants to. Go ahead.
Feminine energy.
Feminine energy.
What do you mean? You have men that have feminine energy.
Did I relate with you, young fellow teenagers?
Done any content with Destiny?
No, I would never sit with that guy.
Really?
Oh.
He's a clown.
You wouldn't debate him though?
On what?
I mean, at this point, should we just say that red pillars and all these hard right freak bitches just like money more than we do? We just don't like money enough. They are built different. What are you talking about? I mean, I think they probably believe this shit. They're just retarded. I don't know if it's a grift. I think they're just genuinely fucking stupid.
What is a woman?
He let other dudes bang his wife.
Oh.
He doesn't have the capacity to describe what a woman is.
So you wouldn't even sit down.
So what's the point?
I mean, that is true,
Is it
though.
that you don't respect him? You don't value him? You think he's an idiot? All the above? None of the above?
Can a person say there are only two genders and still believe that trans people are real? I guess I only believe in two genders. What is the? That's like a 2018 meme. Like how many genders are there? How many people are even pushing the more than two genders thing? Like, I think you're a super bad faith to conservatives. You know that Matt Walsh wasn't purity testing gender theorists. He was trying to show ideological incongruence. At least admit that. Matt Walsh was brought into Joe Rogan and asked how many trans children does he think are getting like puberty blockers or surgery or something, and his answer was like 4 orders of magnitude off after doing a whole documentary on trans stuff. So no, I'm not going to give any charitability to somebody that fucking stupid ever.
How many people have had this done? Depends on what. I don't think we have exact numbers, but if we're talking about the drugs, it's millions.
Millions? How did you do a whole documentary on this and you're like 4 orders of magnitude off? Millions of kids on puberty blockers? Millions? Millions?
No free will.
You're talking about hormone blockers. Yeah. Millions of kids have been on hormone blockers, really? I'm sure someone's going to fact check me on it, but my guess is that we're into the millions now at this point. Yeah.
You know what? I actually am glad he said that. That is your guess. That truly shows what your state of mind is and how disconnected you are from reality, if that's what you feel, right? I like asking engaging questions like what is the percentage of people you think of this? And somebody's like, 98% of people probably feel this way. And it's like, okay, well, we looked at the data and it's actually 12%. I think you're a little bit disconnected, buddy. Millions of children on puberty blockers?
Oh my god, the gain is crimped like crazy.
8% of kids.
15. One.
Kids think 21%. What?
It's a very small number, if that's right.
It says over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started puberty blockers and had a prior gender diagnosis.
This says it's kind of undercounted, but that
would be a big
less than 1,000 people a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess, hundreds of thousands at this, but I could be wrong.
You did a whole documentary on this, didn't you? How do you not have any background information at all about any of this? Did you do any reading, any research, anything at all?
The big problem with intelligent liberals, I wouldn't call him a progressive because he actually just denounced progressives, but like with Pixie even, for example, they over-intellectualize things where they're like, well, I didn't check anyone's DNA before I walked into the room. How could I really be sure? It's like there's two extremes. Either you're so dumb that you literally believe that people can be in the wrong body, your soul can be in the wrong body, or you over-intellectualize it using a fancy word salad like destiny.
Yeah, but you're over-intellectualizing it by saying chromosomes. Unironically, I don't even know if he would stand by his answer because he's so fucking unhinged now. Jordan Peterson actually gave the best answer on that documentary for what is a woman. If you're not retarded, it's actually an insightfully correct answer, but I don't even know if Peterson knew how insightful or correct it was. I don't know if that segment is on YouTube, because I feel like it's just that
we've been journeying across the country asking people this question, and almost nobody can answer it.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
Marry one and find out.
That's technically the use case is the correct answer. What Peterson's answer is completely correct. Now, I don't know if he was saying that with any level of linguistic insight or any philosophical understanding of what he's saying there about language, or if it was just like a mean answer because he's trying to whatever. But that is how we discover what words are, what language means, and how things are. It's as you use concepts and become familiar with them, and you have some sort of experience with them. This is how you develop language and vocabulary and communicate with vice versa. That is what it is. So if you want to know what a particular thing is, truly the only way to know what that thing is to go out and experience it. That's the correct answer. But it's funny, but because Peterson's given us the right here, I guess people just think that's synonymous with adult human female, but why do you think the answers in the documentary were so piss poor then? Did it not succeed in showing how these PhDs in gender are incapable of understanding their own dimension? I don't remember when we watched this. I feel like most of the people that he was speaking to were stupid. That's the feeling I got, but I don't know who's to say. But I also don't know the setup he had for all the questions and everything too, so I don't know. You do not need to marry one though. It makes no sense. No, you don't need to marry one, but you experience it. Experience is how we learn, experience is how we gain the semantic content of language, right? That things that you say, there's semantic content. Or I think semantic content is the quality of the experience of a thing itself. It's ideal, supposedly, is what separates humans from computers, although who the f knows. But that understanding, I think, can only be gained through experience, right? That's why the Chinese room or whatever experiment with Searle is a question of does a guy in the room that's translating the language, does he have a semantic understanding of what's going on, or is it only a syntactic understanding of the language is processing, which isn't equivalent to the semantic understanding of a thing? But I don't care. I don't fuck it.
A woman is someone who claims that as their identity.
Wait, this is not. We were watching the rest of this. Oh boy.
He was.
Right.
Anyway, do you want to weigh in, Rain, on what
is the actual question that people are trying to make about what is a woman, but don't have the marts to from it? The smart people are just asking if you believe in trans people or not, but they think it's a clever way of asking.
a woman is? Is there any?
Your experiences may not always lead to truth. There is a real truth behind whether someone is a man or a woman or not. No, there's not. What are you talking about? These are literally socially created concepts by humans. Language doesn't exist and categories don't exist outside of well, unless you think that there's a God that exists that creates categories of things, but then that's a whole other religious epistemic argument or whatever. But universal concepts of things don't exist outside of human understanding, right? When you're talking about a particular thing, you're really what you're talking about is like a relationship between underlying matter, and those relationships are ways that we organize and make sense of the world. But arguably they don't exist absent, the universal form doesn't exist absent like humans to have that idea, right? Like if every single human being were to be eliminated from the planet, like would a chair exist? Or would not a chair, a chair might exist, but would the concept, would the universal form of a chair exist? Or would the universal form of a bottle exist if you eliminate all of humans? Probably not.
Any different answers?
That is absolutely wrong, Destiny. Okay, good for you. Sex for mammals exists outside of human understanding, though. No, it doesn't. That's not true. Sex is a category of things. No, there might be underlying facts about underlying matter or whatever, where animals might have particular things and go about in particular ways and create babies and all of that. But the categories of sex, these categorical things, are ways that humans organize things on the planet. It's our way of like making sense of the world. These universal categories don't exist outside of human understanding. Like a particular tree or the matter that comprises a tree is hopefully a thing that exists. But the concept of a tree, trees as a concept don't exist when humans don't exist. What is it? Why would you separate the matter from the tree from the matter from the planet? Or why would you separate the matter? Why would you even have a collection of like the wood, the leaves, the bark? I don't know what the parts of a tree are, right? The organizing that into one concept and then universalizing it and then categorizing other things in that concept. Why would you call that a thing? These are human things. Destiny was way too philosophical with this answer, which leads to the criticism. It's fair. No, it's a philosophical question. If you can't entertain the concept, then don't ask the question. When you're asking questions about language, you're always asking. These are always like very abstract questions. If you want to talk about trans people, then man the up and talk about trans people. Don't do this pussyfooting around on like philosophy of language while being too retarded to understand what you're doing. Just say it. Do you think that trans people are real? Do you think people that actually identify as a different sex or identify as a different gender? Just say that. Don't be a cowardly who has to like squirm around like a little worm on the outsides, asking, retarded philosophy questions because you're too retarded to actually engage with the subject like head on. The words are human-made, but the concepts are not. That's the point. No. Okay. Yeah, okay. Concepts exist. Even if all humans are gone, concepts exist. We just discover the concepts. We discover the universal forms. Thank God. Wouldn't nature just categorize itself without humans ever existing? No. What? No. Why? In what part of nature would it? Why would nature create a category? Ever? Things exist and they do as they do, but the category is like is a pattern or universal form. Who's to separate out a leaf from a branch, or a branch from a trunk, or a trunk from the ground, or a tree from the planet, or a planet from a solar system? These to separate these things out and to recognize distinct entities here. It requires like some sort of conscious differentiation to create these concepts. These concepts don't exist. You can't see sex anywhere, right? There is no way to see sex in the same way that you can't see a chair.
I know how to.
You've got like a collection or organization of matter, and you might be able to describe like its constituent elements, but you can't see that particular thing because that particular thing it's a human organization of the concept. Did gravity not exist before they gave it a name? For gravity, you're talking about like a force, a fundamental like force of the universe. It's different than a universal category of a thing. Can't animals do it too? I don't know. We've never had.
Okay then. Gravity is a category of strong forces, right? Right.
I don't even know if we could find evidence of animals doing it.
Let me double check my work. Strong forces. Direction. The gravitational force category. I only could think of electromagnetic. I forgot about the strong and weak nuclears. Categorized.
You can see sex without humanity. Animals see it all the time. Every animal has found sex without cultural input. No, they don't, you f***ing moron. What the f*** are you talking about? You think that when a dog goes to hump another dog, they have the universal concept of sex in their mind? No, they don't, you retard. Hormones in their brain make them horny because they see something that looks like it's and then they go and they shove their enough until they come and then they walk away. That's the only thing that's happening in a dog's head. There's no universal organization or recognition of concepts that are greater than or more abstract than the actual particular thing that they're engaging in.
Careful now, or else VG is gonna fly into Discord.
Or unless you've spoken to a dog that's keyed you in on that.
He wants to key you in on the games.
Are you saying that concepts and categories are only human things that can never be a universe thing? Correct.
The
that is my
brain
belief, yes. If you're very religious, there might be ways to construct categories as like features of the universe. I personally don't believe that. I think it's a silly belief, but Destiny, doesn't a pattern exist even if there's no one to observe it? The pattern of a tree.
Astrophysicists are silly now.
It would exist even if there's no one to call it a tree. No, show me where the pattern of a tree is. That's the question then. Where is that universal concept? Show me. Where do I find it? Would you give the term human as much of an ambiguous meaning? No. Something, just because something is a universal abstract form doesn't mean it's ambiguous. You can still very clearly define a thing. It doesn't have to be ambiguous. I'm just saying that it doesn't exist outside of like, these are mind-dependent things. At Destiny, I have a question. Whether the word is woman or smasha, the concept overlaps through all human societies, but Red Pill argues the concept is being undermined and redefined. Do you disagree? I don't disagree that there are redefinitions of how we view genders and maybe even sex to some extent through human history. No, this is happening all the time. Culture is constantly redefining and reinterpreting things. With the trans stuff and with drugs and surgeries, it's definitely a bit different than it has been in the past. Maybe even meaningfully different, or of a different kind of.
Well, then maybe that's why boomers are flipping up and fumbling and messing up their sentences. When they're talking about trans people.
I think it's something worth discussing. But you can have the discussion of that without trying to invoke theories of language or universal platonic forms that are way beyond any hope of you understanding these things, because you can't even entertain the idea without feeling so threatened that you've got to go like crawl in the corner and piss yourself. Just like say that. It's like, oh, I'm uncomfortable with the new ways that we're coming to understand like what woman or man means, or the idea of like injecting hormones into their like sex or gender. They say that. Those are even, I don't even say those derisively. Those are defensible positions. You can have arguments about that. What you can't have is some argument pretending that there is some universal prescriptive language that everybody must sign on to, and that's like a feature of the universe that we're discovering that is now being encoded into our brains. That's the dumbest to make that argument. Just argue about the actual concepts themselves, not more abstract things that you're unwilling to engage with.
I agree with Rich. A woman is just like tits, a vagina, and just like they give life. Like, literally.
It's not complex.
It's not at all.
To a bar. Now do you believe in trans people? Like, it's such a stupid fucking example. You're pivoting between fact and language. We can use language how we want, but there are large gamete producers and small gamete producers, and this is as fundamental to mammalian biology as gravity is to the universe. Well, I'll skip over the fact that you probably don't even understand a single thing about gravity, which is fine. But if you want to argue that there is a fact of the matter about reproductive organs, that is obviously true. If you want to argue that for women and for men, that 99.99% of the time there is an overlap on the.
Okay, is he done now? Is he going to? Yep, he's offline. Of course he is.
Funny, I hope that bald-headed fuckers piss on this.
Okay, he's just letting TTS carry. Oh, Elden Ring. It's kind of a switch up.
Instant swords about charging. What?
Summons are cheating, and here's why. I'm just kidding. Wes is doing pretty good. Oh, he's out of pots. Maybe he's not. At least he's a +9, unlike Forsen. Darius during a boring stream? That is
If
so
you could do
unlike
some
him.
sort of mind cleansing by not coming for like a month straight. I'm actually very curious. I have no way to prove it. How would I prove that I haven't came in a month? Would I have to do some sort of come jar? How would I prove that I haven't come? What would be the way to do that? Are you drunk? No. How would I prove that I haven't come to you guys? Cum guard, no, not cum guard. You gotta measure start by not drinking. Damn, late stream. Trust you that you'd have to weigh your balls daily. Is that actually how that works? Would probably commit a sexual crime if I had to have sex for a month. I'm trying to think. When I was single, how long did I go without having sex? I think the longest I went without having sex was like when me and Sushi first broke up, which was like 2 to 3 months. And then after that, I was having sex at least once a month. Every month, I think. And I think since then, I've had sex almost like once a month, every month. The bunny cheese. Are you obsessed with what? You know, sex is different jerking off.
Beating KH1 in one night? Bro, he couldn't even get past the jungle wall.
I'm not gonna. What do you mean? What? Pure idea. You wear a chassis belt and really fixes the key somewhere in Texas. Ooh. Wait. How would I shower? I'm cyborg. I'll actually do it. Not even joking. I'm not even joking. Actually, let's do that. Chastity belt. A dick cage. Will this include getting hard? Because I might just get hard.
What?
I might get hard. Can you see someone wearing this? Oh.
Then
that's fine. That's way too big for you, bro. I'm very joking. Inside that'll make you stay soft. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how a dick works. So here's what I'm willing to do. Here's what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to buy this cage, right? I'll put it on, and I'll post a dick to prove that I'm putting it on my Discord, right? I'll censor out my cock or exit out or whatever I'm doing. And then I will give
I don't know how you're going to censor that.
the key for the cage. And you guys will see. And you guys can bother Relly in his chat if I've done it. So I'm saying for 2 months, let's do a month. I will not jerk off or masturbate or have sex. What do you guys think about that? And Relly will abide the rules. What do you guys think about that? What else? Xeno visits? You gonna go solo with your girlfriend? Sure. Yes. I'm not having sex. It's too poisoning of the mind. I'm not joking. causes it. I've noticed that sex makes me just like not care after a little bit. If sex didn't exist, I would worry about issues more often. You know what I mean?
What issues? Beating Elden Ring? I don't get what he means by
Put the
that.
keys in water and then in that freezer. How did that help? That means I have to stream every day, and I have to show you guys that the keys haven't been taken out. Too broke for sex. Why do I have the League of Legends card in here? I'm too broke to buy the dick cage. Let me send this to Danny, and I'll tell him we'll put this on my budget. Niggas will do anything but go to therapy. I mean, that is true. Does this feel uncomfortable? How many trans people are in my Discord? Mail the key to someone? I would love to mail the key to someone, but the problem is that I would definitely want it back when I'm done. And I think it'll be better if we had like a 24/7 live stream on the key, or some sort of like, I think Alex having it is fine. Dr. K stream for 400. Be honest to God, when I did the sex bet against Relly, I should have used this. Give key to sushi. A restaurant?
The sex
bet. For guys who need an expensive therapist. Sure. Dude, you know what's happened? When I did go on a therapist, and I was like going regularly, I was trying to explain to them the situation between like my ex-fiance and her cheating on me, and they were just like, what? And how did you find this woman? And they were like, a destiny? Who's destiny to you? I'm like, well, it's like my best friend, like,
no, it's a concept.
Together, and we're like super close and shit. And they were like, what? They're like, does he hang out? How are you doing it? Like, I met him like a couple years ago, but he met me recently. And it was just like, what? And it just didn't work out. So I would definitely need to talk to Dr. K. But yeah, no, I'm gonna send this to Danny. How is this going to work with a GF, dude? You're so funny. You keep repeating the same thing I've already said. Why the fuck is D10 messaging?
Well, Mitch could have milked the Dr. K content for longer, but no. He wants to play WoW.
I'm calling you on stream, obviously. You messaged me, yo, got something? Alright, guess there's nothing here. What's up? What's up, D10? Okay, yeah, but anyway.
Ew. I'm gonna get hit on YouTube. Keep forgetting. I'm too lazy. I don't want to click mute audio.
This concept between like who we call men have these gametes, who we call women have these, that's also true. Nobody's gonna argue, or nobody should argue against that. That's almost for sure true. But like, keep the questions specific and keep the arguments precise. Don't balloon it out into some retarded shit like, well, one is a woman, because well, now you're invoking a whole bunch of other baggage and stuff that we there's so much other stuff going on that when you're asking those broader questions about universalization or about language, just don't do that. Just focus on the specifics. That's fine. Why can't the universe give concepts? Why is that not possible? Because I don't believe in immaterial things, and universal forms are not material or found anywhere in the world. They're products of people's minds. You can't find you cannot find a category. You can't find the universal form of a thing or whatever, or any organization. This is all like relational, and so it exists in our minds. Okay, whatever it is, probably knows more than me. So,
New video.
That's a fair point about law. How do you propose we write any laws that are required to be gender specific? I don't know. It depends on what the law is, and then you would just specify. How many laws are even gender specific? Are there a lot of gender specific laws? I think you're conflating universalism and realism. These concepts make... Okay, we might...
I was watching BPF's commentary on this video, and it didn't really make sense. He was agreeing with Destiny, but then just kept calling him a Coomer too. Didn't make sense.
I feel like David's about to get...
Dictionary, I think. Oh! Wait, no, I'm not even understanding what you're saying.
Is, well, I kind of feel like God answers some difficult to answer questions, and I get like a sense of like safety and security by believing in this particular thing, but I don't let him keep me from doing anything that I really want to do. But I do use him a lot to judge other people that do things I don't want them to do. Every single time I've met somebody that is like non-denominational, or not every single time, but the majority of the time, it usually feels like something like that, where it's like, well, I want all like the cool benefits, like the social benefits, the epistemic benefits. I can just know it's real because of a God, blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to like adherence to any particular religious text or a rule that they wouldn't already want to follow otherwise, it seems to be the case that they never do that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just an asshole.
All right, Dave,
You
whenever you're
are.
ready. Go ahead, you got up to 7 minutes. Sure. So as I said, I'll make my opening a bit of a response to yours.
Also
because
a
I
true
just,
statement.
met you guys tonight, and I didn't exactly know what I was in for. But I will say that I know Andrew. I have seen on Twitter you in your bio you refer to yourself as a paleoconservative, and that I would just say. Sorry, were you going to say something? Oh, no, sorry. I would just say that I'm very interested in the re-energizing of that term, and that there are people who consider themselves paleoconservative.
Wait, somebody in Kick Chat said disagree. Usually it means they're afraid of death, so believing in an afterlife is nice, but they don't want to do any religious BS. Isn't that more or less what I just said?
In the re-energizing of that term, and that there are people who consider themselves paleoconservatives today. I'm a big... let's just say I was very influenced, and I've read a lot of paleoconservative thinkers, Paul Gottfried, Pat Buchanan, Sam Francis, guys like this. One of the things that I think was great about all of those guys was that they all, the term paleoconservative actually came from harkening back to the old right, which were a group of anti-statist right-wingers back who were, fighting the New Deal and fighting keeping America out of World War I and out of World War II.
Were these people oh God, dude. In conjunction with World War I, we're doing American history as well, okay? We have to, because I'm so tired of the ahistorical...
No, you're not, because you haven't been doing that. What are you talking
Were they really
about?
anti-statist? Or were they just like, for like, generally non-interventionalism? Or were they for like more limitations on the power of the central government? Are we calling those people anti-statist?
Too. I would just say in response to some of the things you said there.
Isn't that what that other boomer said earlier? Oh my god, my clips are down the drain. Fuck. I just realized I'm at 5 hours. Oh, my clips are gone. Oh, I'm gonna have to do another stream. Fuck. Okay. Isn't that what the boomer said earlier today? The 50-year-old libertarian. Only states' rights.
The idea of
something stupid like
and
that.
self-ownership does not at all imply that anyone is allowed to do whatever they want to do, and it certainly doesn't imply that you can't say something is horrifically immoral, even if it doesn't violate the principle of self-ownership. Certainly, property rights would be a great example of where someone wouldn't be allowed to do whatever they want to do if they were on someone else's property who didn't wish to allow them to do that. I think that a lot of the later stuff we probably have to get into in the back and forth and when we're asking each other questions. I think there are lots of examples of degeneracy that you could bring up and ask whether I think we ought to be allowed to do them or not. The question to me isn't so much whether we ought to be allowed to do them, it's how society ought to treat them and what exactly has led us to the point where these awful things are so celebrated. So I'm sure there'll be more time to get into all of these things, but I would just say that I think from what I'm hearing at the beginning here, there's a big misunderstanding of what exactly it is I stand for, and also what kind of the tradition of resisting centralized authoritarian control is really all about. But
Oh boy. Is Andrew Wilson going to push him on specific examples and try to get him to justify them, or is he going to go the more philosophical route? Let's go. Good luck.
Happy to talk more about this.
All right. Opening statements done.
It's wild that like Rob, Nor, and Andrew are considered two smaller creators, but I'm pretty sure either of these guys, like with half their brain tied behind their back, would demolish Dave in like a critical conversation. But let's see, who knows?
So I'm going to try to stay out of it as much as possible. We'll let you two go back and forth. You only hear from me if the audience can't hear because there's too much talking over each other. Other than that, we've got about an hour, 15 hour, 20 minutes. You guys go ahead.
Dave, can you demonstrate for us how you own yourself?
Uh-oh.
Well, what exactly do you mean by that?
Do you own yourself?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, I'm demonstrating. We're both demonstrating it right now on this show.
Well, you're not.
So he's doing the philosophical route. We're going like very, 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 very fundamental here. These types of like meta areas of exploration are almost completely unexplored unless you've like actually sat down and thought, like, the idea of like how do you prove that you own yourself? What does ownership even mean? What does yourself mean in this context? Like, how do you prove, like, what is your source of truth? What is your source of physical understanding? What is your source? Like, these are questions that just the vast majority of people just never think about. They're very, very hard to answer on the spot. And if you're debating somebody who has thought about them a lot and is a talented interlocutor, both of which apply to Andrew, he is a very good debater, and he has thought about these things, or at least he knows the answers and the responses to the level 1 objections. Good luck, Dave. And Dave had no answer. So we're already off on a really bad foot here because Dave didn't even Dave couldn't even compute that question. What do you mean, do I own myself? Uh-oh.
Yourself?
Well, what exactly do you mean by that?
Do you own yourself?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, I'm demonstrating. We're both demonstrating it right now on this show.
Well, you're not demonstrating that you own yourself.
What do you mean by own?
Well, I think that ownership of a thing is just a social construction. That ownership itself is just a parameter of agreed upon criteria.
And the problem here too is Dave's going to agree to this because Dave hasn't thought about this at all, and he's going to have, there's nothing he can do besides accept Andrew's definitions. But if you're already like lost, if you're already at sea in a conversation, and then while you're at sea, you're accepting the definitions that your interlocutor is giving to you, like you're completely f***ed in whatever argument is coming up. You're basically like bending over and you're saying like, please, like, don't f*** me that hard. Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's going to reject it, and I just wasted that whole splurg for nothing.
And criteria. For which, hang on, let me finish the point.
Sure.
For which, so that's how we know. So I own that guitar because we agree that I own that guitar. That's it. That's the only reason I own it. I don't think that there's anything which is that you can point to that would demonstrate that this exists outside of a social construction we agree to.
Okay.
Oh shit.
I'm missing your point here.
My point is that I think
it's over. It's all over.
It's a social construction when you say that you own yourself. I don't think that
I didn't say it's not a social construction.
Well, then you don't own yourself?
That's a false binary. I'm not. Hold on one second.
No. That's a law of logic. You either do or you don't.
No, I didn't say. No, you're asking me if I do or I don't.
So if you want to get like really technical, you either do or you don't. Technically, even in terms of logic, not everything has to be binary. Like something could fail to have a truth value. So for instance, if somebody says, is killing right or is killing wrong? You could say something like, oh, well, actually, I subscribe to moral anti-realism. I don't believe that any moral statements actually have any truth value. So I wouldn't say that it's right or wrong. I would say it's undefined. There is no truth value to this particular thing. This is like very anal. This is stupid philosophy. Philosophy sucks. No one cares about this.
1 second. No.
But so technically, Andrew's wrong. Dave, this is like very basic, like, this is basic logic 101. I'm sure it's, I just call it all prop logic, even though I've never taken a prop logic class. If Dave can't even understand at that point, though, oof. Okay, we might watch all of this. I feel like demolish. We won't watch all this. We will get to Kelly and Jessica tonight, I promise. Okay.
Drama.
Okay, here we go.
No, that's a law of logic.
Obsessed.
No, I didn't say. No, you're asking me if
Not
I do.
a drama
And when he says law of logic, I think he's referring to. I think it's called it's one of like the 3 fundamental truths, like the law of the excluded middle. In logic, the law of excluded middle or the principle of excluded middle states that for every proposition, either this proposition or its negation is true. But I believe that you can argue that there are certain statements. So, for instance, if we say that we're like a moral anti-realist, you can argue that well, actually, there might be some statements that don't actually have truth values. There are other more like esoteric things, like different types of geometries or whatever. I think this is the better. If you want to do a wiki for the moral error theorist thinks that although our moral judgments aim at the truth, they systematically fail to secure it. The world simply doesn't contain the relevant stuff to render our moral judgments true. Well, this says, hold on. Maybe I might be, my understanding here might be incorrect. The moral error theorist claims that when we say stealing is morally wrong, we are asserting that the act of stealing instantiates the property of moral wrongness, but in fact there is no such property, or at least nothing in the world instantiates it, and thus the utterance is untrue. This is saying that the statement would be untrue. What am I thinking of? I'm not thinking of non-cognitivism, am I? Where you say that there is, where there isn't a truth value at all. I believe there are some things where you can't compute the expression, where it's considered like not a, there is no truth value. I could be wrong on that though, but like I said, philosophy. Error theory is commonly defined as the value that moral judgments are 1, truth evaluable, but 2, always false. But there are various reasons for preferring to render 1 as a claim about speech acts, that moral judgments aim at the truth, that they are assertions, and 2, as the broader claim that moral judgments are untrue rather than false. One might, for example, be drawn to error theory because one thinks that there is a sufficient amount of indeterminacy, fragmentation, or confusion surrounding moral concepts that the judgments that employ them, while satisfying the conditions for being beliefs and assertions, do not satisfy the conditions for having truth value. Perhaps, for example, moral concepts are historically derived from a theistic framework within which they made sense, yet removed from that, they are mere remnants that evoke strong intuitions, but upon examination make no sense. If this is so, then it may be argued that the concept of moral wrongness is just so ill-defined that someone who makes the moral judgment stealing is morally wrong fails to put forward a proposition that could be true, but since the speaker and audience are presumably unaware of this fact, the judgment should still count as an assertion. One needs to tread carefully here. The proposal that moral judgments lack basic truth values is traditionally associated with non-cognitivism, but the non-cognitivist thinks that moral judgments lack truth value because they are not assertions at all. The error theorist, by contrast, thinks that moral judgments are typically asserted, but that they fail to be true. Failing to have a truth value is one way of failing to be true. Being false is the other way. Okay, there you go. Sorry, Jesus. Okay. I think a non-cognitivist says that when you're expressing a moral proposition, you're not even doing that. You're not actually making an assertion. You're using language instead to just express a non-cognitive, like a feeling. So I think that usually the example is when you say murder is bad, what you're actually saying is murder boo, I think is the way that it's expressed. But okay, sorry. Like I said, fuck philosophy, okay? Back to this.
On that guitar, that's a law of logic. You either do or you don't.
Why is Andrew religious if he understands all of this? I mean, if God knows all and says, because there's like super religious debaters on the internet, and Andrew is one of them. The Darth Dawkins guy is another one, but
yourself.
That's a false binary. I'm not. Hold on one second.
No. That's a law of logic. You either do or you don't.
No, I didn't say. No, you're asking me if I do or I don't. Do you own that guitar?
Yeah.
Okay, but you just said it's a social construct.
But yeah, but he's going to say yes in accordance with the social construct. Ooh, Dave Smith is pulling a Vosh here. He's unprepared for a debate. Oh boy.
Yeah, but I gave you the criteria for the social construct.
Sure, and I said I own myself.
Right, but when you say
so, as much as you own that guitar,
this is incorrect. When I say, do you own yourself, and you say, I'm not sure. Law of logic.
No.
Hang on, let me finish.
Yes.
Yeah, the law of excluded middle is going to show this.
He brought up. He is referencing the law of the excluded middle, that was the thing that I googled earlier. Yeah, law of excluded middle. I pre-watched it. I pre-watched the whole debate. That's what I was doing. That's why I was.
What a piece of shit.
I was pre-watching this and googling everything in advance.
Be yes or no. Do you have self-ownership? Yes or no. I own the guitar.
Deleted the previous Google history to newly Google it in this session.
But you said yes and I said yes. So
it's also pretty sad, in my opinion. Now, as somebody that hates reading, no, I don't hate reading. Not after Vyvanse, okay? As somebody who only started to enjoy reading this year, I feel like Dave Smith, if he was a libertarian, or if he's talking about libertarianism, he should know a great deal about this, because the source of all rights, where your rights come from, do they? There's names for these. I don't remember. I don't know them. I probably heard them on my point. Like, do your rights come from God? Do your rights come from the state, from the government? I think in the U.S. Constitution, isn't it? Or is it the Declaration of Independence where they say like your rights come from God or something? I don't remember. Fuck. But this is an important understanding.
Flowers for destiny.
Especially if you're challenging some of your endowed by your creator or some shit, isn't it? The fact that like Dave wouldn't have any foundation here to talk from about like where your rights come from or where anything, it's kind of strange that he hasn't done any reading or doesn't have like a prepared response for any of that.
Is he gonna go back to the debate? Come on.
Because we agree you do.
Well, I don't agree that that's what ownership means, but you said yes and I said yes, so we're both exactly even. And
well, then I want to know how you own yourself.
Well, look, if you actually look up ownership in like a dictionary, I think.
Oh! Do not ever listen, okay? As somebody that is more well-read than every one of these retards, except for maybe Andrew. Andrew might know more philosophy.
Yeah, for this, this Dave guy's totally in the wrong. We're trying to Google ownership. It's so retarded. Yeah, that's not in any way the way this debate is going.
Man, it wouldn't surprise me. Merriam-Webster says that.
Role over myself? Do I do so morally? Yes, I think so. And I actually think that in order for us to even.
That guy berating Destiny earlier. Did I watch that off stream? Oh yeah, I watched the Dave Smith server Q&A with Destiny. This guy was going crazy on Destiny with his schizo post about this. Like, that guy was so dumb.
This conversation, we both have, in a sense, agreed to that principle.
I don't think we have.
It's me versus you.
Yeah, how have we
you own the arguments that you're making so far in this conversation?
No, how do you own an argument?
Oh my god.
He's trying to go centrist on this one.
No, I mean, when I say that, I mean, is it yours?
What does that feel like? Am I the first person to make that argument? Am I in exclusive ownership of the
Paleo-conservatism to centrism.
No, I mean, when I say that, I mean,
switch stance.
Are the words
it came out of my mouth.
Are the words you're saying yours?
How would that make the application that I owned that thing?
Maybe a little southpaw will get him.
Oh man.
The definition of ownership would be a social construct in which you and I, via agreement criteria...
He's doing another definition, or he's restating the definition, like he's already defined this once, but...
decide that X thing becomes property which is assigned to me.
Okay.
Yeah, so if that's true...
By that definition, do you own yourself?
I would say by the definition of that social construction, I could say that you own yourself, sure.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because if the social...
Oh, God.
Would say that you own yourself, sure.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. Let me explain why. Okay. Because if the social...
We just this whole time.
Let me explain. Because if the social construction... What if we change the social construct and we decide that you can own a person, Dave?
Right. Okay. And what if we change the social construct and says
now he's going to say something ridiculous, even though Andrew Wilson gave a hypothetical, but it was a clever hypothetical because it's like, well, what if we change the social construct to do something that we both agree is abhorrent, but that has historically been a thing, slavery, right? So Andrew Wilson proposes a hypothetical, but it's not a ridiculously, wildly crazy hypothetical. It's actually a historical example that he's now using as a hypothetical. And Dave is about to counter by saying some ridiculous shit like, oh, well, what if we say that people are unicorns?
I own your guitar and I own you. What do you
that's exactly
or just randomly defining shit as like whatever, yeah.
What if we change the social construction of ownership to mean you can own a person? Does that mean that people no longer own themselves?
Well, the difference here, right, is that, and it's the word that I mentioned that you didn't, is that I would say that ownership would imply that you're justified in that claim.
How are you justified in that claim?
Justification means that we're getting into...
Oh, and then when I was watching that commentary... This is when I was thinking of the natural rights, natural law, and I guess at the time, the Declaration of Independence. We didn't have the Bill of Rights, but what was it? First Continental Congress. I'm not gonna look that up.
Cosmology, which means we're gonna have to talk about like how do we justify beliefs. You got like justified true belief. You got like different ideas of like I don't even know any actual like theories of truth, right? Because fuck all that.
Yeah, this would go back to like Hobbes, Locke, Enlightenment era thinker.
Because again, cringe nerd shit. But fuck, why? Oh yeah. God, he's gonna be stumbling. Andrew's gonna have answers for all of these. Also, remember, if you're talking to a skilled debater, and they're entering into some arena, people do this to me, and it pisses me off because it's so arrogant. Okay, Andrew clearly sounds confident in this conversation. Okay, people will ask a question. Or people will say a thing, like somebody will, like I'll lay out a particular thing and people say like, oh, well, didn't you say this to Melina? And I'll be like, yes, I did. And they'll be like, oh, well, look, that defeats your time. It's like, do you not think that when I answered yes to your question that your follow-up wasn't incredibly obvious? Why did you think you were going to trap me by asking this question? Obviously, I'm answering your question with a high level of confidence, and I know what your follow-up is going to be, and obviously, I have a counter to the follow-up you're about to ask. Why would you assume otherwise, right? The idea that Dave thinks that like he can get Andrew, like, oh,
they assume otherwise because they're completely clueless.
Oh my God. Sorry. Okay. This is like the meta debate theory and everything is just
would imply that you're justified in that claim.
How are you justified in that claim?
How am I justified in the claim of owning myself?
Yeah, you just said if you agreed it's a social construction. So if we agree that it's a social construction, then we can own other people as via a social construction. That would be justified.
Well, I don't think so. So the major difference there, right, is that as we're having this conversation, and clearly what's the goal here? To persuade, probably not to persuade each other, but at least to persuade the audience who's listening to us, because we...
Oh, now he's like, he's drunkly stumbled out of the arena to the outside, and now he's like, well, and it's like, yeah, Jesus.
what? We recognize that they are in control. Forget the word own, because that's triggering, evidently. But they are
I'm not triggered by the word own.
Okay. When I say triggering, meaning that's going to start a whole nother debate about semantics. So.
Oh, he's doing so many. I should write these down as examples. No, fuck, that would be it'd take too long. I do need to start recording things. Well, you know.
He's like a detainee from a cop that he's trying to get out of an arrest, probably a felony. So he's trying to pivot to something and then argue about that.
One thing I learned in Israel.
Save a few more seconds of freedom.
That I'm trying to apply it to my life more. If you're a business owner, okay, I think working on your workflows is really important. Like having it so that you can go from like idea to recording it somewhere, or idea to like application, or like smoothing the friction in your life so that you can easily do things without being impeded by bullshit around you. I think it's a really important thing to do. I've been working on that with like different workflows that I have. I need to think about if I want to start listing examples. This thing here, him saying semantics. You know what? We should. This is under.
Is it going to start a keyword?
Personal. No. Strategy, beliefs, debate, pervertry. Do we have one for this is semantics?
BPF was
share with timestamp.
tickled by this title.
When I say triggering, meaning that's going to start a whole nother debate about semantics.
Who's the more effective debater, Andrew or Rob Noor? They both debate in different ways. Rob Noor's preferred strategy usually involves like a hyper awareness of individual facts, and if you're not aware of them, you're probably going to flounder in the conversation. Andrew's debate strategy it revolves around a hyper awareness of. I would say like having at the very least a rudimentary understanding of philosophy, and maybe beyond that. I only say rudimentary not to insult him because my understanding of philosophy is rudimentary, so I wouldn't be able to identify more than that. But if you know a little bit of philosophy and the other person knows nothing, then you're going to be completely lost. Yeah. So they're two different styles of debate. I'm sorry, but anyway. When somebody says, let me explain the difference here. When somebody says, this is just semantics. That's a valid point to bring up when somebody is either trying to.
What is induction? Maybe they can be both categories. Give a right to something? Is there no such thing as induction in logic? Adducting. So Rob does induction or adduction. Yeah, it's adduction and deduction. So Rob uses adduction for reasoning, and Andrew uses deduction for reasoning.
It maybe equivocate on something. They're trying to make something sound different, or they're trying to. I don't know. They're
Those are the two debate styles.
Skating with language.
I don't think there's any other debate styles other than that.
If I say something like, oh, like yesterday, you remember when all the kids like ran to the store? And it's like, oh, you keep saying they ran to the store. They didn't run. They jogged. Okay, semantics, whatever, right? When somebody says semantics, what that's an abbreviation for is the semantic, what? They say semantics, but I feel like it's really syntactical input. But I don't know. I don't know why they say semantics. It feels like you're talking about syntax. But what you're saying is that the word that you're inputting here is not really relevant, right? Okay, fine. They ran, they jogged, whatever the want to call it. This is semantics. Who cares? It's not relevant. The particular word I'm using here, you understand what I'm saying? It's not relevant, right? However, when you're having an argument about definitions, about words, about oftentimes philosophy, you can never just say just semantics. Excuse me, it's not semantics. You're actually arguing about the content itself. You're having substantive, meaning like substance-related disagreements about what's being talked about. You can't just dispel that by calling it semantics. It's the subject matter of what you're debating. Like that's such a stupid. He's already done. Wait, do I have one for dictionary? Do I have a debate pervertry for invoking the dictionary? What would we call that? What would we call somebody who brings up the dictionary?
Fallacious appeal to authority, but the authority is a dictionary, I guess. Most of these already exist, but he just renamed a bunch.
You can't cite a dictionary definition in a debate. Oh, the Webster Warrior. I like that one. The Webster Warrior. If you are having a debate
toward our cause. And so if we're doing all of this, we kind of are recognizing in some sense that it's more valuable to persuade people than it is to, I don't know, just enforce our will on them. And so in that sense, I would say that, yes, there is some kind of norm that there's a justifiable path where you can persuade people versus force them.
Sure, well, I agree.
Okay.
Agree that you can persuade all sorts of people and that can be part of a societal norm and that everybody can agree that that's part of a societal norm. That does not demonstrate that you own yourself. Thus, the key principle for the non-aggression principle, which is self-ownership, that's where the violation comes in. Do people own themselves? Is that a justified position or isn't it?
If you're a libertarian, you absolutely... The nap, bros! The nap! He violated the nap! Not the nap! How do you not? Bro, I feel like every edgy internet atheist, all the early libertarian, where are my Ayn Rand readers, my brave women, my brave men crawling across the train tracks, searching for our egos, searching for our Randian enlightened self-interest? Oh, the guy can't, oh no, he can't defend the nap. The nap, what's the nap? By the way, I don't, again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I didn't do that much libertarian stuff, but there is I feel like when you used to debate like libertarianism online, you'd always bring up the non-aggression principle.
This is why I was going back and forth, like thinking against the Canadian guy arguing earlier about capitalism not being the best, I guess. If he was a libertarian or a tanky. Where do we go? Non-aggression principle or non-aggression pact?
I think one of like the fundamental fucking axioms of libertarian thought, and it has to do with the idea of like when are you allowed to exercise force against another party, when is it unethical or whatever. The non-aggression principle, also called the non-aggression axiom, is the legal or moral rule that states that any person is permitted to do everything with their property except aggression, which is in turn defined as the initiation of forceful action, which is in turn defined as the application or threat of physical interference, property breach, or fraud, any of which without consent. The principle is also called, so this is how libertarians will argue. For instance, I believe that like taxation is theft, and I think they argue that from the axiom of the non-aggression principle, that the government is exercising control over my private property in an aggressive manner, et cetera, right? Yeah. Oof. Okay, sorry. Jesus. Oh no.
I'm saying that yes, I think it is, but again,
can you demonstrate it?
What would you mean by that?
Read the next paragraph on that wiki. The non-aggression principle is considered by some to be an essential idea of libertarianism, voluntarism, anarcho-capitalism, or...
I'd say against that, for income taxes, you agree when you sign, you use your social security number for employment, you're agreeing to pay the IRS your income tax. Pretty much it. And that's why a lot of those sites are regulated now. Even the gambling ones, or at least they're forced to go through a proxy through like a cryptocurrency exchange, where you just somehow, where you take the negative on the put-in and then every profit you gain, you never take out into your country's currency.
Minarchism. Okay. Based.
It's a cope.
But you need to demonstrate that
you would have to prove that you own yourself.
That I can control myself, or what, again, just be clear about what you're.
Well, here, let me give you an example. I'll give you an example to the contrary.
If you do get caught in a debate like this and you don't understand what the opponent is saying, like there are clever ways to make it, like, because Dave is clearly flustered here because he doesn't even know how to begin to answer this question, right? Rather than showing your flusteredness, you should just ask for a clarification. Like, well, when you say own, can you tell me what you mean by that, or give me an example so that I understand like what level we're speaking of? It's kind of like when a person when you forgot like a girl's name, or you forget like a foreigner's name, and you're like, instead of saying like, what was your name again? You're like, can you help me pronounce your name? How do you say it again?
I have seen throughout all of human history that human beings seem to be able to own other human beings without much problem. That doesn't seem to be a problem. As long as the social construction of ownership of the time states that you can own another person, you seem to be able to just fine.
Right.
So this axiom of self-ownership is not obvious to me. To be an axiom, it has to be self-apparent and self-obvious.
So what demonstrated that people owned other people throughout time?
He's already. Is he just going to say the social contract thing again? I feel like Andrew's already answered this question twice with the same answer, but we'll see what he says.
Prove that to me. Yeah, the same way you just said to me. Prove to me that I did.
I did.
No. Hold on.
I'll prove to you again.
Well, hold on. Let's try to not. We're only a couple minutes.
You interrupted me. I didn't interrupt you.
Well, hold on. You just asked me to prove that I own myself, and then you asserted that throughout history people owned other people. So prove that.
Yeah, but we already did, and let me explain how. You and I.
Is it going to restate that you and I have an agreement, social contract, that we agreed that, or the socially constructed idea of what ownership is, and we agree to that, and blah, blah, blah?
I already agreed that ownership is a social construction, and that throughout history, the social construction had changed where people were able to own other people via the social construct. Yeah. So whatever the social construct is of the day, that's all it is. As long as you agree that ownership is a social construction, you basically have to bite that bullet, right?
Yeah, but you never want to be biting a bullet in a conversation you're not even equipped to have, because you're about to be biting the pillow after that.
No, I'm not even understanding what you're saying here.
I know. We all know. We understand. You haven't been understanding for like the last 15 minutes. Oh no. Oh.
So we agreed it was a social construct, and then your next statement after that was, prove to me that you own yourself.
Yeah, a social construction doesn't exist in objective reality.
Right.
It's a term.
Prove to me that anyone ever owned someone else throughout history. And all you said was it was a social construct.
You mean like a contract of ownership between slaves or something?
No, it's your question. So you tell me how.
Yeah, my claim is that ownership is a social construction. Do you agree or disagree with that claim?
I think it is a social construct, but there also can be ethical and non-ethical or moral and immoral.
Well, then if you make the assertion that it's anything more than a social construction,
then justify it.
Then the burden of claim is on you to demonstrate how it could be.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean,
but you can't. You got to pivot now. Why would you add more onto it, Dave? You couldn't even justify the first thing. Why would you add more things that now you're going to be asked to justify? Like,
again,
you have to like pivot. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't. There's. I don't know why you would have added more to that.
Question here.
I guess he thought that was also a pivot.
He's already answered it 4 times.
By the way, part of the reason why I asked is because I don't exactly understand the question you're asking.
We know.
Are you asking me to say how I could prove that it is moral that one person should own themselves rather than someone else own them?
What was that? When was that ever asked? Maybe he accidentally read that in the dictionary.
That's not the question. So here's the question. Let me explain it to you. Okay. The non-aggression principle itself revolves around the idea that human beings own themselves, correct?
Oh, like, you don't understand, guys. It's like, imagine you're having a debate with a fucking... Imagine you say you're like a big, I don't even know, you're like a big DBZ fan and you're debating some Harry Potter kid, and the Harry Potter guy is giving you an explanation for why GT isn't canon or whatever. It's just like the idea that like a libertarian needs the non-aggression principle. By the way, also, hold on, well, let me just finish that thought. The idea that a libertarian is having the nap explained to him is probably the single most humiliating thing that is imaginable. Probably the single most humiliating thing that could ever happen. This is your starting point. I mean, GT is not canon. Yeah, but you should know that if you're a DBZ fan, right? You should know that, right? This is probably the most humiliating thing a way that a debate like this could ever open. Like, if you read anything about libertarianism, you would have started here. You would have started at this point. This is ground zero. And if you think I'm being harsh against Dave is the one that says he's a debater and he markets himself as an intellectual, and he goes out and he argues in favor of these things, and like, holy shit. Destiny, you know how stupid it is to try to engage in this kind of argumentation when it's so far afield of what you're trying to discuss. I know he's not your favorite, but you're coming off pretty uncharitably. What do you, he's the guy that says he's the intellectual libertarian thought. Like, he wanted to do this.
You're bullying again.
The debate title is libertarianism better than Christian populism? If you're going to argue, if you're going to compare and contrast two things, you sure as hell better be familiar with those two things. Or if you don't even understand the foundational justification for libertarianism and you're debating against an entirely different system, I mean, like, how are you possibly going to survive that conversation?
Yes. Okay. So the thing is that you and I idea that human beings, it's not the question. So here's the question. Let me explain it to you. Okay. The non-aggression principle itself revolves around the idea that human beings own themselves, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the thing is that you and I can agree that there's been tons and tons of slavery throughout human history, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay. So those people clearly own these other people. So
he's so mad now. He's so pissed off because he realizes that he can't leave. He should just like unplug his internet and say there's a thunderstorm. He realizes he's like so in over his fucking head, and he's like, fuck, how did I go from Joe Rogan and getting glazed by random people to actually trying to debate somebody who actually isn't like a blithering fool? And now he's like, I'm fucked. Destiny, yes, but Andrew's claims are axiomatic too. Why is it cringe for Dave to say ownership as a right is axiomatic? It might not be cringe to say that. He didn't say that, though. He floundered. He just probably doesn't know what axiomatic means.
Has to be a social construction of agreement is what is ownership. We agree that you own it, therefore you own it. What I'm asking for is some type of justified evidence that that is not the case and that there is some moral ought or some type of demonstration, philosophically or otherwise, that a human being actually owns themselves.
Okay. Dave, there's no possible way he can even begin to explore. He probably doesn't even know what a moral ought is or what's even being asked here. There's just no way.
Okay, so just to be clear here, if I were to say, if you're saying ownership meaning just strictly control over who has something, then yes, there have been lots of times where people can come just take all your stuff and then claim they own it. And if you're saying the law recognizes it or the society recognizes it, then essentially they own it. So
they can do that with people too, right?
Right, and in a sense, I agree with you. And that
then you don't own yourself.
Okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying. All right. I mean, dude, we got a long show here, so let's just let each other talk. So in a sense, I agree with you. Yes, you can take possession of something. I don't think anybody is arguing that, and I don't think it's a very impressive point to make, that yes, people can take possession of something, and that could be codified by law or society.
If the map is an axiom, how do you
This is like a train running over a snowball.
prove it? Isn't the whole point of an axiom is that you can't prove it? Well, I think it's asserted without proof. You don't need to prove it. It's supposed to be like a foundational claim, right? Something that's axiomatic. Or,
Jesus Christ, dude.
But Dave, I don't even know if Dave knows what an axiom means. I don't know if he knows what that even is. He could say that, but he didn't say that because he has no understanding. He's completely lost right now in this conversation.
What we're talking about is something slightly different, which is justified ownership over something. So then the claim is whether it's morally right that you own this or not. Fair enough? And I'm sure there's lots
I'm just looking for the demonstration of what is morally right, sure.
Sure. Well, okay, if you're looking for the demonstration of what is morally right, I'm sure there's lots of areas where you would believe something is morally right and something else is wrong, and the demonstration of it would be what? That this is what you believe, this is what seems to be right and wrong, this is what has been accepted and...
No, my justification would be divine command, not seeming.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, obviously. What do you mean, seeming? Dave, you yourself early... Wait, does that come later on? I mean, regardless, Dave says it, that once I found God, I started to realize where moral statements come from. Not about a feeling. Andrew is I think divine command theory, I think, is about the most common form of like getting morals from God. Basically, I think it's moral because God says it is, essentially, right? Divine command theory is a meta-ethical theory. So meta-ethics are your highest levels of ethics, and it seeks to answer the question of what even is goodness, right? What is a goodness? What is good? Is a meta-ethical theory which proposes that an action status as morally good is equivalent to whether it is commanded by God. He's religious, of course. Divine command theory is going to answer questions of what is good or not, and this is going to be through direct revelation, or what it's probably how he gets it. God tells you some bullshit. I don't know. There's some other way, but
what you believe, this is what seems to be right and wrong. This is what has been accepted. And
no, my justification would be divine command, not seemings or phenomenal conservatism.
Okay, sure. So, okay, but so divine command. So and how would you exactly determine what is and isn't divine command?
Is it going to be? I don't know what Andrew's answer here is. Either like special or direct revelation. Or I don't know what the name of it is. If you like study it through biblical text, or if you have, maybe he argues with moral intuition. I don't know what his answer is for this.
Well, let's assume for a second that I was, I don't know, like delirious, right? And just thought I talked to God and he gave me commands, right? If it's just preference, if we're just going off of preference, just things which Dave prefers are true, and Dave just prefers that you own yourself because he does, then any preference that I came up with in this delirious state where God was speaking directly to me would be just as valid as whatever preference that you just axiomatically come to because you just want them to be true. What my claim here is that libertarianism at its foundation, at its fundamental foundation, is flawed because...
I think what he just referred to, I think you could consider that special, or is it called direct revelation, is where you think God is speaking to you and is telling you personally, like, what is a... I think what is a... I don't know if I... Direct revelation... it's not important to look it up, but... I don't know if that would
Why is he looking
to describe that? Would that be formally?
This axiom of self-ownership isn't actually true, but rather a social construction which is asserted as though it is a truism, when it clearly is not. So it's a fundamental flaw. The reason that you guys come up with such absurd conclusions like that prostitution ought to be legal and all these other things is, and by the way, Dave, you have to end up with that. Otherwise, people don't own themselves. Do you think the state should come in and, like, stop your brother from unaliving himself?
Atheists hate this.
All right, stick with your point that you were making at first, because you're just jumping all around here.
Well, no,
the first thing you were...
You're the one who's jumping.
An example that serves as a contradiction to what Dave was asserting earlier, but oh my God. I wonder if Andrew must realize how far behind Dave is in the conversation. I don't know if Dave must realize also how far behind he is in the conversation. I'm curious what the level of realization is on both sides here.
Why
I'm so
doesn't
curious.
Rob introduce that?
Well, I already gave you the point. I'm saying I reject the axiom of self-ownership until otherwise demonstrated. That's my point.
Okay, so what would you, so you're saying that if I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the first part that you're saying here because I'm not getting it at all. So you're saying if somebody hallucinated that something was right and wrong and it was horrifically not right and wrong, that somehow that disproves the idea that anything is right or wrong?
If it's only axiomatic and based on preference, it would be just as valid.
So how do you determine if anything is morally right or wrong?
When you ask questions like this, you know he's going to have an answer, right? Like, I feel like Dave thinks he's like asking a good layup question. Like, oh, okay, well, then how do you determine? Of course, Andrew's going to have an answer for this, right?
If it's from a preference base, you couldn't.
Okay, so how do you determine that anything is morally right or wrong?
I do it from divine command. You do it from preference. I'm
no,
meeting
you
where
do it
you're
from
at.
divine command. What does that mean? Explain that.
So this means that I follow Christian ethics. I use transcendental categories inside of philosophy to create justifications for the values which come from God's laws. That's what I do.
That's a lot of words to not say anything.
So it sounds like through some sort of biblical scholarship that there are things like.
What was it, 60 Minutes interview? I don't know how bad of an interview this is. This is like a high schooler interviewing their state politician.
He believes in like the 10 Commandments, and that from these 10 Commandments and from your reading of Scripture.
No, not even state. They're like a city council member. They're interviewing high school student interviewing a city council member.
Scripture and from the teachings of, I guess, whatever religious denomination he is a part of, that from there you can derive your moral oughts, whatever ethical principles that you ought to follow that are essentially coming from God, and then they're expressed through, I guess, like Scripture or priestly teachings or whatever else. It's pretty clear what he's saying, and it's pretty. I imagine it's probably a pretty standard answer for somebody who is a divine command theory person. Where's divine command theory is probably like the standard position of most of like most Christian religion, of all of it. Like, where else would morals come from if not commanded by God? I would imagine, right?
And how do you determine?
You know what transcendental?
I don't understand the words.
It sounds like you don't understand.
Okay, explain it to me like I'm really stupid. I don't understand any of the words. So explain it.
You don't, but he doesn't. I'd say it's okay to admit that, but like, I don't think I could give a good explanation of what a transcendental category is. What would that be? An immaterial category that contains or holds some information that you need. I don't know, some kind of.
Yeah, that would be the act of goodness or the concept of goodness. Or
transcendental has to be something that is like outside of the like our like the physical world or whatever. I guess that content is being provided by God. I'm not actually sure. Fuck, here he comes to talk to me. 1 second. Also, if you want to sound really smart about ethics, just say something about transcendentalism, because I'm pretty sure that's what Kant's ethics are. Isn't it called transcendentalism? Actually, no. I think transcendental ideas usually are like above or meta abstract or whatever it is, but I don't know. We'll see. Good luck.
That's me. How do you determine if something is right and wrong?
Okay, so what I would do to make these determinations is we start with objective versus subjective. Is it a subjective value or is it an objective value? If we start with it just being a subjective value, then who cares? We never need to go any further than that. We just never need to go any further for justification. So what I've determined is that your values here in libertarianism are subjective value based. Therefore, there's never a reason for me to justify anything objectively to you, because any subjective preference I have is just as valid.
You're not answering my question at all.
Literally, that's the most precise answer you could ever get.
Andrew,
if you're
how do you determine?
I just told.
It's like an 8th grader taking their health summer class before they go into high school, interviewing a city council member.
Wrong divine command.
And then I asked you what that means, and you said
just
nothing.
explained.
No, you didn't. You just said that you think my.
Dave is trying to ask the question, but he's like so out of the conversation he doesn't even know what to ask. I think Dave is getting at a good question. The precise question should be: you said that divine command theory is how you determine what's right or wrong. Well, how does God communicate those commands to you? Right? I imagine you can't perceive the commands of God written in the universe somewhere, right? You use divine command theory, God commands the thing. How do you receive God's commands? Is essentially what Dave should be asking, but he's like so out of this.
Basis is
okay. Fine, Dave. I'll make it super simple because God tells me so. Is that better?
Yes. Okay, but that's special revelation. I don't know if Andrew believes in that or not. Like, that's like God communicating it, like beaming it into your fucking head. Earlier, he made it sound like it was through biblical study and shit, which I don't think counts as special revelation, but
for you?
Sure. No,
okay.
That's the answer. That's
the answer.
Okay.
God tells me so.
God tells you,
yeah.
Like, and through what means does God tell you this?
But
directly communicates right into my brain. He's like, that shit's wrong.
Okay.
I think that's special revelation, I think. Special revelation is a Christian theological term that refers to the belief that knowledge of God and of spiritual matters can be discovered through supernatural means, such as miracles or the scriptures, a disclosure of God's truth through means other than through reason. I think like beamed into your head would be considered a type of special revelation, I think. The forms of special revelation, as considered by mainstream Christianity, are personal experience, miracles, prophecy, the early life of Jesus Christ, the scriptures. I didn't know scripture counted.
Yeah.
But okay.
It said it's a word
Wait,
of
no,
God.
wait, maybe what I'm thinking of is private revelation. Wait, is it?
The red text.
I don't know. Sorry, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, so just to be clear, the point of that is that, Andrew, it sounds very good when you attack someone and say that's subjective, but when your response to that is God communicates directly into my brain, that also, I mean, I don't know what the word is for that.
Subjective.
But
Would be subjective.
would probably be the word.
But that's my whole point. That's how I'm granting your entire argument. It's like it doesn't matter ultimately.
Okay,
objectively.
but your counter is also subjective. So
right. So then that means that my preference is no worse than your own preference.
Well, I mean, no, it means by your argument.
Yeah. If I'm using preference-based, I'm using preference-based arguments, or I'm sorry, preference-based morality, and you're using preference-based morality.
So it sounds like Andrew's not trying to argue that Christian populism. Now we're getting very, very, very debate right here. So the topic is libertarianism better than Christian populism? I think that a naive person might assume that the negation of this is libertarianism better than Christian populism might mean that you would have to prove that like Christian populism is better than libertarianism, but that's not true. You wouldn't have to prove the opposite. You could demonstrate that both are the same, right? You could say that, libertarianism and Christian populism are the same. That technically would be defeating this argument as well, right? It would defeat this assertion. Or no, this isn't an assertion. It was a question. I don't have the good words. I don't have the good words. It's called a null hypothesis. So the rejection of the null, would you say null hypothesis here? Would you use that like in philosophy talk? The rejection of this hypothesis doesn't have to be the opposite here, that Christian populism is better than libertarianism. You could prove that both are equally the same, which it sounds like that's what Andrew's trying to do. He's trying to prove the subjectivity of both. And the onus is on Dave to prove that libertarianism by some measure or metric is objectively better than Christian populism, because it can't be subjectively better, because if it's subjective, who the fuck cares, right? I think. How much of this do you think Rob Noah's following? I'm not sure. Probably not too much. I don't think Rob does much like of this type of philosophy. I believe.
Listen,
then we're equal, Dave.
To be clear, I don't think I am using preference-based morality.
Got it. So can you make justification?
Dave, you can't. Like Andrew literally walked you through your entire philosophy. How are you going to try to claim that you understand it better than he does when he doesn't even know the nap? He can't even do the nap. Raccoon, thank you for the $10. Thanks for being cool, Destiny. Thank you.
Dave.
To be clear,
is that an insult towards Rob? No, I just don't think Rob does like philosophy like this very often. Just like if Rob was having a debate with Pisco and Andrew was moderating, Andrew's not going to know all of the little ins and outs of all the little facts that Rob brings up, because that's just not the type of debating that Andrew does.
Preference-based arguments, or I'm sorry, preference-based morality, and you're using preference-based morality.
Listen,
then we're equal, Dave.
To be clear, I don't think I am using preference-based morality.
Got it. So can you make justification then?
1 second. Let me try to finish the sentence here. I don't think I am making subjective-based morality, but you accuse me of that, and so my response to you is, so what's your objective-based? And your response is, God talks to me directly into my head.
The cave is over there.
All right. By the way, God also talks to me in my head, and so
perfect.
All right.
Then there you go. But that means Andrew wins the argument, because you're trying to argue that libertarianism is better than Christian populism, not the same. Like Dave doesn't understand. He thinks he's getting a big own, but if that's the position you want to hold, then Andrew technically wins the debate. He's rejected the null that libertarianism is better than Christian populism.
Fine. Like,
yeah.
Right.
So if God
by your
talks,
own standard,
there you go.
You haven't won anything. By your own standard.
No, he did win. He won the debate. It's over. What do you mean?
We're even.
It's not here to win it. It's here to demonstrate it, Dave.
Let's try if we can, because we're only a few minutes into this. Let's try. This got more contentious than I thought it would in the first few minutes. Let's try to just
because Dave has probably never been. I don't know. Does Dave ever have critical conversations, or is he always invited onto those shows where it's like 4v1 and he's got like other people to kind of like bully the fuck out of whatever person he's talking to that isn't aware of what they're walking into?
If we can, because we're only a few minutes into this. Let's try. This got more contentious than I thought it would in the first few minutes. Let's try to just, by the way, because I want to have a good conversation with you, and I've been told by people who I love and trust that you are a guy to have a good conversation.
Yeah, but you keep
with.
on evading.
He's a gangbanger.
All right. I don't think I have. But
so
okay.
let's answer.
I will say Andrew is being really aggressive. If Andrew, like, if I was giving career advice to Andrew here, I don't know if Andrew cares about my career advice or not. Andrew should definitely be bridge building with Dave. Andrew should have been able to perceive, honestly, even before the nap thing, he should have been able to perceive very early on that Dave doesn't have any philosophical understanding whatsoever, and he should have just like played softball with him.
Yeah, but I think he cares about his philosophy a lot more than a career opportunity.
And like Socratically just kind of like poked and asked questions like, oh, well, like when you say that you own yourself,
that's why he gets like 7K views on his videos.
Do you think that that comes from God? Do you think that it's protected by states? Do you think that like it's a social contract? Like he should have been like Socratically just kind of like pushing and prodding and poking and like letting him figure it out that way, instead of going like master fucking debate bro on him, which is.
Ask me a direct question. Great. I'm happy to
Should the state come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself or not, Dave?
I would want them to, yes.
Yes. Would you want the state to stop a man from having sex with his sister if it would lead to a non-reproductive act?
If it would lead to a non-reproductive act.
Yeah, she has no uterus.
But that was supposed to be worse than if it would reproduce?
Yeah, it would be worse. It would be less
I'm
worse.
just saying that seemed like an unnecessary caveat to throw on there. But okay.
Jesus Christ.
You're talking about like adults or children?
Adults.
Yeah, why he can't even? Oh my God! What? I don't even know what Dave believes.
Adults.
Okay, fine. Because for children, obviously, that'd be.
Wait, so Dave's position was that? Wait, was his position that the state should come in and prevent his brother from killing himself?
If it would lead to a non-reproductive act.
Oh, all right. I don't think I have. But
so let's answer.
Ask me a direct question.
This is so humiliating.
Stop your brother from unaliving himself or not, Dave?
I would want them to. Yes.
Yes.
Well, how does a libertarian answer yes to that question? I don't even know, like, what... I have no idea what Dave even believes.
Would you want the state to stop a man from having sex with his sister if it would lead to a non-reproductive act?
The title says otherwise.
If it would lead to a non-reproductive act.
Yeah, she has no uterus.
But that was supposed to be worse than if it would reproduce?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Dave. Yeah, no shit. Having a fucking, like, downy baby produced from incest fucking is obviously going to be worse than just two siblings fucking. Like...
Yeah, it would be worse. It would be less worse.
I'm just saying that seemed like an unnecessary caveat to throw on there, but okay.
What? Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't even care about abortion.
Wait, Jesus Christ. Wait, you're talking about like adults or children?
Adults.
The reason why this question is so difficult for Dave to answer is because he has absolutely no moral foundation whatsoever. Like, he doesn't even know how to evaluate the question, right? There's no application. Like, incest bad, right? That's it. That's all that exists in his head. And like being asked to critically evaluate a question is impossible. He can't do it. I'm curious how he'd even try to answer this. That's why I think he's buying time by, you know, exasperating and the goofy, you know, facial expressions that make him look like the bull demons in Doom. But I don't think he has any. I'm so curious what he's going to say here. I don't think he has any reference internally for like any kind of moral statement that he can make about this. Let's find out.
Okay, fine. Because for children, obviously, that'd be. Yeah, I guess I would want them to.
He doesn't even know his own answer. I guess I would want the... Like, think of what the libertarian guy said. He wants the government to break into houses to stop adult siblings from fucking each other. What the fuck are we talking about right now? What?
Okay, so you want the state to utilize authority.
Well, not just the state. I would want anyone.
Okay, so...
Okay, what you want random people to break into people's houses to stop... What are we even talking about right now?
So I don't
understand
what
the force to do.
He's an anarchist now. Not even libertarian. It's anarchism.
They don't have a right to do what they want with their own bodies? What else could ownership possibly mean? What could ownership possibly mean? If I own a can of Red Bull, I must have the right to destroy that can of Red Bull. Assuming I'm not harming another person, I must have the right to destroy my own things that I own. If I have any right, it must be that, right? I must have the right to end my own life if I have any right to self-ownership, right? But if somebody else can intervene in how I manage myself, then it sounds like I don't own that thing, which is kind of like one of the big libertarian arguments against things like, say, property taxes. Wow, I own my house, but I still have to pay taxes on the land or the property to the government? That doesn't sound like ownership at all. I don't have exclusive access to this. You can actually take it from me if I don't pay you money for it, even though I own it. That's not ownership. I'm leasing it from the government. That's bullshit. That would be like one libertarian argument against taxes. Although Dave would just concede all of that, I guess. I don't even know.
Well, if they own themselves, can you demonstrate what they're doing wrong?
Oh, yeah, correct. Yeah, why can't you kill yourself if you own yourself?
Sure.
Okay.
But that's a very silly and very...
Oh, no.
Time to buy a boat, sail out into open waters, die from overexposure, or wave that hits your boat and you go under. GG.
No.
Themselves, can you demonstrate what they're doing wrong?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
But that's a very...
Wait, well, demonstrate it. No, demonstrate it. Demonstrate it.
Well, if they own themselves, can you demonstrate what they're doing wrong?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
But that's a very silly and very look, this is a very like a childish interpretation.
Wait. Do we have a?
Wait, you probably get away. You know, you can get away in like this huge section in Mongolia and in Russia, which is all either desert or woodland. There isn't somebody for like 500 miles. You could die of starvation out there, or the overexposure to colds.
Do we have a debate purgatory for when somebody says like,
there's a reason you pay taxes and it's a good reason.
like that example or that hypothetical sucks? That has to be a we need one of these. What would we call this? Cloud killer? No true hypothetical. The shallow observer. The picky eater. The hypothetical hypochondriac. I like that one. All right, that's what we got. When a person refuses to engage with a hypothetical, not because they've demonstrated that the hypothetical lacks what lacks justification, lacks. Oh, I like that one. Hold on. The analogy allergy. Is this literally an ad hominem on the point instead of the person? I don't know if you can have an ad hominem on a point. But the idea is to appeal to the absurdity potentially of a situation rather than to show why the analogy isn't actually applicable. Or wait, well, technically, can you demonstrate it? Yeah, I can. And then you just go.
Look, this is a very like a childish interpretation of libertarianism.
You're still not answering the question. You're just rattling it.
No, I didn't. I immediately answered the question, and now I'm responding to the point you made. So I immediately said, yes, anyone with the authority to do it, please stop, or the power to do it, please stop. And then I would.
Wait, that's not. Wait, what? Wait, I gave a meme answer. That's his actual answer?
Was responding to what you said, so I did answer the question. What I'm saying is that the idea that if you own yourself, and this is the fundamental mistake that you made at the beginning, therefore I can't say anything is immoral, is ridiculous. And not only in the libertarian worldview, but in any worldview, there are lots of things, and I'm sure in yours, where there could be things that you don't think are illegal, but you still, or you don't think should be illegal, but you still think are wrong.
I don't. We're not talking about any of this at all. We're not even. I don't even know where how we even got to that point. We haven't even come close to approaching legal arguments yet. We're on like the level of meta ethics still right now, I think, right? Trying to figure out how we even determine what goodness is, how we even determine what right or wrong is. He's like jumping to like applied ethics. He's jumping like all the way to the law. Not even. I think applied ethics would be past. Even that's not quite to legal stuff yet, right? Legal application.
So that doesn't mean anything. If I think people own themselves, I can't think there's something horribly wrong about this.
That's not the point.
That's not the point. The point is, can somebody else intervene and stop you from doing an action to yourself? That seems to imply that there is an ownership of yourself that is above or transcends your individual ownership of yourself, right? I don't know what I'm saying.
So let me explain.
Okay, sure. So please.
If you want the state to go in, if a brother is banging his sister and she can't reproduce, I don't know how you can demonstrate.
Why does reproducing matter in this?
Why does reproduce matter? Because if you're introducing like a baby or another person, then you can say that harm is coming to another individual, and that's the mean by which you can say that the state ought to intervene. Obviously, everybody's going to agree in this particular debate that the state can intervene if another person is going to be harmed, and you could argue that a person that's being brought into the world with a high chance of mutations or whatever might be being harmed, although that's a whole separate argument. But like obvious, that should be obvious, right? That's so obvious.
I'll explain why, so that you can't bank on reproduction as being a harm because it could have like some kid who's all fucked up.
Yeah, that's obvious. Like, come on.
So I'm just taking that out of the equation.
Exactly. So that we can only fixate on two people that aren't causing harm to anybody else. Both of them are consenting, willing participants in this particular interaction. So why should somebody else be able to step in and intervene if these people own themselves?
Gotcha. I'm just taking that out of the equation, right? She has no uterus, they can't reproduce, or maybe they're homosexuals, right? And they're just related. If they own themselves and they're adults, that is exactly what you would make the argument for gay marriage. They're adults. These adults are consenting with each other. Can you actually justify why that's wrong?
Sure.
Then justify why it's wrong.
Well, I can.
Sure, I can justify it.
I just
sure, I can. Yeah, sure.
Justify why it's wrong. Okay, there's two separate questions here, and this is almost like.
Oh God, he's gonna say there's two separate questions. Hold on, I'm trying to guess. I'm trying to put myself into the mind of a retard. Okay, he's gonna say there's two separate questions here. You're asking me if something is wrong and if something should be illegal. That's my guess for where he's going with this. Let's see.
I think what you need to pick apart. So, look. There's two questions. One is, could I justify someone using force to stop them? And then there's, could I justify why it's wrong?
Yeah, the force is the illegal, basically. Yeah, this isn't even what we're talking about, though. They're like, I'm trying to think if tautologically, do we always want to stop immoral acts? Is an immoral act something that by definition should be stopped? I guess it depends on if you can do an immoral thing to yourself. I wouldn't know the answer to that. I would just spend some time thinking about that. I'm not actually sure. To another person, I think almost definitionally, I think when I say tautology, I mean that like the thing is contained in the definition of itself. So like tautologically, murder is wrong because I think murder is generally defined as the unjustified killing of another human being. So if somebody says murder wrong, you would say, well, tautologically, yeah, wrong by definition. It's in the word murder.
You get where those are two different things?
Yeah, I'm just asking why it's wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but Andrew isn't asking any questions of illegality or enforcement or somebody. He's just trying to figure out like what your ethical positions are, right?
So let's do that.
Okay. Do you get why those are two different things, though? You get the point I'm making.
Andrew's not asking anything about the former, the first thing you brought up. He's not asking anything about that.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So can you answer the question now?
Yeah, dude. Listen, man. Do you want to like have a decent back and forth here, or like do you want to not?
You're still not answering the question.
Andrew is just being so aggressive. Damn, Andrew, you could build a better career if you just chill, okay?
Okay.
Can you justify why it's actually wrong for two consenting adults?
Yeah, see, the thing is, I am answering the question. You're just kind of being a dick. Well,
Stop non-binary explaining to him.
The debate.
When are you going to answer the question, Dave?
I don't know if he still thinks he is or not. That was from like 2 years ago, maybe 3.
Give him a chance.
So is that actually like? Does anyone listening to this think this makes for like good debate tactics? No, you actually are not like recognizing that there's a difference between these two things. So
I just told you I do.
Let's leave.
All right, do you guys want to do this, man?
Oh no.
Fucking like honestly, dude.
You've talked way more than I have, Dave. I just want you to answer my question. Can you justify it or not, bro?
I don't know if Dave has talked more than I feel like at this point they've probably spoken equally.
Okay. So anyway, I'll go back to saying, do you guys want to do?
To be fair, murder is defined as being unlawful, not wrong. If I killed an oppressive dictator in my country, it would be murder, but maybe not wrong. No, I think I don't know if people would use the term murder there. And I think generally we consider most or all things that are illegal. I think we would generally consider those things wrong as well. I think that like illegality should theoretically be a subset of and completely consumed by like whatever our moral beliefs are. Like we should have a larger moral thing, and then a subset of that morality should be law, application of law, I believe. Unless what is like a law that we would consider like this is breaking the law, but it's not immoral. Jaywalking is illegal but not wrong. No, now you're trying to nibble at the edges for things that aren't that wrong, but we have moral reasons why we think jaywalking is illegal, right? We have an organization for traffic because we believe that when we organize traffic in a particular way, it minimizes the harm and increases the efficiency of a city. So laws relating to like jaywalking or parking or how to drive the car, we're going to say that there's a moral component to these laws, that we ought to be driving in a certain way because it allows others freedom to move and navigate in ways that we're not crashing into each other and causing harm or whatever, right?
do this? Do you guys want to like do a show here, or like what do we? What's the point of this?
I asked you specifically if you want a conversation or a debate. You said a debate. We're debating.
No. I didn't say that. I said we could do whatever you want to do, dude.
Yeah, so we're doing a debate. So let's not do a meta conversation. Just answer the question.
The debate doesn't mean you talk over me every time I try to answer.
I just want you to answer the question.
No. I understand you do, and I was, but you're
Dave,
just
1 second. Here's what we're gonna do. Dave can expound here on what he thinks is occurring here in this debate, and then before you come back in, Andrew, we'll give Dave a chance to specifically answer the question that you've asked. So Dave's gonna do two things.
Ask me the question again. I'm sorry.
Can you?
Dave has no idea. He's so lost. Holy shit.
Justify why two consenting adults who are brother and sister having sex is morally wrong?
Yes.
Then do it.
You can't. What is it? What could he possibly say? I'm just trying to think of where Dave's mind. How could I justify brother and sister having sex? Why is that immoral? From what Dave has said so far, it's not one of the 10 Commandments. Is he going to appeal to intuition? It feels gross and wrong, so it should be. I have no idea. I have no idea what he could possibly say here.
Okay, because I think it's for the same reason you would think. I think it's against nature. It's evil.
Yeah, he's nothing. Oh God, it's against nature.
It just seems horrible. I don't know.
Seems horrible. That's not a justification. It seems horrible. It seems horrible. That's your justification. Holy shit. Andrew's that was a softball. Andrew should have asked him, why is it wrong to have sex with a child? He should have asked him a way harder question, because it seems wrong. Would that have been his response?
Do you have a better answer for why it's wrong?
Well, yes.
Yeah, of course. Again, divine command theory. He's got objective, he's got like literally an objective moral philosophy that'll tell him why it's wrong, right? Literally that God command. Although I don't know if God has rules against incest. Actually, I don't know if that's a rule in the Bible somewhere. I don't know, but it's gonna come from God somehow through special revelation.
Divine command.
Divine command. Okay, fine. So I also say divine command.
I think Jesus has a few words to say on that one.
That's what it's.
Yeah, but then you lose the debate. You're supposed to be arguing why when you say that, do you just have no moral system whatsoever? By the way, fuck. Oh, I rewrote a lot of these.
Only minors. I'm sorry. Above the age, you're good to go apparently.
But there's so much that's going on here that that Dave is like perfectly he's like perfectly encapsulating. No, not encapsulating, I'm sorry. That encapsulates what he's doing, or that he's demonstrated, you could say. This normative confusion with applied positions. So Dave thinks that he has some like consistent or coherent moral system just because he has certain applied positions. So for instance, like, oh, I think that killing people is bad, and that's like my morality. That's not morality. That's an applied position. That comes from morality. But because he's got these applied positions, he's tricked himself into thinking that he is standing on firmer ground than he actually is. But he's not. He has no fucking idea. I think I actually have this written down. When it comes to like an aesthetic versus a function of a particular thing, right? So Dave has like he's exhibiting the aesthetic of being like a rational person who's like developed this good, moral system, blah, 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 right? One of the dangers of tricking yourself into thinking you've done a thing instead of actually just presenting yourself as a thing, right? He presents himself as an intellectual, a debater, a guy that can do these things, right? One of the dangers is on the limitations I've got. The problems of adopting an aesthetic of a function, well, the function itself should be obvious in most cases. They've manifested throughout history as obvious scams, be it multi-level marketing schemes, snake oil salesmen, used car salesmen, or other types of scammers. The damage from people who wear truths or rationality as an aesthetic do damage on two different fronts. They lure the listener into a false sense of security, fooling them into believing that they are standing on epistemically firm ground when the truth is anything but, and they occupy space and crowd out other more reasonable voices. But this part right here, fooling you into thinking that you are standing on epistemically firm ground. That's what's happened in this debate, right? Dave thinks that he has some type of like rational, reasonable, logical, intellectual way of viewing the world, and he's actually bullshitted himself into thinking that. But Andrew is giving him, we haven't even started a debate yet, right? Andrew's just like pushing on the fundamentals, and Dave has nothing. But Dave has legitimately bullshitted himself into thinking that he's come to this debate prepared to have some fundamental disagreement on some meta anything position, on some epistemic grounds, on some meta-ethical grounds. But he's not. He's totally lost. He's totally at sea. He has no idea what the fuck is going on. He's totally bullshitted himself into thinking that he can have this conversation.
No, do you have a better answer for why it's wrong?
Well, yes, divine command.
Divine command. Okay, fine. So I also say divine command. That's why it's wrong.
Well, but then the axiom of self-ownership would be wrong.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. And if you had listened to me when I was responding the first time, you would understand.
Well, here, let me now make my argument back.
Yeah,
if they don't.
Wait, is Dave debating for libertarianism? Aren't you on his side? What would you say in his position? When people ask me for like rights or wrongs, I wouldn't claim to have any objective answer. I would work from a totally subjective place. I'd probably allude to some sort of like intuitionism and say that intuitively, I think that humans are endowed with some, internal senses of right or wrong that the vast majority of us, 99.9% of us, agree on, and that through like social contracts, we essentially dictate through our laws what acceptable behaviors are, and that through social contracts in our culture, we dictate what like socially acceptable behaviors are. So something like that. I don't know if Andrew would push me for a deeper construction, but I have no problem immediately conceding ground that I'm not going to be able to justify it as firmly or as epistemically grounded as a divine command theorist, because he's literally because he believes that morality is real, that there are truth values that can be assigned to these things, and that God is communicating that directly through either scripture or like inside of his head. So he's always going to be standing, or he's going to feel like he's standing on firmer ground than me. Obviously, I would disagree. I would say, well, I think that I would challenge that. And I would say, well, how do you know that if two people, for instance, are getting commands from God, but they disagree with each other, how do you resolve that disagreement? Like, who's right there? And I think that you have no way of resolving that, whereas I would appeal to intuitions, and I would say intuitively, like blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I don't know where me and Andrew's argument go. Andrew knows more philosophy than me, though, so it's possible he could just win that just because he might understand the arguments that I would make better than me. I'm not sure. I don't know if I've heard him navigate those spaces as much, but yeah.
Don't own themselves, right? Or they do own themselves, rather, and they're two consenting adults, just like two homosexuals consenting adults. Why is it actually wrong for them to do that? You say because it seems like it's against nature, which is the natural fallacy. Couldn't I just apply that to homosexuals as well and say, well, it seems like it's against nature?
Yeah, sure. Maybe you could.
And do you think?
I don't know why Dave is even having this conversation. I feel like that's never a satisfying answer. Is there any way to make that sound better? No. If you had a satisfying answer, you'd be a moral realist. You'd have some fucking objective way of deciphering moral truth or perceiving moral truth. I don't think there is one. So it's always going to be unsatisfying, in my opinion. But also, fuck that. Again, meta-ethics is boring. Fuck that.
So your moral oughts are based around just things that gross you out?
No, divine intervention, bro.
Divine command?
Yeah, there you go.
So if it's divine command, then you're going to abandon libertarianism and you're going to come over to Christian ethics, right?
No.
But
like, how can you say that divine command theory is going to be your meta-ethical foundation? You'd have to completely ditch the NAP, non-aggression principle, or any of this bullshit. And how you're at Christian populism. How the fuck can you possibly argue for libertarianism if your meta-ethical foundation is divine command theory? Like, you could defeat this by literally saying, oh, divine command theory? So what if God, like, commanded that that libertarianism is gay? This is stupid. Sorry.
You made your justification based on divine
So, okay, listen, it's clear that
great point, dude. You're right.
Wait, did he just
Dave, I need more
Come
lights.
over to Christian ethics, right?
No.
But I thought you made your justification based on divine command.
Oh, no, sorry.
So, okay.
I'm gonna go to sleep after this.
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah, no, actually, it kind of is.
I thought I was gonna play Resident Evil 4 some more.
You have divine command, and you're asking me why it's...
I got the professional. Oh man, that shit was hard. I never played professional as a high school because I couldn't mash the button fast enough for QTEs. I finally beat it. It was crazy hard because you don't get infinite weapons when you start. So like every pain point in the game is like 10 times harder. Like they give you way less ammo. It's just so crazy, dude. But then after you unlock the infinite ammo, it's a breeze.
Wrong for a brother to fuck a sister? Listen, dude, I know, like, I don't know.
This should be the debate you show people when they say debate doesn't change people's minds. True. But also, like, again, he's not prepared for this conversation at all, so.
Anything about you. I don't know why Jacob thought this was going to be a good idea. I know you, like, dominate 20-year-old, like, OnlyFans sluts in debates.
I also dominate 45-year-old comedians in debates, which...
Oh, Dave went for the ad hom after embarrassing himself in this whole conversation. Dave, who do you dominate in debates? Who are your major debate opponents? Come on. How are you going to go in on Andrew here when you just got trounced? Like, what are your major debate accomplishments? Like, you debated Cuomo on f***ing PBD? Come on, dude.
I know you like dominate 20-year-old like OnlyFans sluts in debates.
Like, if that's all Andrew practices on, why were those good enough warm-ups to take you out, right? Are you beneath the 20-year-old OnlyFans sluts? Are you like a 25-year-old OnlyFans slut? Like, how? Like, why are you losing to him if that's his debate prep?
He's a 14-year-old OnlyFans slut.
And what is it? And no, you're really not though. You're asking questions about why it's wrong for a brother to fuck a sister. Oh, okay.
Libertarian.
I think it's wrong, and yes, awful. And also, do I think that the government, if we're talking about adults, is it being outlawed going to be a great way to regulate that? Probably not.
What are you even talking? What are we even talking about here? We haven't even gotten to laws yet. We're not even at laws yet.
What even is your like vision? I mean, this is like the dumbest fucking question to get into like what the role of government ought to be. Yes,
we're not even in. You can't get to. We are so far away from government, Dave. Right? We're still on meta ethics, right? Then, depending on how fucking strict you want to be, we've got to go through our normative ethical theories, our consequentialists, our deontology. We got to go through all this. Then we've got to hit like our how should we apply our ethical theories to the world, like, and then after we've done all of this ethical work, then we can start to talk about, well, what is the ideal construction of government that would adhere the closest to our applied, our normative ethical positions? Like, there's no way. The fact that you would try to argue for one system of governance over the other, like even our founders, even our founding fathers had to engage in this conversation to some extent, right? Like the concept of negative rights, right? The idea of an enumerated powers government. A negative right is a right that you are assumed to have. The government's not taking it from you, right? Negatively, you have, this is a right that exists in absence of all other things, right? You have a right to life, liberty, whatever. And then a positive right is something granted to you by the government, right? You have a right to a representation. No. You have a right to a representative. You have a right to legal counsel. What the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Like negative and positive rights. Like, and the idea of like, where do these come from? You're endowed by your creator. Like, these are conversations that like even the founding fathers of the United States have. I say even like they're retards or future debaters, but arguing for any style of government is going to involve you having some question of, you know, where are your ethical or legal?
Oh, here he is.
Where are your ethical principles coming from?
You summoned the devil.
Yeah, these things about government. What's
oh my god.
Yeah.
So I see that you really like cats. That's undeniable, and I know you don't have sex with them.
How do you know that?
I'll be generous to you. I've seen your and you're not fitting that in a cat.
Listen, I've had some big cats before, okay? But thank you. Okay.
Nah, dude. Yeah, like unless you're a puma or something, that thing would rip you apart. Yeah, so I don't understand how you, like, don't violate the rights of cats, but you will violate the rights of, say, a pig or a chicken or something.
I think cats are sexier. Listen.
Jesus
Christ. We'll have this conversation another time. By that, I mean never, okay? I've got to go off this debate. I love you, okay? Be careful.
Okay, fine. Take care.
Spending more time... It's weird. But he is spending more time with his cat than his son. His son's on summer break.
Bye. Okay, Jesus.
Right. If the FBI is breaking in and stopping 25-year-old and 28-year-old brothers and sisters from having sex with each other, that's okay. That's we
but they do that. Just so you know, they do that right now. Are you opposed to it? They actually arrest people for doing this, and they drag them off to jail, and they put them in jail for doing that.
I'm not nearly as aware of this as you are, Andrew, but I'm not going to fight against that law.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Then what I don't understand is that if the argument for self-ownership,
like if you agree with that law, you've totally violated the NAP, and you've totally ceded any possible ground that you could argue for libertarianism with. What the fuck is Dave even? Does he even realize that he's just like tossing libertarianism in the trash? Like, what are you even arguing for at this point?
Is that consenting adults can do whatever it is they want to do because they're consenting adults are not hurting anybody else. This would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. Why couldn't?
Yeah, you're violating the NAP. The NAP. Wet Shadow, thanks for the 5 gifted subs.
A brother and a sister engage in this in Dave's libertarian land. Why couldn't they? Why shouldn't they be able to? Honestly.
Sure. Why shouldn't they do it? Is for moral reasons. I suppose you could make an argument.
That's what he. Why are you supposing? Make the argument. Just make it. Don't suppose. And yes, morality is what he's talking about.
If people really do have freedom, then a grown, grown adults who are related should not be banned by law and should not have a cop bash them over the head with a baton for having sex with a cousin or something. Okay, but you're taking this to like this weird extreme example where
that happens now.
Oh, sure. Okay. Anyway,
so a weird extreme example. It's not disanalogous. It's a perfect analogy. It's a perfect hypothetical. It demonstrates perfectly. Well, here's the thing. Intuitively, it feels yucky. But do you think it should be enforced? You know, I mean, he's saying enforced by the state, which presupposes that it's morally wrong, essentially. But he's really trying to get at like, is it morally wrong? And you know, should there be like?
You're taking this to a weird extreme example where, okay, let's take it to the other extreme.
Oh, now Dave thinks he's about to stump Andrew. Well, let's take it. Andrew's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's do it. Like Dave is about to say something that Andrew's never considered before. Dave's like, okay, well, I'm gonna cook one up for you. Okay, boy, all right, let's go. Okay, here we go. Dave's killer counter hypothetical that Andrew will never be able to contend with. Let's go. Let's see it. Here we go.
Weird extreme example where, okay, let's take it to the other extreme and say, do you believe that
he's going to have an answer to this instantly, okay? He's going to answer it like instantly. And then Dave is going to like, I wonder if he's going to give a one-word answer. And then Dave is going to sit there and chuckle awkwardly to himself.
Extreme example where, okay, let's take it to the other extreme and say, do you believe that the government should rush into your house anytime you're doing anything where they determine that that's degenerate or not moral or productive? You're smoking a cigarette right now. Is that enough of a reason for someone to come get you? Like, would there be any realm where you would say, maybe the government shouldn't be regulating every inch of what I determine from divine, you know, whatever that.
Oh, it's too long of a question. You can't give a one-word answer.
Is moral or immoral?
Yeah, so actually this makes my point for me. This is great. So the reason that I just go ahead and concede a lot of these points because there's no real reason to fight them. For instance, if you agree with me that the only justification that you can have is that, well, because God told you it's gross, and so therefore you ought to not do it, then this would mean that you agree with me in divine command and should be a Christian ethicist. That's why that's done. That's why I just make it super easy for you to go ahead and agree. And you did. You agreed. Absent. So I'm just going to ask this straight out. Okay. And no, I don't believe in that sort of government overreach. And I can give you my systems and reasons for why that is too under Christian ethics, or Christian ethics, where we both take into account consequence, but also take into account duty. So I'm going to ask this: absent any kind of divine command, God didn't tell you anything. Would you say that it's not moral, and can you justify why it's not moral for a brother to hump his sister?
He has to have an answer here, or he auto loses the argument, right? Absent divine command theory, because if you follow divine command theory, then you necessarily become a Christian populist, or unless you want to say, well, I believe in divine command theory, but I can actually justify libertarianism from that perspective. There's no shot you can do that, right? So you're basically either buying into this foundation, this moral foundation, this meta-ethical theory of divine command theory, or you're going to give your own meta-ethical understanding, which Dave clearly doesn't have. This is always like my biggest fucking nightmare, that I'm like talking to my friends about like Israel, Palestine, or I'm like, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, guys, like I can teach you about this thing. And then I end up in another debate with somebody, and then I'm like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have been talking to anybody about this ever. I'm getting fucking humiliated. Holy shit.
Could you do that absent divine command? Like, honest question, Dave. This is super important.
Sure. So I would say
it feels icky. It's kind of gross, and I don't think it's
say this, right? I grew up an atheist. Well, I mean, I'm Jewish, but I grew up like not a religious person. It was just.
What?
What does that have to do? Is he Jewish? Is he actually? Why would you answer that way? What?
My parents raised me Jewish.
Well, I mean, I'm Jewish, but I grew up like not a religious person. It was just, you know, kind of what I was born into. And I was pretty much
just for the rules
an atheist for most of my life. And then I had some experiences as I became a young adult that made me think about God and kind of get in touch with him. And then it was really when I had my first child that I really found God. So I would agree with you that, yes, there is something from God that instructs me as to what is right and wrong in this world.
Okay, so then so our meta ethics are starting at divine command theory. Are you going to try to build out libertarianism from there then? Man, because now you're fighting on ground that Andrew has spent his whole debater life on. Holy shit.
Sure. However, before I ever believed in God, yeah, there was just a deep feeling inside of me that would have been very.
Oh no, he went with the icky. No, he did answer with the icky.
Wrong, and I do believe that was always from God. So,
okay, so then absent God.
What that proves.
So then
absent God, you have nothing.
God, nothing in this argument.
Yeah, no, it does though, and I'm going to explain how. Because you're saying that absent God is just your preferences. It's just how you feel.
No,
that's what makes what's moral or not moral. What would make it immoral? Absent God.
See, here's the thing, dude, Andrew. I think you're doing a thing here that a lot of like internet blood sport debaters.
Oh, he's about to do a thing. Hold on, he's about to do a thing. Hold on, there's another one.
Does he have a ha-ha-san defense in here?
Debate pervertry. Where is it? He's going to do the clown mirror. He's already kind of done the clown mirror. Where is it? The clown mirror. Your opponent never seeming to be able to summarize your position ever. You constantly having to criticize or refuse to accept any other characterization of your position. Every single time Andrew tries to say, like, this is what you're believing, this is what you're saying, Dave is always like, no, that's not it. No, you're not summarizing, but no, you're doing a debate. No, this is strategy, blah, blah, blah.
Otherwise called straw manning. You're just, I guess it's different because you're accusing someone else of straw manning.
Every single time.
God. See, here's the thing, dude. Andrew, how you feel?
That's what he
Not sure why he renamed them all.
But that's what makes what's moral or not moral. What would make it immoral absent God?
See, here's the thing, dude. Andrew, I think you're doing a thing here that a lot of like internet blood sport debaters try to do, which is that you're trying to win before you're actually listening to what I'm saying.
I can steel man the entire thing if you'd like.
Try to listen to what I actually said and grapple with that. What I said was not before I believed in God, it was just subjective. What I said was...
He's not asking you about the chronology of the development of your meta-ethical theories. He's just asking you, without divine command theory, can you give an explanation or an accounting for any type of morality? That's what he's asking. You're like stuck on some timeline. Oh God, this is so cringe.
Before I believed in God, I always had this feeling, and what I believe is that was always God.
Yeah.
So to steel man,
that's a very different thing than what you said. All right?
Sure. So I'll just steel man the position. The position, to make sure I don't get this wrong at all, is that you believe that there was some type of natural law given to you by God before you ever even believed in God, correct?
But that's still essentially divine command theory. So absent divine command theory, you can't give a moral justification for anything.
I think that's accurate.
Great. So I steel man the position. So to my question, which you didn't actually answer, which is this. Absent God,
that,
if there was no God, could you justify why this would be immoral or not?
Yeah, I don't know that you could. I mean, I think that...
Okay, then you're...
I think absent God, it's very difficult to arrive at morality.
Right. So absent God, so you're a divine command as well, divine command theorist, just like myself.
Yes.
So if that's true and you're a divine command theorist,
then how the can you be a libertarian over a Christian populace? Which, by the way, I'm sure you could do that. You could say like, oh, well, I'm a divine command theorist. I believe in the Catholic Bible. But like, I don't think that there's any justification of the Bible for Christian populism. Like the government of, there's not a government in the Bible that we're supposed to create. Jesus says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, when the Pharisees try to trick him in that conversation about paying taxes. So I mean, like, you could argue that, well, that would be a weird example to bring up since libertarians don't believe in taxes. I don't know. I'm sure you could argue it.
And we have now shown how self-ownership leads to absurd conclusions, like a brother being able to hump their sister.
No, but I disagree with it. Okay.
Well, okay. Why can't, if you own yourself, why can't you hump your sister? She owns herself, Dave. That makes no sense.
What do you mean by why can't you?
Like, what's stopping you from, what's making that immoral? If you both own yourself and you both consent to it, what makes it immoral? That's what he's asking.
So retarded.
Why can't, if you don't own yourself, why can't you hump your sister?
Well, if you don't own yourself, you can't hump your sister because somebody else is controlling you. Because they can say like, oh, you're not allowed to do that. You can't do that. You don't own yourself. I own you. I can dictate to you what your actions can be.
What does that mean?
Good question. But my point is with the non-aggression principle, the entire axiom.
You're not asking anything, dude.
Yeah, I am.
So let's just say this. And man, I wish you had picked an example that wasn't so fucking uncomfortable to talk about.
It's only uncomfortable because you have no answer for it. You literally can't even engage with it because you're so out to sea with your entire argument. You have no idea what you're even talking about.
But here, you, Andrew, don't own yourself. Why can't you just hump your sister?
You could.
Exactly.
Notice how here on the counter to the clown mirror thing, I've got this written down here, that biting leading questions means you're super good faith. Andrew has no problem when Dave asks a question. Andrew will always give a straight answer because he already knows all the arguments. Like, he can run this argument down deeper on both sides than Dave can even begin to fathom, let alone make the argument.
You, Andrew, don't own yourself. Why can't you just hump your sister?
You could.
Exactly. So what the hell are you asking? What's the question?
But that's his point, you retard. That's his point. If you did own yourself, you could do these things. Dave, you were the one that was supposed to be arguing for this.
But that goes to my point. I think that if you actually have self-ownership as something more than an axiom, meaning it's justified somehow that you actually do own yourself, it's not just a social construction, then you wouldn't be able to hump your sister if you did not own yourself, right?
What do you mean wouldn't be able to?
But if you do own yourself, you can still hump your sister. The point being,
Andrew, do you own yourself?
Do you own yourself? As a religious person, my guess would be that his body or everything is in self-ownership. It would have to be like owned by God. That sounds like a weird way to say it, but like you owe yourself to God at the very least. I don't know if he would say yes to this.
Consequences and duty.
Well, let's see what he says.
Own yourself.
Under the current paradigm of the social construction, we would say yes.
Okay,
but hold on, Dave. He didn't say that he believed that. He was just arguing within this framework, right?
Yeah.
And if you didn't, You wouldn't be able to hump yourself. I don't get.
No, you still could, but that is the point.
So that's it. So you still could. So what are you saying?
So let me try again. Just listen to what I'm saying, like I just did yours. In fact, maybe you can steel man this for me.
Okay,
maybe like I just did for you.
Let me listen, and I'll see if I can.
So my point is that self-ownership is why you should not be allowed to aggress against another person, because they own themselves. Correct?
Okay.
Is that correct? Isn't that?
Dave won't even say that's correct. I know exactly where he's at right now. This is Vosh. Vosh does this sometimes. Everybody does this, except for me. I never do this because I feel like it's so transparent. Dave doesn't want to say correct or he agrees because he's trying to leave room to wiggle away from this if he agrees and bites the bullet here, and then the next thing is inescapable because Dave can't see what the argument's going to be. All of this is uncharted territory for him, so he can't agree when Andrew lays out a proposition. He's got to say okay because he's got to wait for the next thing to say, oh yeah, no, I disagree with the last thing. You. Yeah.
It's another person because they own themselves. Correct?
Okay.
Is that correct? Isn't that the basis of the NAP? You own you, I own me. That's why we cannot aggress against each other, correct?
Sure.
Okay, got it. And yet here we're both talking about using state authority to aggress against people who own themselves, who aren't actually doing anything you can justify as being wrong outside of Christian ethics.
Yep.
And so the thing is that seems to dispel the NAP. Now, can you steel man that back to me?
Okay. I know. So you're saying that if we own ourselves and everybody and an act of aggression would be violating someone else's self-ownership, then it wouldn't be an act of aggression to what? Kill yourself, incest amongst adults, things like that, right? Okay.
So if that's true, and the only moral offset we have for why you shouldn't do this is through Christianity.
No, I didn't say, no, by the way, I didn't say Christianity, but you said that. But
okay, fine. God, whatever the justified axiom is for God, for divine command. Okay,
sure.
If that's the only way that we can justify that this is immoral, then the idea that you owning yourself and two consenting adults owning themselves in anarcho-capitalist land can't be true, because you are willing to use and violate their self-ownership with aggression because you think they're doing something morally wrong, but you can't justify what they're doing that's morally wrong.
No, okay, so again, this is back what I was trying to say before, that I think there's these two things that need to be separated. So there's the moral application of the initiation of violence.
Oh God, I can tell that like these are conversations that he's had with friends before when he's like arguing about like libertarianism. Like, bro, like hold on, let me do the
But even in the Stone State, he's never made a case for any of this. He just says you can. That's it. That's his whole point. Yeah, in my paradigm, you can. That's it. There's no reason why, but you just can.
Let me roll.
That holy ganja.
Roll Dan clip 47, Dave clip 47 about how law and morality are totally different, man. And I believe that like law, should allow people to do things to other. Like it's like there's like the one conversation he's had before, but he's not even like he can't even. Andrew can do all of this conversation better than he can. Oh my God, it's so fucking cringe.
There's these two things that need to be separated. So
yeah, this is way worse than I thought it would be.
Violence,
and then there's the law.
Morality. And they're not exactly the same thing.
Oh, the first one, the moral application, is the law, and then the morality.
So if my neighbor, let's just say, my neighbor is not being a good husband and being a good father. Okay, so like let's say he's just very cold with his children and like doesn't pay the bills on time and doesn't work and is lazy and does all types of things that I judge to be morally wrong. Like I think he should be a better father and a better husband. But if I go over there and beat him over the head with a club to make him be a better husband and father, it's not as simple an equation as was he morally right or wrong. The question is it morally justified for me to enact this force against him in order to make, like, is that more moral or immoral than his initial sin? So that's the question that you get into when you start talking about government regulating a lot of these things. It's not as simple as you're making it out. That
I don't think Andrew's made anything out to be simple. Okay.
Well, if people own themselves, then it has to be morally justified, whatever they do.
Okay, so let's see if we can't parse this out. Again, I'll see if I can just steel man this with my criticism. So the thing is that I agree. We can look at scales, right? We can say that we can get to absurd conclusions if we were to say that there's no time or place to apply some sort of.
Okay, I've got 4 more minutes for this debate because holy fuck.
Like aggression towards somebody, right? Otherwise, you would aggress on them for anything that you consider some kind of moral failure, and obviously that's not what either of us are after. Sure. What I'm saying is that if we take it to its logical conclusion, libertarianism, which is what I said in my opening, as a consequence of itself, has to actually lead to degeneracy, and the reason is because of the idea here is that I own me and you own you, and if we consent to the two things we do together, and it hurts nobody else, therefore not violating the non-aggression principle, which is the foundation for which this thing, revolves, then how can you make ever a claim against homosexuals getting married or against incest or against any of these things? How can you possibly make that claim? That's the ultimate question.
Okay, so a couple things here. I don't think that's the ultimate question, and I do think that I could make the claim against that in the same way that you could. And I think we already established this, right? That we can both make the claim for the exact same reasons, because we believe in God and we believe in morality and we believe that this is immoral. So we both have the exact same ability to make the claim. But if we're talking about...
He is word salading right now.
That libertarianism leads to immorality, I think is completely wrong. And I think this is like kind of the most important...
Andrew's arguing with a vegetable right now.
Who reject libertarianism make. The idea that, well, freedom and liberty is really what leads to degeneracy. And that's just not true. And in fact, empirically and logically, we can look at the situation, particularly the situation of the United States of America, and go, look, as the government has grown bigger and bigger, you've seen degeneracy.
In of the world, such as...
Okay.
I'm gonna turn off. I'm like, this is even too far. Like, even Destiny's video is too far for me. Yes. Teen USA. This is it right now.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should our education over here, and they.
Okay, I'm gonna do another stream this week. Get some clips.